Hello everybody and welcome to Drydock episode 139. As it's the end of the month, it is of course the Patreon Drydock, so get ready and let's see how we go on this one. Mason asks, who were the best and worst Axis admirals? I would say it's a very difficult question because it's complicated by the fact the Axis was on the losing side. On the Allied side, it's very easy to point to admirals who have basically almost entirely unbroken runs of success and say those are the best. But obviously they won the war, whereas virtually any Axis admiral is going to have their record coloured, obviously, by some form of defeat, whether that be in specific operations or more generally. But there's also one other complicating factor, which is that quite a number of successful Axis admirals had their careers cut short in one way or another. So it's very easy to look at some admirals and say, on balance, actually, their career is pretty bad, but they might have had as many or more successes as some admirals who died or were, for whatever other reason, removed from service, or active service at least, early. But then the longer career of those other admirals makes their overall record look bad. So, for example, Admiral Nagumo pulls off some relatively decent successes very early in the war, but at the same time, he is also the admiral in charge of Midway. He's also the admiral in charge of flubbing things slightly during the Guadalcanal campaign, and his performance in Operation C, the Japanese sweep into the Indian Ocean from the Pacific, is probably more best described as the Kido Butai succeeding in spite of him. But that doesn't take away from his earlier successes, even though overall his war record is not necessarily brilliant. So, for example, if you're looking at the Japanese Navy, Admiral Tanaka is undoubtedly an exceptionally capable admiral, and really is one of, if not the best admirals they have fighting during the Guadalcanal campaign. Unfortunately, due to internal political shenanigans, he gets kind of sidelined for much of the rest of the war. So there's kind of the open question, would he have continued this kind of brilliant career if he'd been allowed to stay in active frontline service during the rest of the war, or would his record during the Guadalcanal campaign and earlier have been tarnished by being placed in charge of fights that he was never going to win? He probably would have done a much better job than Admiral Kurita, but even then, with Kurita at Leyte Gulf, there are some reasons or mitigating factors for his performance. But anyway, Admiral Yamaguchi is another one. If Admiral Yamaguchi had been calling the shots at Midway, and he was at Midway, he was just subordinate to Nagumo, it probably would have been a very different battle. But despite the fact that he was recognised as an exceptionally skilled and capable admiral, much like Tanaka, he ended up obviously going down with his ship at Midway. So we have obviously a very limited window of his operational career during World War II to look at. But from what we know, he seems to have been very capable. Admiral Ozawa, on the other hand, is kind of on the other end. He is undoubtedly one of, if not the best, Japanese admirals of the entire period, but because there are a number of admirals more senior to him, he ends up being unable to undertake the kind of large-scale commands where he would possibly have been able to, not obviously change the tide of war, but certainly make things a lot harder for the US Navy. By the time, through political shenanigans, death, etc., he is of a seniority where he can make these kinds of calls, it's now also pretty much the end of World War II, and there's precious little that he can actually do. Even the world's best admiral is not really going to pull off all that much of a great success with the resources left at Ozawa by the end of the war. And then on the Italian side, you have officers like Admiral Bergamini, who is undoubtedly more capable than some of the more senior Italian officers at the start of Italy's involvement in World War II. But again, although he's in command of one battle, which he manages to hold to a kind of score draw, he he proves himself capable at the smaller scale, but his sort of big fleet moment to shine once, hopefully, a bunch of issues that plagued him at his one actual big fleet engagement have been resolved, was going to be the Italian fleet's last stand against the Allied invasion forces that got called off because Italy bowed out of the war. So he's, on paper and by what we can see, probably a very, very good admiral, but he never really got the chance to demonstrate it in full. And then, of course, unfortunately, goes down with Roma. And a lot of it is also similar on the German side. A number of German admirals start the war pretty well, or have highlights, but being on the losing side and with progressively smaller resources, if they survive the whole war, it tends to colour our perception of them. So Admiral Ciliax, for example, manages the Channel Dash in obviously pretty decisive style, but is also commander of the Norwegian elements of the Kreigsmarine from sort of early 43 pretty much to the end of the war. So on his watch, Scharnhorst goes down, Tirpitz gets sunk, and the Kriegsmarine battle fleet in Norway dwindles in effectiveness quite significantly. So you could argue, well, that's a bad outcome. At the same time, he's got limitations on what he's authorised to do. He's got massive limitations on fuel and maintenance. So is that him having just one brilliant moment in Operation Cerberus and then actually not being a particularly good admiral, or is that Cerberus showing his true capabilities and the rest of the war basically him being hamstrung, a bit like Admiral Ozawa was? You've also got big unanswered questions like Admiral Marschall, who is in charge of Scharnhorst and Gneisenau during the Norwegian campaign. And of course, during that, he does a number of things, including the sinking of HMS Glorious, and gets relieved from his command because he wasn't supposed to be so aggressive. If you put Marschall in charge of, say, Bismarck, instead of the man who would replace him, Lütjens, I'd argue there'd probably be a very different voyage for Bismarck. But we don't know. So, yeah, for those reasons, I think it makes it very difficult to put the best Axis admirals up. And you could make a very good case for Admiral Yamamoto as well. He knew exactly what he was getting into. He pretty much told the Japanese government exactly what would happen, and he did the best he could. Sometimes he was hampered by subordinates who didn't really pull off his orders, and yes, he was responsible for Midway to a very large degree, but he was also responsible for most of the Japanese successes before Midway. Adam Johnson asks, HMS Caroline, now that she's a museum ship, what are future plans to restore her to World War I configuration, if any? I'm unaware of any further plans for extensive restoration work on HMS Caroline. For those of you unaware, this is what she looked like, obviously, at the time of the Battle of Jutland as a C-class cruiser. Nowadays, if you look at her from the front, she'll look pretty much the same, but if you look aft, she has a socking great drill hall built onto the back of her, because that's what she was for pretty much most of her commissioned life in the Royal Navy as a training ship. And as far as I'm aware, there are no plans to remove that. As I have covered actually in a separate Drydock, I think they're using that space, so it is kind of a swings and roundabout situation, because yes, technically stripping it all off and installing, the aft armament and rebuilding the aft superstructure, etc., would make her more realistic to her Jutland configuration, but from a museum ship perspective, that drill hall provides a fair amount of space for them to put things in, especially things that may not necessarily be period accurate in the rest of the ship, which has largely been restored to its Jutland condition, which obviously gives visitors more things to do, whereas whilst for naval historians we would like to have, obviously, HMS Caroline in her World War I configuration, for the general viewing public, they're, if I'm perfectly blunt, probably more interested in going, oh look, guns at the front of the ship, bridge, and now there's something interesting in this building type thing at the back, as opposed to guns at the front and more guns to the rear. Um, yeah, unfortunately, I think that's the balance they've had to strike. Salamander Pete asks, inspired by the German Hilfskreuzer-Merchant Raiders video, which armed-military vessels of any nation or side stayed at sea for the longest time in World War II, and what were the reasons for it? I think you're going to find that the Hilfskreuzer pretty much hold that record. They probably, to be perfectly honest, hold first, second and third. Because, well, Allied merchant raiders don't really exist in World War II, and our merchant cruisers and regular cruisers, they have the ability to go back into port almost at will, so they exercise that. Therefore, whilst there are some fairly long deployments, there's nothing that approaches almost 2 years continuously at sea, as far as I'm aware, in Allied navies. Apart from anything else, actual warships, as I said before, physically can't stay out at sea that long. Things start to break. That's one of the reasons the Hilfskreuzer were so chosen. And, I mean, yeah, there's no way anything's sailing around the Mediterranean for 2 years without ever being caught, so that rules out the Italians. And then that leaves you with the Japanese, who, as we know, didn't really go in all that much for armed merchant raiding, although they did try it occasionally. But again, because of the Japanese successes early on, they had the ability for their raiders, such as they were, to go back into port on a considerably more consistent basis than the Germans did. So, yeah, pretty much, I think it's the Hilfskreuzer, probably Atlantis as the overall winner. And, yeah, the reason they stay out is because their unique combination of capabilities as merchant vessels mean that they can stay out that long, and they have to, because going in and out of German ports initially, and perhaps later on if the program had still been running French ports, was a massive, massive risk, considering the Royal Navy was right there on their doorstep. So it was better to just stay out as long as humanly possible. John McDonough asks, I was perusing my old copy of Warships of World War II by Lenton and College, and I was astonished to come across a section on auxiliary anti-aircraft vessels, coastal, and saw almost all the ships were paddle steamers. I understand during war it's anything that can float and carry a gun, but were these really worth it in terms of the investment of time, resources and personnel? They'd also seem to be uniquely vulnerable due to the exposed paddle boxes. The authors admit they had no high-angle gun direction, so tactics were effectively spray and pray, but they go out of their way to justify their existence, saying they needed to be judged by the number of air attacks broken up rather than by the number of aircraft shot down. Is there any evidence of this? You know, I've been hoping someone would realise these ships' existence and ask a question about them, so well done. At some point I do need to do a 5-minute guide on some of these ships. You know, the Royal Navy's little fleet of paddle-armed anti-aircraft gunships really doesn't get much of a look in the overall history of World War II. Now, the reason they exist is effectively that a lot of harbour and coastal shipping, even as late as World War II, is still paddle-powered. For various reasons. Some it's just legacy stuff, some the agility of a paddle steamer and the fact that you can obviously configure it such that the paddles don't go below the level of the hull, which means grounding, which obviously in harbour and coastal activities is more of a risk, is less of a hazard to your propulsion systems as compared with screws, etc. Plus there's some extra agility bonuses with paddle wheels. That means there's an awful lot of paddle steamers still around, and so when the Royal Navy is going, anything that can float, well, paddle steamers are going to be on that list. They can then still serve quite useful functions as tugs and harbour craft and all other sorts of things, so why not use them? It's not like they need broadside guns. Now, yes, it's true that they don't have the world's most advanced fire control systems, but I think there is a certain degree of truth to the fact that you look at aircraft attacks broken up rather than aircraft shot down, because if you think about where they're defending, harbours and anchorages, they can be in places like the middle of waterways that land-based anti-aircraft guns can't be. They can also, when they're up close to the docks, be in places that a lot of anti-aircraft guns can't be, because dockside space is very limited. And so clearing the space and the arcs of fire for land-based anti-aircraft guns, many of which also probably didn't have that much in the terms of fire control equipment, would take up an awful lot of valuable dockside space. So having a ship that obviously is out in the water, therefore has much clearer lines of fire, stationed just off of a dock or in the middle of a waterway, is actually not a bad call. I mean, yes, okay, paddle wheels, you can make an argument, slightly more vulnerable to strafing, but to be honest, they're converted civilian ships for the most part. Any converted civilian ship is going to be vulnerable to strafing. It doesn't really matter whether they've got paddles or screws. There may be a slight degree of extra vulnerability to bomb damage, but again, small civilian grade ships, if a bomb goes off near them, they're in a lot of trouble anyway. The argument about obviously not shooting aircraft down, yeah, if the Royal Navy could afford and had the numbers of anti-aircraft fire control suites that they could equip everything that had an AA gun with it, they certainly would have, but they didn't, so they had to make priority choices. And again, whilst obviously, yes, ideally it is better to shoot down enemy aircraft, if you don't have the ability or the equipment to do that on a regular basis, because your primary heavy AA fire control directors are being sent out to the fleet, who obviously can't sit around in harbour being stationary anti-aircraft batteries all the time, then a bunch of fire spraying up from a ship in the general direction of the attackers is better than nothing, because the Luftwaffe pilots don't know that there isn't any fire control direct system on there. All they see is tracer fire and flak bursts, hopefully somewhere close to them, and since they have a desire to live, that might serve to break up an attack. And a broken up attack where you've got individual aircraft coming in and dropping bombs, some of them dropping not so particularly accurately, etc., etc., is far, far more survivable, both from a human perspective and from a keeping your infrastructure and ships afloat perspective, than a concentrated, almost textbook attack where the enemy has just to line up and effectively it's like a training mission. So, yeah, there's still an awful lot of utility to that kind of idea. And as I say, where you're talking about things like dockyards and waterways, it's a floating gun platform. It's probably about the best you can hope for, and of course you can reposition it. So if it looks like one day the attack's going to be on this dockyard, you can have them there, and if it looks like the next day they're going to attack, I don't know, anchored shipping out in the bay, you can go over there. So better, much better in that respect than a fixed emplacement. Pet Minator asks, can you give a short overview of the Psilander Affair? Yeah, this is a little bit of a forgotten part of World War II. The Psilander Affair occurs at a very critical time, in late June 1940. So at this point, Italy has technically entered the war. France has not quite fallen, but is within days of doing so, and it's fairly clear how it's all going to go. Dunkirk has happened, and obviously the Norwegian campaign has concluded. So whilst all this is going on, the Swedes have bought what for the Italians are two small destroyers and 2 torpedo boats. In Swedish jargon, they're 4 destroyers. And they're heading on the long route through the Mediterranean, up the Atlantic, round past the UK and heading for Sweden. Now, for the British, they are facing, obviously, the Italians entering the war, so that's the Italian Navy they've got to fight. The French are about to bow out of the war, so best case scenario, they're losing access to the French Navy. Obviously, ultimate best case scenario, the French join them, but they're not really counting on that. Worst case scenario, as we'd see with Mers El Kabir, they're worried about the French and the Italians taking over the French fleet. And they know that in the Norwegian campaign, the one thing Germany has lost a lot of is destroyers. And now there are 4 destroyers merrily cruising their way past the UK, heading for Sweden, which of course means they're going to have to pass through the straits between occupied Norway and occupied Denmark. So given that obviously the attack on Norway was an attack on a neutral country, the British cabinet and the Admiralty are looking at these and going, well, the Germans really could use 4 destroyers, albeit small ones at this point, and there are going to be 4 destroyers going right past them. Given Hitler's record so far, I don't think him taking them is entirely out of the question, so let's take them before he can. And so when the destroyers Psilander and its 3 companions show up at the Faroe Islands, which the British have occupied since the fall of Denmark, very shortly thereafter 3 tribal class destroyers show up, and the Swedish commanders basically told, you have to give these ships up to our control. Now, this is a slightly different scenario to what would happen a couple of weeks later at Mersey Kabir, in that the destroyers are, at least via the negotiations with the British captain in question, they are effectively being interned. They're coming under British custody, but they would still be Swedish vessels. The point is not so much to bring them into service with the British fleet, because they are fairly small. The British don't really have that much use for a destroyer of this size. It's more about keeping them out of the hands of the Germans. They won't allow the Swedish destroyers to communicate with the Swedish Navy, and, well, the balance of force is quite clearly in the British favour. At the point that the British show up, the Swedish destroyers are powered down, so it would take them time to work up. They're not particularly heavily armed in the first place. As I said, they are fairly small, and the tribals are fairly powerful. The tribals are waiting there at the harbour entrance, so whilst he protests as best he can, the Swedish officer in charge looks at the situation and basically concludes, well, if the British are serious about this, any attempted resistance by me is going to end up with my 4 destroyers completely annihilated. There's also a civilian ship that's carrying a bunch of Swedish civilians and ammunition, which is in the line of fire, which will probably get destroyed with huge loss of life. And technically the British have made a certain degree of legal argumentation about why they should be allowed to do this, so given that the British objective is to deny my ships to the Germans, well, if I get them blown up and everybody dies, they've been denied to the Germans, and if I let them take custody of them, they're also denied to the Germans. In either case, Sweden isn't getting these destroyers at this point. But if I accept the British terms, my men are still alive, and there's a possibility that negotiations will allow me to get them back. Can't do that if they're dead. And so he does what in my mind is entirely the sensible thing, and says, yep, okay, you can have the ships. He is not happy about it in the slightest, quite understandably, but I think he makes the right call. The British then talk to the Swedish government, they tell them what they've done, a bunch of diplomatic communiques go back and forth, negotiations are made, and within a few days the British have agreed that actually the Swedes can have their destroyers. As for reasons why, whether or not they've concluded that the destroyers won't be much help to the Germans even if they did take them, or whether the panicked couple of weeks surrounding the immediate fall of France, or upcoming fall of France at that point, have subsided, or whether they've just decided that the Swedish officers are, given the way they did everything up to but not including firing at the British to try and keep their ships out of the British hands, maybe they concluded that the Swedish Navy, if they're underway, would probably fight to keep their ships out of German hands as well. Or maybe they took an evaluation of the Swedish supply situation for the Germans, with all the iron ore and such like, and decided that maybe the Germans weren't going to risk going after the Swedes after all. Who knows? It could be a combination of any number of those. And so, as a result, the Swedes get their ships back, albeit with some damage from both individual acts of sabotage by the crew, even though they were told not to by their superior officers, as well as the inevitable minor looting and occasional damage by the British, who were trying to get the things to work in the interim. And the ships make it back to Sweden eventually. The Swedish captain in question, mostly because ultimately his actions led to no loss of life, and they did get their destroyers in the end, he had a broad amount of support in certain sections of the populace and political establishment, and at the same time, because he had given up the ships without a shot, he was viewed very negatively by other sections of the Swedish civilian and political establishment and parts of the military. In the end, although he was listed for a court-martial, he wasn't found guilty, but as a result of the whole incident, there was a secret order put out in the Swedish Navy that said, basically, do not give your ships up to anybody under any circumstances, except unless you have direct orders from the Swedish government to do so. So that's a short summary. And of course, whilst there will inevitably be arguments until the end of time as to who was in the right, who was in the wrong, and even if one or the other party was in the right, whether or not it was understandable or forgivable or not, ultimately, at the end of the day, everybody was sane enough that the incident got resolved and nobody died, which I think is pretty much the main thing given the circumstances. Bill Brockman asks, which crucial historical naval battle was the closest to being Wellington's near-run thing? I'd limit this to battles that changed the long-term course of the war, not a battle that simply would have extended it but had the same result. There's a number of battles where you could point to some circumstance rather than say that was a really close thing. But of the two that I would say where they had the biggest potential to cause a massive change would be the Battle of Lepanto and the Spanish Armada, specifically the Battle of Gravelines and its immediate run-up. Now, the reason Gravelines is a very near-run thing is because it has to be borne in mind that although the British or English fleet at that point had harried the Armada all the way up the Channel, and yes, it had inflicted some losses on it, as a whole, the Armada was still a perfectly viable force by the time it came to anchor. Now, fair enough, the Duke of Parma's army was by no means ready to actually invade, but strictly speaking, there was precious little the English could do against the anchored Spanish fleet. And then they send in the fire ships, and they work, which was a very near-run thing, because a simple change in weather conditions or perhaps some slightly more decisive leadership amongst the Armada could have negated that tactic. And then you get this running battle of Gravelines where more damage is done to the Spanish ships and then the wind takes them off up to Scotland and round, and we all know the rest. But as I say, weather conditions on the night of the fireship attack could have scuppered the English attempts completely, would have allowed the Spanish to restock, resupply, and meanwhile the English fleet is running down its own supplies. You've also got the fact that even once the battle itself starts, the English ships have to be very careful not to get into boarding range of the big Spanish ships. If that had happened, then some of the key English ships could have been taken, the battle could have turned very easily, and then the Spanish would have been able, in theory, to, without anchors and such, they would have been in a bit more of a problem, but they would have had the freedom of movement and operation to try and work their way back into a safe harbour. And, of course, the overall outcome of that would have been theoretically at least, a Spanish attempted invasion of England. Now, whether or not Parma would have actually gotten his army ready in time before Medina Sidonia had had enough is a completely different matter. What the English fleet might have tried thereafter, also a completely different matter. But it certainly has the potential to completely change how that whole campaign went. Now, with Lepanto, the Battle of Lepanto, my other major candidate, that has even larger implications because Lepanto itself doesn't turn the tide of the war. It basically serves as a check on Ottoman ambitions. And although the Ottomans still have a number of victories, it shows that they can actually be beaten, which that's the main thing about it. Even so, the Holy League that fights against the Ottomans ends up disbanding over various differences and becomes completely ineffective very shortly thereafter. So it's kind of a crucial moment. And if Lepanto had gone the other way, then the Holy League would have certainly disintegrated a lot sooner, and the Ottomans would have been able to continue their expansion through the Mediterranean pretty much unchecked. And, well, you can imagine that would be a completely different history of the Mediterranean and the Ottoman Empire. Now, the reason I say it was a very, very near-run thing is because at one point during the battle, you have the two flagships actually having rammed each other, and boarding action has commenced. Historically, what happens is that the Holy League flagship Real is on the verge of being taken when Allied ships show up, counterboard, and manage to throw back the Ottoman boarders and then kill everybody on the Ottoman flagship. Without their leader and with the flagship having been taken, with the Holy League flag flying from said flagship, that breaks Ottoman morale in the sort of the midsection of the battle, and it kind of cascades out from there. If the reverse had happened, if for some reason that Allied counterboarding ship hadn't shown up, or had shown up 5-10 minutes later, maybe a small Ottoman galley or something threw itself in its path and they had to deal with that, Real was on the verge of being taken, as I said. If Real had fallen, and it was Real's crew that was all either dead or captured, and it was the Holy League's flagship that now had the Ottoman banner flying from it, I think they're probably, especially given as there was a lot more disunity in the Holy League because it was made up of fleets of all sorts of different nations, a lot of whom didn't usually get on with each other very well, compared to the Ottoman fleet, which was at least vaguely homogenous. That kind of impact probably would have had a similar effect or greater effect than it did on the Ottomans historically, i.e. the morale of the Holy League centre line would have collapsed and their fleet would have fallen back. The Ottomans win the day, and as I say, that completely changes the outcome of that overall campaign. It's not necessarily saying the Ottomans are going to take the entire Mediterranean, because that's a geostrategic campaign of massive import, but certainly they would have taken a lot more of it. They would have been able to extract a lot more harsh peace terms, and overall the history of the Mediterranean would look very different to what it actually does today. So I'd say those are your two near-run things, especially Lepanto. The further you get on into history, the more and more these kind of right on the niche battles, which could have swung the course of an entire war, are harder to find. They do exist, but I think those two are probably two of the largest. Sui420 Den asks, did the Italians really launch human torpedoes against Gibraltar out of a wrecked ship like something out of James Bond? Yes, indeed they did. This is the ship in question, the Altera. It was left as a wreck due to British sabotage at the beginning of the war, because it was an Italian ship right close to Gibraltar. And after a while, the Italians got the idea of effectively converting it into a base for what is loosely called their human torpedoes. Bear in mind, these aren't suicide devices like the Japanese Kai-10 human torpedoes. These are two-man small craft that effectively look like torpedoes, but are limpet mine carriers. And they worked to get the ship operational. Well, not the ship itself, but underwater. They made the ship operational. They cut a small hatch below the water so that they could get in and out with their weapons. And they went on a little campaign setting limpet mines on various ships in Gibraltar Harbour. The first mission they actually undertook went after British military ships, but that didn't go too well. The defences around the military portion of Gibraltar Harbour turned out to be too strong, and they weren't able to successfully complete their mission, with 2 of the 3 units being lost. However, subsequent missions when they went after the civilian shipping, which was in a much less well-defended part of the harbour, were remarkably successful, and the British never had any idea that the random wreck that they could see from their base, poking itself up above a breakwater, had anything to do with the reason why shipping in Gibraltar was mysteriously exploding at random times. It was only be after the war when the Italians kind of said, yeah, well, that's kind of where we were. That's when they figured out, oh, right, well, our bad, we did not think of that in the slightest. So congratulations to the Italians. You managed to come up with something so eccentric and mad that even the British didn't realise what on earth you were doing. Coos Army 0001 asks, we're all fond of heroic stands in naval history, in particular where vastly inferior forces somehow manage to eke out a win. But I'm curious about the inverse. Could you list and briefly describe a few naval battles in which the vastly outnumbered force squared up against the vastly more powerful one, with the resulting battle going exactly how you would expect? Whilst not vastly outnumbered, in fact they had one extra ship, in terms of being vastly outgunned, the Ottoman fleet at the Battle of Sinop would be one of them. So yeah, on paper, 11 Russian ships versus 12 Ottoman ships, you'd think, maybe there's a chance. But, for one thing, the Ottoman ships were at anchor, the Russian ships were ready for battle. But for a second thing, whilst Sinop is often touted as, oh yes, the Russians showed that with shell guns, the new era had dawned, and warships were incredibly vulnerable because the Turkish or Ottoman units got completely destroyed. When you actually look at the on-paper stats, that battle was never going to end any other way. The biggest Ottoman ship was a 62-gunner, i.e. a large frigate. And there was another few ships slightly smaller than that, but broadly they had about half a dozen large frigates and a bunch of smaller ships. The Russians showed up with 3 120 gunships of the line, plus 3 more 84 gunners, which are on the heavier end of third rates. And as anyone who's ever looked at the Age of Sail will tell you, half a dozen ships of the line, including 3 flipping very large, powerful first rates, versus a similar number of frigates, is only ever going to end one way. And shockingly, it did. And then, of course, you've got the Battle of Zanzibar, where you have a relatively large protected cruiser, 2 small protected cruisers, and a gunboat, versus what could charitably be described as an armed yacht. Yeah, shockingly enough, the armed yacht gets blown into tiny little bitty pieces, and the whole war lasts about 30 minutes. Hugh Fisher asks, are there interesting differences between ironclads designed for ramming combat and those that were not, aside from the pointy thing at the front? Changes in hull shape, propulsion, armament layout? Is the ram design itself more complicated than just being a pointy thing with variations between designers or nations? Yeah, there were a few changes in hull shape. I mean, if you look at the few ironclads, such as, say, Warrior, that were designed without a ram bow, you can see that the bow shape underwater either is sweeping back or potentially is maybe vertical, but certainly doesn't have the forward sweep that a ram bow does. And that actually has some fairly significant impacts on the hydrodynamics of a ship. Also, the way the bow was integrated into the ship can be quite different. Some ram bows, the ram part was supposed to be detachable. Others, it was integrated into the ship, but it was its own separate structure. Still others, it was actually part of the stem of the ship, running up from the keel. So all of those obviously had an effect. It also affected buoyancy because the ram itself weighs a fair bit, and although that might not seem like such a great amount in overall terms, given the sheer size of most of the ships, it's a heavy weight very forward, which is quite a bad thing for ship stability. So that could lead to variations in the bow shape going aft in order to try and retain the buoyancy, to keep the bow upright, etc. On some ships designed for ramming, the armament was very forward biased. For example, if you look at, and I mean they weren't specifically ram ships, but the Sanspareil and Victoria were equipped with rams, and it was envisaged that they would be using rams as part of their normal combat tactics, and that was one of the reasons why, despite having various options for double turrets, i.e. one turret forward, one turret aft, as they had done previously, they ended up with these twin 16.5-inch guns in turrets that could only fire forward and sideways. That was accepted on the grounds that, well, if the ship's in battle, it's probably going to be trying to ram, so it's probably going to be pointing towards the enemy, so it doesn't really matter that we don't have main armament covering the aft quarter, because hopefully the enemy won't be there. So yes, it did affect the armament layout of certain ships quite considerably. And yes, the ram itself is a fairly complicated thing. It's more to do with how the rest of the ship absorbs the impact of the ramming. And you can see similar kinds of arguments going on in the design of 20th century road vehicles, cars especially. You've got the approach of, we build the ram into the main structure of the ship, like was done on the Victoria class. This you can probably see in, say, 50s, 60s, car design, probably going up into 80s if you're in something like a Volvo, where they're just trying to make the thing as physically strong as possible so that when you hit something, the stress is distributed throughout the entire structure of the vehicle, therefore hopefully not breaking anything, and it just comes to a halt as a solid object. Whereas where the ram is a separate structure, independent of the rest of the ship's structure, and especially if it's detachable, then that's looking more at the ram itself, perhaps taking some kind of damage and dissipating some of the energy of impact. Some part of the bow being more a crumple zone, so kind of more modern car design, I guess, in order to absorb the energy. Because ultimately it was accepted that any ship that rams at any kind of significant speed at the size and scale and speed of ironclad warships is going to take a certain degree of damage in and of itself. It's just a question of, if you try and spread it out throughout the entire ship, which some ships would try, then apart from a few started hull plates forward, in theory you shouldn't take too much damage, but if you did, you'd probably end up totaling the ship from a construction and repair point of view, even if it stayed afloat. So it's very much all or nothing, whereas some of the other approaches to ramming acknowledge that, yeah, we're probably going to smash our bows in, which is going to have a rather negative effect on our ability to manoeuvre, etc. in the immediate term, but everything behind it should be fine. You might want to invest in some extra strong bulkheads up forward, just in case, but hopefully that'll all work out. And finally, in some dedicated ram ships, there were other experimental things, especially to do with propulsion, such as bow-mounted rudders, and in some very rare cases, even some attempts at doing bow-mounted propellers, because obviously it was hoped that the bow-mounted rudders, it was hoped would give you a little bit more agility going in, so you could actually guarantee to get the ram, but also it meant you'd have some way of propelling and steering your ship that was a bit more efficient than just putting everything in reverse aft, in order to extract yourself afterwards. Matt Osborne asks, what can you tell us about the pirate ship Roebuck from the English Civil War period? Well, for one thing, can't find any pictures of the blasted thing, nor drawings. So you're going to have to make do with this one, which is HMS Roebuck from later in the century. So it has the same name, probably doesn't look anything like it, but vaguely similar ship design. Anyway, the pirate ship Roebuck was one of two ships, the other one was called Samaritan, that were given a privateering commission by Charles I. Now, the reason why they're of any particular note is that at the time, 1635, they were given this commission, as those of you who are students of the English Civil War might recognise, was in a period of escalating tension before the outbreak of actual civil war between the King and Parliament. Now, the other ship, hilariously enough, was named the Samaritan. So he gave these two ships a privateer's commission, and they headed out into the Indian Ocean, mainly because at the time the East India Company was a thing, but the East India Company, as with most of London and the southeast, was very heavily trending towards Parliament. of course, Charles didn't like this, and so whilst technically speaking, at least by the letter of the law, Roebuck and Samaritan were supposed to be going after unfriendly vessels to England, they rather more specifically went after vessels they considered to be unfriendly to the English Crown, which included ships of the East India Company as well as Indian ships from the port of Surat, Portuguese ships, basically anyone in the area. And they made a real nuisance of themselves. It didn't go all their way, though, because eventually the East India Company got so fed up of this that they got several of their own ships together, went out hunting, and in July 1636, one of the East India Company's ships managed to run down the Roebuck, catch up with it, overhaul it, and force its surrender. The problem became because, well, the East India Company was subject to the British government, or specifically at that point, I guess, the English government, which was, of course, ultimately headed up by the king, and the Roebuck had a king's commission for privateering aboard, which meant they couldn't just shoot and execute everybody, but at the same time they really couldn't have this ship continuing to predate on them, so they had to be very, very delicate about the whole matter. They managed to get back some of the stuff that the Roebuck had stolen, but the rest of it was kind of let go on the understanding that basically never come back here again, or we will be slightly less delicate in handling the matters, and that was pretty much the end of that. The Roebuck, incidentally, was captured around the Comoros Islands, so not, well, possibly the first time, but certainly not the last that those particular islands would feature in naval combat. Christopher Dent asks, excluding the British Commonwealth, has there ever been a warship operated by a crew drawn from multiple navies - nationalities, i.e. a mixed Royal Navy US Navy crew, or a Kreigsmarine Regia Marina crew, etc.? In terms of completely mixed crews, very difficult to find. As you say, in the British Commonwealth, you could have quite often ships that would be partly Royal Australian or Royal Canadian Navy and partly Royal Navy. But outside of that, USS Robin, aka HMS Victorious, is a pretty good example. It's one of the few good examples you'll find where there was a significant US Navy contingent aboard, albeit it wasn't anywhere close to 50-50. But in terms of things like Kreigsmarine, Regia Marina, or I guess Anglo-French or Anglo-Polish, etc., etc., it did happen on occasion, but it was not really usually so much a case of mixed crewing, so much as it could be a case of a number of officers, perhaps including the captain, being from one navy and the bulk of the ship, including pretty much all the crew, being from another. That could and did happen on occasion. But yeah, completely mixing crews from completely different navies outside of the Commonwealth and Robin pretty much didn't happen, because there's far too many differences in general work attitude and ethic, and that's not saying that one's lazy than the other. It's just simply how things are done. What kind of watch systems do people run? How much leeway is there when you're talking to your officers? How do you address your officers? What those officers are saying, what does that even mean, etc., etc. And so whilst perhaps on something like Robin and correspondingly on Saratoga, you could accommodate in a crew of over 1,000 people, a few dozen, maybe up to a couple of hundred people from another allied navy who very much understood the situation. You're not really going to find a situation where you've got people from two separate navies quite happily working alongside each other, except in the most desperate of circumstances. So there are cases in the Age of Sail, and to a certain extent post Age of Sail, where you might have a ship that's been taken actually, ironically enough, actually captured, taken, and the crew taken prisoner, where if something really bad happens, like a storm, you might actually end up with a bunch of the captured sailors being released and working alongside their captors on the basis that no one wants to drown, and things like that. But obviously that's a temporary arrangement. Brian Smith asks, has a ship sunk or damaged more ships in one battle than USS Massachusetts at the naval battle of Casablanca? From what I can tell, Massachusetts appears to have engaged at around about between 6 and 8 ships, depending on exactly which accounts you go by. So if we take an average and say it engaged and at least hit at one point 7 different vessels, I would suspect a number of the battle cruisers at Jutland could probably, on both sides, match or exceed that figure for the entire duration of the battle. Certainly some of the German ones that made up the death ride of the battle cruisers. I mean, Lutzow alone engaged and damaged a couple of British destroyers with hits. It scored a number of hits on multiple British battle cruisers, plus hits on Barham, and Lutzow was out of action for about half the battle, so I would expect something like Der Flinger probably exceeds that. And of course you have in the Age of Sail and the big pell-mell battles, I mean even before the classic Age of Sail, Revenge engaged and damaged significantly more than that in its last stand. At Trafalgar, I suspect probably half the ships involved probably ended up shooting at least 1 or 2 salvos at more in excess of 7 or 8 ships. I'd also suspect that 1 or 2 ships at the Battle of Samar probably ended up engaging something along those same lines of in terms of numbers of ships. So yeah, there's a few that will exceed it, but not a tremendous amount, because it requires a very unique set of circumstances, i.e. the enemy has to have a fair number of ships present, but also the battle has to be pell-mell and chaotic enough that you're constantly switching targets, which effectively means either some very unique battles in the First and Second World War or a large Nelsonian-style fleet engagement in the Age of Sail. Texas and LaChoc asks, what were some bits of technology that various navies had that other navies really wanted? Well, a lot of it is a case of, did the other navy know that the navy in question actually had the technology? Quite a lot of the time after the war, you'd have people going, oh, we could really have used that. But at the time, obviously, they didn't know they had it, so they couldn't desire it. But in terms of technology that various navies did know other navies had and really wanted, the Mark 37 fire control system for anti-aircraft guns was in huge demand by other navies. And this is one of the things I often point out when it comes to fire control systems, and when people say who had the best fire control systems by the end of World War II, etc. When you look at the Royal Navy and the US Navy, and when it came to, say, equipping something like HMS Vanguard, the Royal Navy was perfectly happy with its existing fire control systems for its main battery guns, and it was perfectly happy with its radar systems for the ship as a whole. But when it came to the anti-aircraft fire control system, they wanted US Mark 37s. And they wanted them on the battle-class destroyers. They wanted them on anything that they could turn to a serious AA role that could get their hands on, because the Mark 37 was just that good. So yeah, anyone who knew it existed really wanted a US Mark 37 fire control system by the latter part of World War II. Other elements of technology, around the time that Dreadnought was launched, an awful lot of navies were looking over at the Royal Navy and going, we'd really like some of those turbines until we can either hold our noses and pay Parsons the insane licensing fees, or we can learn how to build our own. Then you've also got when central director battery firing was invented and fire control computers. Those were in very high demand amongst lots of navies until, again, that technology began to proliferate quite extensively. I mean, technically, the naval arms race is an example of that, when one nation builds a ship equipped with big guns and everyone else goes, ooh, we would also like ships equipped with big guns, especially when you see the Washington Treaty and just how determined everyone was to try and have as many ships with 16-inch guns and then sign a treaty. And some British crewmen in the Mediterranean, when they came consistently under long-range shell fire from Italian ships, did express in varying degrees the fact they'd really like to have some of those guns for themselves, if you don't mind. Sam asks, did the Japanese build coastal batteries to defend their captured islands, and if so, how successful were they? I think I've covered a question similar to this previously, but regardless, the short answer is kind of. It depends on how exactly you define a coastal battery. So the Japanese did put a lot of guns in place to defend the coasts of their various island holdings, etc. in World War II. Whether or not you count them as a coastal battery comes down to how you define coastal battery. They had, as you can see here, guns on mounts in small emplacements, sandbags, maybe a small bit of fortification, but mostly in the open. They had guns in trenches. They had guns in the open, near enough. They had guns that effectively looked like, and in some cases indeed were, turrets or mounts just taken off of warships and slapped down onto the ground or onto a concrete base. They had guns that were converted to, or were originally field guns, in concealed positions that could be relocated. So if you count all of these kinds of things as coastal batteries, then yeah, they built an awful lot of them. If you define coastal batteries in perhaps the more narrow sense of gun built into a major set of masonry, stone or concrete fortifications, like Fort Drum or the Atlantic Wall, then no, they didn't build quite so many of those, although they did try and build one or two here and there. In terms of success, well, the Japanese don't own most of those islands anymore, do they? But in all seriousness, in when it came to actually attacking Allied, mainly US ships as they came in to take those islands away from them, the success levels varied. Generally speaking, the level of firepower present was not enough to damage or destroy, cruisers and battleships and the like. They could do a fair number on destroyers if the destroyers got too close, and indeed some smaller US warships would get hit, crippled, and in one or two cases sunk by the Japanese coastal defense batteries. But generally speaking, their main skill was where they could remain as undetected as possible and sucker an enemy ship in close enough to then plaster it with a lot of fire and hopefully do enough damage before it could pull out of range. If that went well, then great, you've crippled, maybe destroyed, but usually crippled or badly damaged a ship, and it would have to withdraw. The only real problem was by the time the US really got on a roll of invading Japanese-held islands, all that meant was either the ship would just come back a little bit later and fire from a longer range, or if it couldn't come back, it would send a bunch of its friends back, and now they knew roughly where you were, and then it was a bad day to be a coastal defense gunner. So in terms of delaying US invasions and forcing the US to use considerably more resources in the invasions, because obviously then they had to bombard these places, bomb these places, etc., suppress the defences, they were fairly successful in making the US Navy and the US Army Air Force spend an awful lot of bombs and shells and fuel driving back and forth trying to blow them up so that they didn't take out the landing craft. But in terms of actually preventing the landings and causing significant enemy losses, in that respect they weren't that successful at all. Aerospace Gaming asks, how was the rudder on warships physically moved, and what redundancies were in place to allow rudders continued use if the primary system was destroyed? For that, I refer you to Drydock episode 98 at the 32-minute and 2-second mark, where the question was, how does steering work in the Dreadnought era? If that doesn't fully satisfy your question, then please come back to me in the next Patreon Q&A thread, and you have 2 questions. If it does satisfy you, then great, happy days, and you'll get your next question next month. Wayne Borian asks, you, Dr. Clark, have got me interested in destroyers. Could you do a section comparing destroyer main guns from the various navies that were involved in World War II? I can, but there's an awful lot of destroyer guns out there, and therefore there is absolutely no way I'm able to do that in a Drydock episode. However, I open the floor to you guys. Put a comment in the comments below if you think it's a good idea. I could do such a comparison, certainly. It would probably be in a similar vein to the way I did the anti-aircraft gun comparison video, and indeed, to be perfectly honest, I could recycle an awful lot of the data from that video, because an awful lot of the heavy anti-aircraft guns tended to be dual-purpose weapons that also functioned as destroyer main weapons, like the 5-inch 38, the various marks of British 4.7, 4 and 4.5-inch guns, etc., and the Japanese 5-inch, etc., and so on and so forth. So if you liked the style of that anti-aircraft gun comparison video and you'd like to see me do sort of focus in on destroyer main guns, because obviously there were a number of destroyer main guns that were not dual purpose, so the comparison, while the data is going to be similar, the comparisons might not be entirely the same, because we'll be looking more anti-surface performance than anti-air performance. So things like armour piercing come into play, and surface range, speed of the turret's rotation, and that kind of thing. Yeah, if people want me to do that, I'll certainly add it to the list of things to do. David Toyne asks, you've often noted that high-speed running with triple expansion engines in a naval setting was only possible for short periods given the crew's ability to keep pace with coal consumption and potential damage to the engines over time. Transatlantic liners of the period were required to operate at near full speed, or near enough, for 5 to 6 days at a time for years on end, albeit with an annual refit. Liners may have an engineering crew of 300 to 400, depending on size, but Royal Navy crews were also quite large. Naval vessels didn't carry the coal reserves found on liners, but that speaks to range more than speed, and so it doesn't necessarily address the ability to shovel it or engine wear factors. So effectively, why did the civilian ships keep up with the use of vertical triple expansions when the Royal Navy and other navies went over to turbines? There were a number of issues surrounding the use of vertical triple expansion engines as compared to turbines. One of which was that the kind of transatlantic liners you're thinking of using VTEs to retain high speed, things like Lusitania, Mauretania, Titanic, Kronprinz Wilhelm, etc., etc., these ships were all slightly later down the line than Dreadnought, and at the time of Dreadnought's construction, vertical triple expansion engines had a serious problem with vibration at high speed, no matter how long that high speed lasted. And so turbines, which were, compared to vertical triple expansion engines, practically vibration free, were massively better, because vibration throws off your gunnery, and long range gunnery with heavy vibration issues, basically you might as well not even try. On a ocean liner, vibration's not necessarily welcome, but you can do a certain amount to dampen it because you have the size, because merchant liners are just so massive. And also by the time you get to the era of the big superliners that are using vertical triple, or in some cases vertical quadruple expansion engines, you also have forced lubrication, which is an innovation that comes in a few years after turbines start to be adopted in warships. That increases the overall efficiency and reduces the vibrations by a certain amount. Not as much as the use of turbines does, but enough for civilian use. You've also got to take into account size. One of the reasons that the Nassaus and Helgolands had the hexagonal layout was because vertical triple expansion engines took up a lot more space vertically amidships, which meant they couldn't have centerline turrets, so they needed that very inefficient hexagonal layout. The Americans with the South Carolina class, they had similar issues, but they solved them with inventing the super firing turret instead. So turbines allow much lower profile amidships for the power plant and machinery, which in turn means, more armour, less vulnerability, more armament on the centerline, and so on and so forth. The other thing is that transatlantic liners didn't operate at the full speed, usually. They did obviously, as you say, operate for considerable periods of time, but you'll tend to find that they usually ran their journeys aiming for a speed of about a couple of knots below their theoretical maximum, and that is in part due to the issues with vertical triple expansion engines. They had a little bit of horsepower in reserve, they had a little bit of speed in reserve, but with the VTEs it was a case of, let's say with the Titanic, theoretically could get 23, maybe just over 23 knots, but was aiming for a consistent crossing speed of 21 knots. And this is the thing, on a warship, if you can make 23 knots top speed, you want to be able to make 23 knots top speed, and you want to be able to do it for a relatively long time if you need to do a high-speed transit somewhere. You'll get very few people who'll look happily at you if your ship theoretically capable of 23 knots, but you turn around and say to them, yes, I understand that, but really I've got to make this run at 20 or 21 knots because if I do try and get, say, from, I don't know, Portsmouth to Alexandria at 23 knots, I'll be broken down somewhere around Gibraltar, if I'm lucky. Now, obviously, that was a limitation they had to accept when VTs were the only thing going, which is sometimes why you see ships with vertical triple expansion engines suddenly pulling off some quite remarkable turns of speed for brief periods of time. But it wasn't something that was sustainable, whereas with turbines, you could sustain whatever the maximum theoretical power output was pretty much till you ran out of fuel. Dylan Nicol asks, in a few books I've read, there were concrete blockhouses on Saipan and Pellew which were targeted by US battleships with high explosive shells. This failed to take them out. My question is, if high explosive shells cannot get through concrete, would armour piercing work? Was that tried and left out, or is there a particular reason armour piercing wouldn't work? In theory, AP would work, but there are a couple of problems with using armour-piercing ammunition. Firstly is actually hitting the thing, and you might think, oh, it's a bunker, it's big. Well, a bunker is big for a land war, but bear in mind battleships are designed with their artillery to hit at very long range against targets the size of other warships, and compared to even a destroyer, a bunker is absolutely tiny. I mean, shooting at a bunker is like shooting at a section of a large ship's superstructure, and not even the entire superstructure, probably just the equivalent of the forward superstructure, which is a vastly more difficult target, even if it's stationary, than hitting an entire battleship or cruiser or similar. Now, obviously, the battleships can get closer to improve their accuracy, but there is a limit to how close they can get. Additionally, you don't necessarily have to blow up the bunker, although that is obviously ideal, if you fire a 16-inch high explosive round and it happens to land either very, very close to or possibly even on the target, maybe even without breaching it. The shockwave, etc., from a 14 or 16-inch high explosive may well be enough to kill the people inside anyway, whether directly through the shockwave, through shrapnel, through other blast effects, through lack of oxygen, whatever. It's entirely possible to take something out with HE, and obviously HE, for lack of a better term, has a bigger splash radius when it comes to that compared to AP, which has a significantly smaller bursting charge. So, yeah, the AP could go through the bunker, but chances of you actually hitting the bunker are relatively low if you're talking about a battleship standing off and providing shore support. The other big issue is that AP will probably actually do too good a job. Roughly, as a rule of thumb, penetration for concrete versus battleship shells as compared to through armour steel for the World War II period is that for every inch that the steel that a battleship shell would penetrate, you can multiply that up to a foot for concrete. So if you have a bunker that's maybe 3, maybe even 6 foot thick concrete, and your battleship is coming close to try and get its accuracy up, so you may be talking 10, 15,000 yards away, maybe a little bit more, chances are that the battleship shell penetration, even if you're talking about something with 12-inch guns like Arkansas, and is going to be in the order of maybe 10 to 12 inches at that kind of range. And if you're talking about something like a 16-inch AP shell from a South Dakota or a North Carolina or an Iowa, you're even going almost, not quite, but almost double that. At which point, if you're talking of something, let's say, average out in the high teens of penetration for steel, that means if someone's got a bunker that's 6 foot thick walls, you could fire a 16-inch AP shell and it would go straight through that bunker, straight out the other side, and embed itself somewhere deep in the hill behind before detonating, because it's 2 lots of 6 foot's equivalent to 12 inches. So your shell's still going to be going with maybe another sort of 6 to 12 inches, or in case of concrete, 6 to 12 feet of penetration, still in reserve, if you will. Now, if the bunker has internal walls and fittings, maybe it has steel incorporated into its structure, or it's a particularly deep bunker, so there's just flight time, yeah, the shell might then explode inside, but I would suspect there's probably a very high likelihood of through-and-throughs. Christian B asks, German ships mostly had 2 different calibers for anti-aircraft and secondary armament. Why? They had a good 127mm anti-aircraft gun. Wouldn't that have worked as a secondary as well? You have to remember, this split secondary battery going into World War II on modern warships wasn't just a German thing. The Italians did similar with the 666s and 90mm on the Littorios. The Japanese as well went again with 666, or technically 666.1 with the Yamatos, and then a mixture of 5-inch and below for their AA. And in the end, so did the French with the Richelieus, although they did try to make their 6-inch guns dual purpose. And basically this came down to, if I'm honest, a little bit of a holdover from World War I thinking, because the secondary battery on dreadnoughts and other modern battleships, if you want to call them something else after you get past the first few, evolved from the idea of being purely anti-torpedo boat or anti-destroyer weaponry. So on Dreadnought, for example, there were 12-pounders. That very quickly scaled up to 4-inch guns, and around the time of the 13.5-inch Super Dreadnoughts, this transitioned over to the 6-inch gun, because they were thinking, well, we need a shell that's big enough to stop a destroyer in 1 or 2 hits, because we might only get 1 or 2 hits before it launches its torpedoes, and as destroyers got larger, the shell you needed to actually stop them in their tracks got larger. This sort of established the 5 to 6-inch caliber as the secondary anti-surface weapon of battleships. And it then meant that once you got into introducing anti-aircraft guns, it turned out that pretty much until the end of World War II, you couldn't get a decent 6-inch anti-aircraft gun. And even when the US made a decent 5-inch anti-aircraft gun, it was a shorter barrel than the longer barrel versions that they'd used as their anti-surface weaponry in the standard type battleships. So the heaviest practical anti-aircraft gun for a long period during the interwar time seemed to be around about 4-inch, so 102mm for imperial measurements, or 105mm if you're using metric, which is technically 4.1-inch, but near enough. And so this left something of a gap, because it was held that 4-inch shells wouldn't stop a destroyer, especially since destroyers had only gotten bigger, but 6-inch shells couldn't really be practically used as anti-aircraft ammunition. And so in a lot of navies, this led to the big ships having this split secondary battery. Now, some navies, such as the US Navy and the Royal Navy, had sat down and gone, well, maybe there's a happy medium. So in the US's case, they went with the 5-inch 38, which gave them the slightly heavier shell, and in order to get the AA capability, they sacrificed barrel length and thus technically longer range anti-surface performance, unless you happen to be USS Washington. But it gave them something that could take out anti-aircraft threats fairly well, and the fact that it may not be as heavy a shell as a 6-inch gun was made up for by the fact that you had such a high rate of fire and, of course, more fire control systems coming in for secondary batteries, that you could smother an incoming enemy ship with 5-inch shells, which would have a very rapidly accumulative effect that was probably a lot greater than hitting them occasionally with a 6-inch. The Royal Navy tried to replicate that in two ways, one more successful than the other for the majority of the World War II experience. One with a 5.25-inch gun, which tried to look more towards the anti-surface role, with weight of shell and range, but also have a decent anti-aircraft capability, which almost worked and would have worked a lot better if it hadn't been for cramped turret design. And then also with the refits of the Queen Elizabeth and Renown, etc., with the 4.5-inch gun. And that was more towards a US approach in accepting a slightly lighter shell but higher rate of fire, albeit the 4.5-inch was a longer barrel weapon and therefore technically actually comparable to the 5-inch in its anti-surface element. But both of these approaches in both navies reflected the fact that they were acknowledging that fire control on secondary batteries had gotten better, and rate of fire, which was something you wanted for an anti-aircraft gun anyway, would probably, combined with better fire control, make up for the fact that perhaps a 4.5 or 5-inch shell wouldn't stop a destroyer in a single hit. In other navies, it appears to be a mix between either not appreciating this or perhaps not valuing that particular kind of engagement profile as much as other navies did, and or a perception that perhaps something along the lines of a 6-inch secondary armament would allow a battleship to simultaneously engage something like a light cruiser or indeed a lot of heavy cruisers without having to divert its main battery from presumably a larger target or perhaps a different target. And exactly which balance of measures was applicable to the individual navies that stuck with a split secondaries, I say, depends on the navy. But that's the general reason why the Germans have this split secondary battery. As far as the 127-128mm, yes, that would have made a perfectly acceptable dual-purpose weapon if the Germans had developed a seagoing mounting for it before, the end of the war. They were just about working on one, but hadn't quite managed to. And certainly I think that would have been a much better weapon to deploy on their capital ships and perhaps even on their cruisers, because when you have this split battery, it means you have only part of your secondary that can engage in anti-surface operations and part that can engage in anti-air. Granted, perhaps your anti-aircraft battery can also engage in a certain degree of anti-surface operations, but the split tends to make people select for the slightly smaller gun for higher rate of fire, so 90mm up to 102, 105mm. But to be perfectly frank, assuming that they could resolve the issues with the mountings, which is an entirely separate issue, I do think the Scharnhorst, Bismarck, etc. would have been far, far better off just covering their sides in 105mm guns, because even if you just do a straight swap of 150s for 105s, and obviously you could put more in because the 105 takes up slightly less deck space and weighs a lot less, the sheer number of 105s that you'd have would mean you have a much better anti-aircraft defense, but B, and this is again assuming the mountings actually decide to work that day, any destroyer that gets in close range, sure, it's only a 105mm shell, but there's an awful lot of them coming at you. Obviously better if you can get a 127 or 128mm in, but hey. William H. Burke III asks, between World War I and the end of World War II, what were the relative advantages and disadvantages of steam versus diesel propulsion, and are they the same today in applicable navies? So in the first half of the 20th century, as opposed to the second half where things do change quite radically, diesel engines had a few advantages, it would seem. They were a lot more efficient in terms of fuel burnt, albeit they did use more expensive fuel. So economy-wise, it was pretty much a wash, but for the same amount of Reichsmarks or dollars or pounds invested in fuel, the diesel engine would take you much further because it was just burning less of that fuel. Diesel engines could also respond a lot quicker than steam turbines. You recall, say, at the Battle of the Falkland Islands in World War One, it took the British battle cruisers several hours to get their steam turbine plants up to pressure so that they could move, whereas diesel engines are a little bit faster like that. However, the biggest disadvantage that diesels had in that time period was power density. Basically, for a given volume of machinery, you got more power out of a steam turbine plant than you did out of a diesel plant. And over time, this would change as technology improved. But in the World War I, World War II period, it effectively meant that if you had the same volume dedicated for your machinery, your diesel ship would go slower because it would have less power in that space. You could make the ship a lot larger, or you could make the machinery space a lot larger. But obviously that involves sacrifices for certain things. So because of its efficiency with cruising, even as far back as just before World War I, the Germans were looking at the potential with some of their triple-screw battleships of having a central screw propelled by diesel, because the lower power output didn't matter too much, because that was going to be your cruising propeller, so low speed, who cared, and you'd use the steam turbines to get up to top speed. Once you got into the interwar period and then into the Second World War, again, it was this matter of trade-offs. With the Deutschland class cruisers, they had to make this choice of, well, we can either get steam turbine propulsion, which will allow us to go faster, sort of at the same speed as other heavy cruisers, but we'll not be able to go as far, and we may be left short of power if we get caught and we're moving at low speed, which is not good for a commerce raider. Whereas if we go with diesel propulsion, we've got a very responsive power plant. We can go miles and miles and miles, which is great. The downside is that we're going to be slower. And in the end, they ended up accepting that, because at the time that the Deutschlands were being built, the only ships that had a heavier armament than their men could catch them were the British battle cruisers. And they weren't thinking of going to war with Britain, they were thinking of going to war with France, so it was kind of quietly written off as a threat, and that's why the Deutschlands are only able to make up to about 28 knots, despite being a heavy cruiser, having a heavy cruiser hull form, etc. It's because the diesels just don't have that power density. Nowadays, with the change in cost of fuels, the change in the type of fuel that diesels can use, and improvements in diesel machinery which improve its overall power density, things are completely different in most navies. The Legacy asks, in aviation, the B-52 bomber first flew 68 years ago and have been rebuilt to fly until the 2050s, 100 years later. The M2 Browning and the Browning 1911 have been in service for over 100 years. When it comes to ship design during the past 100 years, afloat or otherwise, what ship designs could be adapted and still serve a use 100 years later in a first-rate navy? When it comes to something like the M2 or the 1911, they're in service because basically they work, and to be perfectly honest, firearms technology on a broad scale in terms of soldiers in large armies hasn't advanced tremendously past the point at which their capabilities are still perfectly practical. I mean, I think a good chunk of the reason, not necessarily all of it, but a good chunk of the reason why the Bren gun still isn't in British Army services because they switched ammunition types. The B-52, on the other hand, is kind of its own special thing, along with some other aircraft like the Tu-95. I think at some point the B-52X is going to be escorting in the Starship Enterprise for its final decommissioning. But to be honest, when it comes to the airborne element, I think, and again, not an aircraft expert, but I think the B-52 is in service in large part because of the other capabilities of the US Air Force. You won't see the US really advocating for the B-52 to be used as a first strike frontline weapon in a war with China, but you might and usually will see it operating in a kind of a bombing role against, shall we say, people who either didn't have or no longer have an air force or much of an air defense system, because at that point all you need is a bomb truck, and the B-52 is a very excellent bomb truck. Now, when it comes to shipping, technology has advanced quite considerably in terms of what makes an effective warship. I mean, 100 years ago, things like Hood, the Omaha class, HMS Enterprise, as you can see here, and Nagato, etc., those are the frontline warships. And I think you can see they're pretty much, certainly in their original states, not really going to have any real role in the modern navies other than as training vessels, perhaps, if there's still one floating around. I mean, like HMS Caroline was a training vessel for years and was only relatively recently decommissioned, and that ship fought at Jutland. But this kind of gets into Ship of Theseus territory a little bit, but in theory, there's nothing fundamentally wrong with some of the, at this point, late 1910s, early 1920s designs, at least the faster ones, so some of the larger cruisers and some of the battle cruiser at that point, Hood. But in theory, if you had some of these hulls around and they were in fairly good condition, so let's say something like the Iowas, which were constantly being taken in and out of reserve and kept fairly well while they were in reserve, you could probably still make use of the hulls themselves. You'd have to re-engine them at some point because eventually the machinery would stop working. But you could, in theory, just keep modernising and refitting them and pulling weapon systems out, putting new weapon systems in if you were that determined to avoid occupying another building. So, because, for example, let's take the Admiral class cruiser, because that's what we've got up on the screen. Size-wise, it's a little bit longer than ships of a comparable displacement today, like an Arleigh Burke or a Type 45. It's a little bit narrower on the beam, and it has significantly shallower draft, so it's not going to have quite as much internal volume. But once you've saved some weight by removing armour, you could probably turn the basic hull into a relatively creditable anti-aircraft warfare destroyer these days. Obviously, it wouldn't have all the advantages of a modern hull design, but it would do. It certainly wouldn't disgrace the Navy in question. And again, when you look at something like, say, HMS Hood, something that's just so massive, again, as long as you're prepared to go through the expense of re-engineering it, then sure, you can strip out all the secondary and primary weapons, maybe keep a gun turret forward for morale purposes or something, but there's an awful lot of hull volume. You could fit an awful lot of missiles in that thing. You could stick a whole bunch of radar on top, and so on. So, yeah, you could do that. But as I say, that enters kind of Ship of Theseus territory of, is it actually the same ship as originally? Because you've replaced the weapons, you've replaced the sensors, you've replaced the power plant, you've almost certainly stripped off the armour to potentially help with stability, but probably mainly to help with weight savings. So at that point, is it actually the same ship that was launched 100 years ago? Or is it just a hull that you happen to just keep reusing? Admiralty of Floof asks, how much passive radar, or just detection of enemy radar, was used in World War II at sea? Initially, not a tremendous amount, but by probably 41, 42-ish, radar detectors were coming about, and this kind of passive observation of enemy radar and direction finding based off of it progressed and became more and more widespread quite rapidly through the rest of the war. For understandable reasons, a lot of this was done by the Axis powers, who were on the sharp end of Allied attention when it came to radar detection, but the Allies did a fair bit of it as well. Now, some of this was just effectively a secondary use of existing radar sets, because sometimes the frequencies that they operated on either side were relatively similar, so you could use the receiving portion of your radar system to look out for pulses from enemy radars, but that wasn't strictly always the case, and sometimes you didn't have a radar anyway, so separate detection systems were quite often in use. U-boats, for example, would use them to try and look out for Allied anti-submarine aircraft that were wandering around, and indeed anti-submarine ships, and then use that as a cue to dive. And obviously the Allies responded by, amongst other things, different frequencies on their radar. The radar advances from long wave to shorter wave radars, for example, made the original long wave detection sets useless, and so on and so forth. But by the end of the war, there was an awful lot going on. So the Japanese had quite a lot of this, especially on their subs, and people were making some fairly inventive uses of what you might call a passive radar system as well. And full credit at this point to Trent Telenko for finding this out, but one of the rather underappreciated elements of Japanese radar tech during the end game of World War II was they'd actually figured out how to get a near perfect idea of exactly where all US aircraft were by using US aircraft to tell them where they were. More specifically, they'd found that one of the Japanese radars had the ability to transmit on a frequency that was the same as the ident frequency for IFF systems, which were obviously being installed on American aircraft and other Allied aircraft as well. And so they realized they could send out one or two radar pulses from their radar, and this would trigger all the US Navy and, wherever applicable, US Army Air Force IFF systems to start going, here I am, here I am, here I am, which is what they were supposed to be doing. And the Japanese could then pick up those signals, and that would tell them not only where all the US aircraft were, but also what kind of aircraft they were looking at, whether they were torpedo bombers, fighters, etc., etc. It was actually a very, very clever system. The only slight downside was that by the time this system was up and operational and really giving them a lot of useful information, it was also later in the war, so all it could really tell the Japanese was exactly how many bombs and torpedoes were coming their way. It didn't help them all that much in actually stopping it. That's the limitation of sensor systems. You can have the world's best sensor system in the world, but unless you have the weaponry to back up that data, it's not really going to help you all that much. Jonathan Welch asks, D-Day in France saw the use of Hobart's funnies for various purposes. Throughout history, have there been any sorts of unique naval vessels or pieces of naval hardware that fall under the same premise of Hobart's funnies? Yes, this kind of mono-use, very, very specific type of vessel does show up repeatedly in naval history. For the vast majority of those uses, however, it tends to be around bombardment of shore positions, because whether it be, smoothbore cannon in the Age of Sail, or massive 15 and 16-inch rifled breech-loading guns in World War II, the precise applicability of standard shipboard artillery to land-based targets is not a necessarily happy one. You either have issues with, in the Age of Sail, walls, which kind of will stop your cannonballs for quite a while, or in the more modern era, World War I, World War II, the issue of you committing an absolutely massive ship with a lot of other very important duties to a very specific and long-term role. So you see things like what they called bomb ships at the time, basically in the Age of Sail, ships with massive mortars built into them. Absolutely useless for seaborne engagements, but relatively useful for bombardment duties, and pretty much only bombardment duties, and the occasional bit of Arctic exploration once you take the mortar out, because they're very strongly built to take the recoil of the mortar. Later on, you see things like the second evolution of the Monitor, again carrying massive great naval rifle on relatively small hull in order to conduct bombardment duties. Again, pretty useless in a sea fight, not particularly fast, not particularly agile. Fire control for just a single twin turret is not brilliant, but much, much more useful for shooting up things on land. And of course, as you can see here, the LST-R, the rocket-filled landing ship, again, a mass of unguided rockets. It's basically a tinderbox waiting for a hit to just go boom. It has no applicability in a sea fight. It has no real applicability in an actual amphibious landing because you're not going to fit any troops in there. But for a very, very specific use in shore bombardment, it has a niche role. You can probably also argue certain types of fire ship are in this category, although, as I've mentioned in a previous Drydock, once the various Age of Sail navies got round to building purpose-built fireships, they discovered that the expense involved in building, what was it, almost a small standard warship, meant that a lot of fireships ended up being used as small standard warships for a considerable period of time before they got expended. So I'd say the mainstream fireship, once it really gets going, kind of is a little bit of an edge case on that ground. And you can probably also argue things like the torpedo rams, like Polyphemus and Catadin. They have a very, very specific and limited niche used in harbour assaults and certain kinds of naval engagement for a very limited time period. They're not really any good as general purpose warships, so they probably fall under that same category as well. Darren Liu asks, did knights ever become pirates during the Middle Ages? It depends when and where you are throughout the Middle Ages. There's nothing to stop a knight, who ultimately in the end is just a very heavily armed man with a title, going after targets of opportunity at sea if he happens to be based near the sea. Obviously, at certain times, codes of honour, etc. might indicate that he shouldn't do this, and if he was caught doing this, it would be very bad for him and he might lose his title and rank, but that is only reflective of a certain period of, the whole period where you have a knight, as you might recognise them classically in the Middle Ages. And it also depends on exactly how you define pirate. So, let's say in the English Channel in 1300, you might find the odd individual knight chancing their arm, joining up with a quick raid on some French or English or Burgundian or Flemish shipping, as the case may be. But it wouldn't necessarily be a full-time career for most of them. It might just be sort of an opportunistic thing. But it also comes down to how you define piracy. And I know that sounds a little bit of an odd thing to say, but bearing in mind that you might have times of peace in the Middle Ages, but just because it was a time of peace didn't mean that there was no conflict. It just meant there was no official conflict. So just because there was a peace between England and France, again, let's say, for example, in the English Channel, that doesn't necessarily mean that French ships wouldn't be taking English ships and English ships wouldn't be taking French ships, only it would be being done under the guise of piracy to a greater or limited degree. And how much protection you got if you were caught, obviously, would also vary somewhat. So yes, you might find the odd knight being a pirate in that respect, but also you might find in places like the Mediterranean where you have various knightly orders, where there's kind of a semi-eternal war going on, even if it's technically a time of peace. The Knights Hospitaller, for example, did make an awful lot of money raiding Ottoman shipping, regardless of whether there was officially a war with the Ottoman Empire going on at that point or not. So you could classify them as an entire order of militant pirates, if you like. Of course, now they are, at least in the UK, St John's Ambulance, and therefore slightly less likely to plunder you when they find you in distress. But yeah, you'd have to define exactly what constitutes piracy in the Middle Ages, because it's a somewhat hazier area than it is in later periods. Iconoclast asks, how were islandless carriers operated? Where were they conned from and where were air ops directed from? It varied somewhat depending on the carrier. Regia, for example, you can see here, had a dedicated conning dash bridge position right forward, just under the flight deck, so that's where you directed her navigation from. In terms of actual air ops control, again, varies depending on ship-to-ship basis, but if you look at, for example, HMS Furious, if you look at a top-down view of her in her pre-island configuration, because she did eventually get a small island on her starboard side specifically for air ops and other things, but initially in her pure flush deck configuration, Furious has two little sort of tubs adjacent to some of the anti-aircraft armament right forward on the port and starboard side of the flight deck, from which some air ops can be ordered, and also generally you just have people running around on deck waving flags and making signals and so forth. So it's not optimal, but it can be done. So it was very much a split role. The people who were conning the ship would not be in much of a position to see or supervise the air ops, and vice versa. So you had to rely on some pretty good communication systems internally. And this is one of the major benefits of an island, at least in the World War II context, where you can direct flight ops and the ship all from the same space. And also you're much higher up for both parties, so again that makes directing things easier. These days, of course, the complexity of operations has led to a kind of split of air control and actual ship operation itself, but whether that's in two islands or one island doesn't really make much odds. The split is there nowadays. Trevorius would like to know about the JFK book Why England Slept. What are my thoughts on it? Do I view JFK any differently? And were the figures for military spending in there accurate? As far as my thoughts on the book go, it's probably, I would characterise it as a pretty good attempt at understanding the situation for the information that was available in 1940. Again, not strictly my 100% area of expertise, but from what I understand, more modern scholarship has revealed that if the Allies, particularly Britain and France, had opposed Germany at the Munich conference more strongly, sort of in 1937, and obviously at the conference itself in 1938, then Hitler might well have backed down, or if he had been forced into war at that point, potentially faced a revolt. But that's not something that JFK could have known in 1940. So his contention that going to war in 1938 might have resulted in Britain and France losing the war against Germany, I mean, as I say, based on the information that was publicly available at the time, it might well have looked that way. I don't think it's necessarily a 100% accurate reflection of how things actually would have gone. But that's, as I say, that's not a fault of his authorship. He just seems to have done the best he could. The only other issue that I would pick up on is that whilst he does do a very good job of describing the British political situation and the public sentiment situation, because Britain was very determined, if at all possible, to avoid getting involved in another world war. The slaughter of World War I was still very much on a lot of people's minds. Again, probably for reasons of secrecy and national security, so he's not got access to this information, so again, can't really blame him for missing it, but Britain was already before Munich on a fair bit of a rearmament warpath. It stretches all the way back, to be honest, to the mid-1930s and gathering pace towards the end of the 1930s with quite a bit of aplomb well before the Munich conference, especially when you look at the Navy, the long-term orders that the Royal Navy is making. They're planning, even before the King George V's are laid down, they're planning for the Lions to a certain degree because of the collapse of the treaty system. They're planning on a big expansion of the Royal Navy. They're still thinking that Japan is potentially quite a likely enemy, but they're also fairly aware that war in Europe is coming at some point or other. The only miscalculation, as I've said before, is they think it's coming in the early 40s rather than the late 30s. So, as a analysis of British political and, I guess, civilian motivations, I'd say it's pretty close to spot on. When it comes to the exact military balance and how long the British military has been thinking about this, it's somewhat more off target, but again, to repeat for emphasis, that's not necessarily a criticism of him, his book, or his writing. That is basically information he's very, very, very unlikely to have had in 1940, for obvious reasons. Brian Willman asks, in the Jutland video, you said Jellicoe could see Beatty and could see Beatty was shooting at something, but not what. Does this mean John Jellicoe in person, presumably standing on the bridge of Iron Duke with binoculars in hand, saw this with his own eyes, or that lookouts quite a distance above reported this down to the bridge? It means physically with his own eyes. Obviously, with the help of some binoculars would bring more detail out, but as you can see here from this track chart, at the time that the Grand Fleet is still in column formation, so Jellicoe's still at this point trying to make the decision, does he turn port or starboard, you can see just how close the track of the battle cruisers is to the Grand Fleet, as compared to where the distance between the leading elements of the High Seas Fleet and First Scouting Group are to the Beatty's battle cruisers. So yeah, Jellicoe could physically, looking out of the bridge window, see Beatty's squadron, and he could see Beatty's forces firing into the distance, over the horizon and into the grey murk, but couldn't quite see what they were firing at because of the aforementioned murk and overall distance put together. Which I think really does emphasise how close a runner thing it was, considering that the enemy was almost within visual range of the Grand Fleet before Jellicoe had enough information to make a decision, and even then with relatively limited amounts of information to hand. Rita Loy asks, how much shorter would World War II in the Pacific have been if the Mark VI exploder problems had been resolved before Pearl Harbor? I think I've covered this a few times in various other dry docks, but just briefly, it's difficult to put a specific time period on it, but it certainly would have shortened the war by, I would say, probably at least 6 months. If you look at the number of torpedo attacks launched during the Japanese invasion of the Philippines, as well as thereafter during things like the Guadalcanal campaign and in between the fall of the Philippines and the Guadalcanal campaign, there are literally hundreds of torpedoes expended, a reasonable portion of which did hit their targets but failed to explode. And it's not just about sinking warships, it's also about the destruction of the Japanese merchant shipping, because even if we randomly say that maybe the number of warships hit isn't going to be quite so large, and bear in mind that's being very generous to the Japanese Navy, considering that ships like Myoko would take a bad torpedo hit and end up basically out of the war even if they didn't sink. Even if we just look at the merchant shipping, Japan doesn't have a tremendous amount of merchant shipping to start with, so if you are able to start taking out its supply ships, its oil tankers, etc. early on, that leads to then supply problems for either Japanese war industry and or the Japanese Navy. And once that happens, you physically can't deploy as many ships as often. So at that point, it almost doesn't matter if the ships are sunk or not. If they're not going anywhere, or they're not going anywhere very frequently, then the US can exercise more of its power freely and has a slightly easier time of things when it comes to invasion, counter-invasion, etc. And it's not just about the warships, it's also supplying the troops. Guadalcanal showed massive problems in getting the necessary food and heavy equipment to the troops. If they have even fewer transport ships, even by the start of the Guadalcanal campaign, chances are that campaign lasts significantly less time as well. So easily 6 months, possibly more. Billy Tyson asks, how effective were blockade runners in actually keeping a blockaded country in the fight? Is it possible to compare the success of one war's blockade runners against another? I don't think it is easy to compare one war's blockade runners to another. I mean, apart from time period, which affects what they're blockade running to get, you've also got to think about the size of the country in question, the size of the navy that's opposing it, where the blockade runners are going, what they're actually bringing back, how vital is that to the blockaded country's economy, and so on and so forth. If it's a way of generating revenue, i.e. you're blockade running out goods to supply you money so that you can keep in the fight. That's a very different scenario to if the blockade runner is mostly going out empty and coming back with vital goods that you need for your war industry. And it's a different thing again to if you're having to blockade run just to bring in things like food. And how important these things are to your general wartime economy also has a huge impact. So are you, say, bringing in tungsten for armour-piercing rounds, but that's because it's their better armour-piercing rounds. You can make use of hardened steel, it's just less performance, but still adequate in a pinch. Or is it, if we don't get this massive grain convoy across the Atlantic, we will starve, and with the attendant civil unrest and collapse of the war effort, i.e. how much of an impact is successful blockade running going to have on your ability to keep fighting. And so how effective the blockade runners are, and obviously that's also a factor of how successful they are in terms of getting past the enemy fleet, varies massively from war to war. So, for example, in World War I, the sheer number of resources that Germany used to import means that as long as the British blockade was at least somewhat effective, it was effectively a boot on the German throat and winding down the clock until they ran out of things. A small number of blockade runners bringing in particular war materials might help the military stay in the fight longer than might otherwise be the case, but unless you're completely destroying the blockade to the point you can bring in something like, say, massive food shipments, it's not going to matter all that much. You're still basically going to be out of the fight at roughly the same time. It's just how much of a fight you put up in that interim period. But generally speaking, the fact that you're even using blockade runners usually means that you are in a very, very bad spot, because it means, the enemy has control of the seas up to and including pretty much right off your own coast. So a blockade runner, if you're facing that kind of opponent, is usually more of a we're slightly delaying the inevitable in the hopes that somebody somewhere can come and rescue us, more than actually going to keep you fighting. The number of wars where a blockaded country managed to win the war without significant external help, usually in breaking the blockade in some way, shape or form, is pretty minimal. I mean, if you want to do a really, really crude comparison, look at the War of 1812 compared to the American War of Independence. In the War of Independence, thanks to French help, the British blockade of what was about to become the United States was badly disrupted and in some cases broken completely. That allowed supplies of men, material, trade, etc. to come in, and the US won that war, obviously. Whereas if you look at the War of 1812, the Royal Navy already had the French Navy pretty much blockaded up, so they weren't going to come and be of any help in this particular conflict. And if you look at the economic status of the United States between 1812 and 1814, the economy basically goes into a complete and utter nosedive. And by the end of the war, the US is broke. The War of 1812 lasting into 1815 is not really a viable thing for the US. They're pretty much out of money to pay anyone, including the military. They're relatively fortunate to get the peace arrangements that they do. That's possibly an example of the blockade runners having some effect, in as much as both military operational blockade runners like the Constitution and trading blockade runners managed to keep the US in the fight long enough for the British to come to the negotiating table, because by the end of 1814, coming up to the end of 1814, the war in Europe is pretty much over. The British are facing, obviously, a massive war debt from having fought most of the European continent for over a decade, and they really, really don't need the distraction of additional expensive war across the Atlantic. And if they can get a peace that's relatively equitable on all sides, they'll take it. Whereas perhaps if both American blockade runners, as I say, in the form of trade and in the form of privateering and warships, hadn't managed to quite keep the US in that fight as long as they did, then maybe the US would have had to have acceded to worse terms at the point when the British were still relatively happy to just sit there with massive amounts of blockading ships, as they were doing in the latter part of 1813 and the beginning of 1814. Jorg 2 asks, in the ironclad era, and shortly thereafter, armour was often made up of sandwich materials, combining very ductile iron, wood and steel into a combined armour. This was eventually replaced by a solid layer of steel. Is there any reason that building composite armour didn't go anywhere at the time? So, if you want a more in-depth discussion of this, I'd recommend going to have a look at the video that I did on the development of naval armour, and that'll explain a lot of these concepts in a lot more detail. However, for the purposes of the Drydock, the short summary version is that basically the reason the composite materials were developed in the first place, so whether that be wood backing on iron armour or steel plate with iron backing, etc., it basically came down to the fact that the fronting material could be, or was, depending on the situation, rather brittle, even if it was very strong. And so to absorb splinters, to help spread out the shock, and to provide just a little bit of extra strength, the more ductile backing material was necessary. But the ductile backing material was much weaker than the forward material, and also when you have layered armour, you have a decrease in overall effectiveness. So even if, let's say you're talking about compound armour, so you've got a steel plate, using arbitrary figures, that's 6 inches thick, that's sitting on 6 inches of iron, so you have a total 12-inch plate. And if, again, using arbitrary figures, we say that the steel is 50% better than the iron, so the iron is only equivalent to 4 inches of steel. So you've got a 4-inch equivalent and a 6-inch steel plate. That doesn't mean you actually have the equivalent of 10 inches of steel protection, because layered armour like that against a solid kinetic penetrator doesn't work as well as a single solid plate. So it's always better to have the single solid plate if you can. And once you get to the era of Harvey steel and then Krupp steel, the face hardening process of those particular types of armour means that you can have a single layer thickness of steel. The steel at the back, whilst it's still ductile, is vastly stronger than iron or wood would be, and so the overall effectiveness of the armour goes up from the fact it's a uniformly strong material, just with slightly different physical properties as you go through it, and because it's a single thickness, you don't have this loss of effectiveness due to the layering. And so the composite armour that you see with iron backed on wood or steel backed on iron dies out simply because it's just not as effective. You're getting exactly the same kind of beneficial effect, the ductility supporting the rigidity, with a single piece of metal rather than needing two, using a significantly weaker one at the back. Jesse Kandra asks, what were different types of formations, lines, columns, etc., and maneuvres, such as shears, battle, turnaway, or sequential turns, that were in practice with the major naval powers in the age of steam and steel? How would fleet movements change as the time between the world wars progressed and capital ship fleets became smaller? And did the proliferation of naval aviation affect how fleets sailed and manoeuvred? There are entire books written just on fleet formations, but in general, you would have, for large fleets for this era, you would have sailing in columns for travel, because that was a way of effectively a whole series of lines travelling side by side. That was the easiest way of getting everyone into a small compact area whilst also keeping some form of formation going. The battle line pretty much stays as the battle line throughout the era of guns being predominant, because that's the best way of bringing the maximum number of guns to bear. You've also got line abreast, which is more commonly seen in things like cruisers and destroyers, where, as the name suggests, you're all advancing in a line parallel to each other. This has the advantage of getting everyone into combat very quickly, and then you do a quick turn to port or starboard simultaneously to present either guns or torpedoes, depending on what you want to do. And to be honest, that kind of formation thinking is also present in things like the Grand Fleet's deployment at Jutland. It's just that you effectively have, in that case, 4 or 5 lines abreast in parallel in the column formation, and they're all turning into a single long line. In the latter part of the 19th century, there are a few more inventive formations that are tried, mainly because of the prevalence of things like ramming tactics at the time. So you see, for example, at the Battle of Lissa, Tegethoff's formation comes in a series of chevroned squadrons, effectively like gigantic arrowheads pointing at the enemy, and that is to present a mutual front with lots of ramming potential, but it allows you to fire to, if you're the lead ship, port and starboard, and if you're one of the ships on one of the wings, you can at least fire with one broadside at the enemy formation that might be on that respective side, rather than in a pure line abreast where broadside guns are pretty much going to be hard pressed, if not unable to fire. Maneuver-wise, the main things were keeping in formation, keeping everybody at roughly the same distance, and also how to turn in formation. And there were real ways of going about this in the main, one of which was to do what's called turning about a point. So in this example you can see here with the High Seas Fleet, to turn about a point, when the commander signals, say, 20 degrees to port or something like that, you don't all turn 20 degrees to port. That's turning simultaneously. What you can see here is the 4th ship back in the line is actually pretty much at the turning point, so everyone will go towards that point. The lead ship will make the turn, but then every other ship, as it gets to the point where the lead ship was when it began to make the turn, will also make the turn. So you get this nice conga line effect, which maintains the line formation, whereas if everyone turns simultaneously, you'd now have a partial line abreast situation, which is not conducive to the line of battle and doesn't allow you to bring your line of battle to any other bearing other than the one you're at originally. The other option is, of course, turning simultaneously, which is what Scheer's battle turnaway is, and that is a lot more difficult because you either have a fleet like, say, the US Standard class, which has they're all designed to have exactly the same turning radius, exactly the same speed, which then does make it somewhat easier, because if you order a 180, then everyone knows, well, I can put my helm over to whatever setting, and everyone does that, everyone's ships are going to turn at roughly the same rate in roughly the same radius, and you're going to end up in pretty much the same line, except now reversed. One of the brilliant parts of Scheer's manoeuvre is that he manages to pull this off in a fleet where the top speeds, the turning radii, and the speed of turning are radically different. And this requires a massively greater amounts of training, because you have to then work out, okay, well, we want to turn at a given rate and at a given speed. That, to a certain extent, is going to be dictated by our clumsiest ship. But then everybody else has to calculate, okay, well, if that ship is going full over on the wheel, how many degrees over on the wheel do I need to go over? And given that perhaps this ship is going to lose speed faster in the turn than this ship, do I have to throttle down? Do I have to throttle up? And rinse and repeat for every single class of ship in the formation, and you get an idea of just how complex that manoeuvre was and why they needed to practice it so much. How the battle line was arranged as a total, including the escorts, did vary. Initially, you would have effectively line or column formation with cruisers matching fore and aft. Then, as things got more complex and scouting had to go split further out, you'd have gradually more and more line abreast style scouting with cruisers, and they'd also spread out over a much wider front, also covering your quarter arcs. You'd have destroyers getting involved. That could lead to a whole other different set of circumstances. Did you bring the destroyers forward as part of your cruiser scouting line? Did you have them accompanying the battle fleet to effectively be deployed by the battle fleet when the time came? Did you have them trailing behind the battle fleet to be called forward when necessary? All of these are different considerations in different navies. Between the world wars, as the navies got smaller, it didn't change that all that much. The battle line was still the battle line. The main thing you saw with the formations was that some battle line formations, which were originally centered on battleships, started to also be centered in miniature on cruisers, especially heavy cruisers, with destroyers then playing the role that the cruisers would play in a fleet action. As far as naval aviation, that probably has the single largest effect on fleet formations, because the formation that you need to scout ahead of your fleet and guard its rear against a surface threat is a completely different formation to that which is best suited to protect you against an air attack. Now, obviously, if you know where that air attack is coming from, in theory, it might seem obvious to put all your ships on that side, but aircraft are so much faster than ships that if they spot that, they can just orbit outside of your anti-aircraft range, come around the other side and hit the big targets they really want to hit, and there's not a lot you can do about it, because even though they're having to go a much greater distance, chances are they can actually complete that maneuver and get in and strike before you can transit back over to the other side. And so anti-aircraft formations tend to be a lot more, not quite circular, but they have a lot more of a circular or ovoid shape to them, because you have to guard every possible quarter against incoming air attack. Sinar asks, what nation had the first navy in the sense of a standing force it used to protect its interests? The answer is probably lost to time, because whilst obviously they didn't necessarily always last, we know as far back as reliable recorded history goes that coastal-based nations, such as the Phoenicians, for example, maintained a military at sea, a navy, and they would obviously then use that to protect their interests against pirates, against other nations, to enforce their will on other nations, and so on and so forth. But whilst the Phoenicians are perhaps one of the earliest well-documented examples, at least in Western history, it's near enough guaranteed it would have gone further back than that. I mean, we know very, very little about, say, the Hittite Empire that faced off against the Egyptians for quite a long period of time. But the Hittite Empire occupied what nowadays is kind of modern Turkey, well, or what you might describe as Anatolia, and therefore they would have had, by most logic, a relatively extensive system of ports, and they would have had a relatively extensive system of trade, and in order to protect that trade they would have had some form of naval force. But as I say, we know virtually nothing about them compared to what we know about something like ancient Assyria or ancient Egypt, and so to what extent the Hittite navy existed and what it did, at least as far as I can tell, is relatively dark field. We know a lot more than we used to, but still, there's relative degrees of this thing. Then you've got even further back than that, and obviously that's not even touching on, say, I don't know, ancient China or ancient Japan or all of those areas in the Far East. What, if anything, the various Native American civilizations might have done prior to the kind of post-apocalyptic scenario they found themselves in, thanks to diseases and such, by the time we got to the 1400s and 1500s. And even in the sort of Mediterranean, Red Sea, Persian Gulf area, what did the Sumerians do as far as naval equipment was concerned? What did all those other nations that were surrounding them do as far as this kind of stuff was concerned? As far as I know, we don't know a tremendous amount about what they did navally, but the fact that a number of these nations had significant coastal holdings and significant evidence of coastal and oceanic trade means they would have had some form of standing naval force to protect their interests, even if it only lasted a few decades or a few centuries before dropping out of the equation again. Video Dude 26 asks, why centrally located turrets? Not to be confused with wing turrets, but what was the thinking behind the centrally located centerline turret? It seems that these turrets can't fire fore or aft, only on the broadside, and I get, okay, yes, you get a big broadside from that, but given the problems that centrally positioned turrets created, like having to trunk steam lines around magazine spaces and such, like, why not just build smaller displacement ships with 4 twin gun turrets in greater numbers? What was the logic in having turrets that could only fire on a broadside? Basically because most nations were convinced that these ships were going to fight primarily in a battle line, and therefore having a broadside firing arc was really all that mattered. Having a head-on arc was useful, having a stern arc was useful, but the general view was that if you were running down an enemy and you really wanted to get more guns in the game, then you would just change your angle slightly to bring some of your aft guns or even your amidships guns to bear on their sort of forwardmost angles. And similarly, if you were running away and the situation was such that you felt that perhaps discouraging the enemy with a full broadside might be better than just your aft guns, again, you could turn slightly, bring those guns to bear, and then, if necessary, turn back again, or whatever it was you happened to be doing. Another reason was to fit more guns on the ship. Fitting guns closer to amidships is physically and structurally the better, and in some cases the only possible approach. Because the further the gun gets fore and aft, obviously the ship gets narrower, so there's going to be a point at which it's no longer going to fit, but also, especially at the stern, the ship's keel rises and there may not be the depth, or there may be stuff in the way that means you can't position guns there. Also, because the bow and stern are narrower, they have less buoyancy, which means that if you put heavy gun turrets at the far ends of ships, you're going to create an awful lot of hogging and sagging in the structure of the ship, which is going to be bad for its long-term and possibly short-term survivability, even if you can fit them there. Whereas if you put the guns closer to amidships, then there's a lot more of the hull to support them, and they're closer to the ship's overall centre of rotation, which means they're not going to exert as much stress with their weight on the overall structure of the ship. Now, why not simply build small displacement ships with 4 twin guns in greater numbers? Effectively, it comes down to the tyranny of the square cube law as applies to shipbuilding efficiency. If you're looking at something like, say, a 6-gun ship, it's the easiest one for comparison, so something like the Wyomings or the Fusos, it might seem logical, as you say, therefore, to say, okay, well, rather than build 2 6-gun ships, we will build, or 2 6-turret ships, we will build 3 4-turret ships. But in order to build those 4-turret ships, it's not just you're moving guns around, you've got to build a whole extra set of power plants, you've got to build a whole extra set of armour, you've got to build an entirely new hull, you've got to build new sets of fire control equipment, etc., etc., and a lot more crew costs involved as well. Plus, a smaller ship, by dint of having a smaller internal volume, it may not be able to support the same level of armour and such like. So if you go by the US Navy's standard way of calculating costs at the time, which was to not include armour and armament, the South Carolinas cost about $3.5 million apiece. They're about double that if you include the armour and armament, but nevertheless, at least it's a useful point of comparison for individual US Navy ships. The Wyomings, which obviously carry 2 extra turrets, cost about $4 million before armour and armament is factored in, which means they're $500,000 more for a 50% increase in firepower. If you built 3 South Carolinas instead of 2 Wyomings, and let's assume for sake of simplicity that you're able to get this notional South Carolina 2 hull up to the same level of protection and speed as a Wyoming for the same money, which is unlikely, but let's go with it, you're talking about $10.5 million for the 3 South Carolinas, as opposed to 8 million for 2 Wyomings. So you brought the same level of firepower to bear, but it's cost you $2.5 million more for your 3 ships as opposed to 2. And bearing in mind that is more than half the cost of a Wyoming, if you start to multiply that up, you very quickly get to a point where you're actually able to bring more guns to the table in fewer hulls for the same money, in a seriously big way. So if you follow that trend again, obviously this is once again excluding armour and armament costs, but when you get up to a figure of $28 million, $28 million will buy you 7 Wyoming hulls, or it'll buy you 8 South Carolina hulls. The difference is that the 7 Wyoming hulls will bring 84 guns to the party, whereas your 8 South Carolina hulls only bring 64 guns to the party. So you've got 1 hull extra, but you're lacking 20 guns. So it effectively comes down to cost efficiency. It's just simply far more cost efficient to put more guns on a single hull, assuming that you can protect it and get it up to a decent speed, than it is to try and split those guns between more numerous smaller hulls. Ash asks, in the movie Battle of River Plate, dawn breaks aboard the Royal Navy ships, and after scanning the horizon, the captain authorises the engine room to make smoke as exhaust output, not as a screening technique. Was the engine's smoke something that could be turned on and off? And if yes, what was the method of suppressing the dark clouds? Why not do that all the time to reduce their visibility? And if not, why include that in a movie where they paid a lot of attention to other commonly overlooked details, such as the bell that rings before each gun-turret fires? So when it comes to smoke generally coming out of the funnel on an oil-fueled ship, as opposed to a coal-fueled ship where you really can't do all that much about it, it is possible to somewhat regulate how much, if any, smoke you produce. The shorthand is effectively if an oil-fueled ship is producing a lot of black smoke, that means the fuel is not being combusted enough, which means that the boilers aren't getting enough air, or specifically oxygen. Whereas if they're emitting a lot of white smoke, then that means that they're actually getting too much air. So if you want completely clear exhaust gases, or the nearest thing to it, you have to get just the right amount of air into the boilers. Now, ships did have the ability for the engine room to monitor what kind of smoke, if any, they were producing. But as you might imagine, trying to regulate the exact amount of airflow into the engines, or into the boilers more accurately, in order to generate no or minimal smoke, is a very complex task, given that the loading of the ship, the speed of the ship, etc., even the atmospheric conditions, are going to be changing constantly, which in turn means that you're going to have to constantly be checking and dialing in how much air there is in the boiler room, both decreasing and increasing it, usually by the use of the circulation fans. Now, obviously that's a very draining activity to put your crew through, so it's not something you want to do all the time, but as you note, it can have stealth purposes, especially at night, where a smoke screen in sort of the pre-dawn darkness, etc., might give away your position well before you can spot an enemy. So whilst ships could, in a fairly standardized set of operating conditions, if they're cruising in fairly calm seas in a known environment, they could broadly reduce their total smoke output quite easily. In more realistic combat conditions, when everything is changing and a lot of things are unexpected, it's a hugely stressful and time-consuming process in order to regulate it that closely. So when the captain says, oh, you can make smoke now, he's effectively saying, okay, well, you can concentrate on just getting the engines to perform in the way that I want them to, rather than effectively having to sit there fine-tuning them for a visual output all the time. Salamin Shakia 93 asks, I've read somewhere that British battle cruisers had notable problems with longitudinal strength, with hulls and structural members distorting before needing strengthening, and the Isherwood system of longitudinal framing, already in use at that time, gives superior longitudinal strength while saving weight, as used by the Germans in their Der Flinger and later ships, albeit that they dispensed with transverse frames. Is the Isherwood system practical in British battlecruiser construction, and why wasn't it used? So when it comes to British battlecruisers, some of them had issues with longitudinal strength. Invincible, first of its class, first of its type, did have some problems. Renown and Repulse in their original configurations with sort of hilariously little armour also had some issues. And of course, the poster child for longitudinal weakness in British ship construction has, of course, to be the Courageous class in their original configuration. Now, as far as the longitudinal framing under the Isherwood system being used, the single biggest problem you're going to have with that is the fact that the first successful use of the Isherwood system was not until late 1908. And that's when the ship that was used the system was launched. And of course, it took a little while for the results to be appreciated. So you're talking about really 1909. So in order to take advantage of that, you would need to be looking at a ship whose design has not been substantially locked in by early to mid 1909, which means you're pretty much looking at Queen Mary, because all the Invincibles and all the Indefatigables are already either in service or under construction by late 1908, and Lion and Princess Royal are well advanced in their design, so you're not going to be ripping apart literally how you're building the hull at that last moment. So maybe you could bring it in with Queen Mary and Tiger, but not any time before that. The main weakness of the longitudinal framing system is that it's less able to support very heavy point loads as compared to the more traditional transverse system or something of a hybrid, which means that particularly for the British, who are obviously building their ships generally with heavier guns than the Germans, so 13.5s at the time when the Germans are still using 11s and some 12s, and 15-inch at a time when the Germans are using 12s and 13.8s planning on, then a longitudinal framing system, which is inherently also a little bit more flexible when it comes to rolling with, well, not rolling, but flexing with the waves with hogging and sagging motions, might not lend itself quite so well to a very heavily armed vessel without further measures being taken, which might very well eat into or obviate entirely the benefits that you have in terms of lightweight and obviously greater ability for longitudinal strength on a long thin hull like a battle cruiser. As for a full comparison between transverse, longitudinal and hybrid structural systems, that's a Wednesday video just to even scrape the surface of. There's no way I'm covering that in a dry dock. Andrew Dederer asks, all major combatants in World War II had a long-range submarine built for distant waters. The Fleet-Gato class in America, the I-types in Japan, the T-class for the Royal Navy, except for the German Navy. Their Type 9s required tanker support to operate in the Caribbean, let alone distant waters, and the Kreigsmarine had built most of its capital ships and heavy cruisers with long legs, but aside from subvariants, the Type 9s don't have the legs to handle Atlantic distances, let alone Pacific ones. Why? The simple answer is that the Type 9s did have legs comparable with everybody else. The original flavour Type 9, Type 9A, has only very fractionally shorter range than a Gato, and by the time you're getting to the 9B and 9C, then it's got longer range. The T-class is actually the shortest legged of the bunch, with only about 8,000 nautical miles, slightly longer in standard miles, range. And the Japanese really take the cake with some of their long-range subs. The difference is where you're operating from. Because, remember, the Type 9s, until you manage to base them out of France, to get to the Caribbean involves going about 4,500 to 5,000 miles, depending on if you're going to chance running through the English Channel or you're going to try going round the UK, which means you've effectively expended half of your total fuel just to get there. And that's why you need the additional tanker support. Whereas whilst the Pacific as a whole has significantly greater distances, it's actually a slightly shorter distance to sail from Pearl Harbor to operate off of Japan. And once you take into account basing out of places like Northern Australia and later on Ulithi and such like, the range drops to a couple of thousand miles, which means that something like a Gato class can quite happily get into its hunting grounds, and it's only expended 20-30% of its fuel, which means it then has about half of its fuel load available to cruise around hunting for things and then go home again. A Gato operating from Germany going to the Caribbean is going to face it pretty much exactly the same problems as a Type 9. Operating out of the French ports, okay, that cuts a few hundred miles off of the equation, maybe takes you down to just over 4,000 miles, but still leaves you with less than 20% of your overall fuel load if you're just going by the fuel you have on board. Unless you're a Type 9C, in which case you might have a bit more. But still, this is basically the problem that the Germans have. Whilst everyone else can operate subs a lot more easily in the Indian Ocean and the Pacific and wherever else, it's not so much because they have massively superior ranges, except for a few odd Japanese boats. It's because they have places to stop and refuel and resupply that are an awful lot closer to the combat area than the Germans have. And the way the Germans get around that is by their tankers. Matt Blom asks, which capital ship in the era of steam and steel took the most devastating alpha strike of naval gunfire in a single salvo or multiple salvos received very closely together? My inspiration is Queen Mary at Jutland, but I'm wondering what other candidates there might be. I think Invincible's got to be up there. 90 seconds between the opening of fire by Lutzow and Derflinger and the explosion that sank her. Queen Mary, okay, yes, she took some hits and exploded, but from the start of people firing on her until she actually exploded was a reasonable amount of time, and she took some hits in the interim as well. So I don't think, as in terms of like an alpha strike, it's more of a beta, gamma, or delta or omega strike, considering how many shells were flung at her before she went boom. And I mean, magazine detonations are pretty much going to be the ones that occupy all of the top spaces for obvious reasons. You could, for example, if you discounted magazine detonations, quite easily put Invincible's opponent Lutzow on the list, considering that she was converted from somewhat battle damaged but otherwise functional to dead, and it just takes a while for reality to catch up with her in a relatively brief period of time, not that much longer than it took her to turn Invincible into an actual wreck, thanks to the magazine explosion. But really, when you look at it, I think Invincible's got to take the cake. There is pretty much no other ship that suffers a magazine detonation so close to the time of it actually starting to be shot at. There's plenty of ships that explode because of magazine detonation. There's even some ships that explode when they received their first projectile. Arizona would be a good example. Roma almost did get hit by 2 for its sex. But you did specify naval gunfire. And so at that point, yeah, I think Invincible is pretty much the one that takes the cake for most devastating alpha strike. Everything else either took a lot longer to die or had to be hit by a lot more shells before it went boom. Captain Landlocked asks, you've spoken about ships, especially destroyers, losing speed in rough weather because of their lack of mass. Could you give a rough estimate as to how much we're talking about? I don't assume there's a knots lost per Beaufort equation for ship classes, but a general understanding of the impact that a hurricane had compared to a gale or calm seas. Also, did the hull forms have any significant impact on speed in rough conditions? Lastly, I've read that there are different wavelengths in different oceans. Would this also affect ship speed, or is it negligible? Unfortunately, the estimates that you might give have huge variances, to the point that it would be very difficult to put my finger on anything where I could say, well, in this particular type of condition, you expect this ship to lose this much speed relative to this other ship. For all sorts of reasons. I'll go into some of them, and that might help bring some appreciation to it. So yes, different wavelengths in different oceans are a huge factor. And also, the different wavelengths in different oceans have different effects depending on the era as well. So, for example, although oceans are a little bit too large a scale to be talking about. You want to be talking about regions of oceans, realistically. But on a very broad scale, most of the waves that you'll find out in the Pacific have a very long wavelength, whereas somewhere like the North Sea, you will tend to find a much shorter wavelength. But you can also find long wavelength waves in the Southern Atlantic, for example, but Southern Atlantic off the coast of Africa, whereas if you head more towards the coast of South America, the wavelengths tend to generally get a little bit shorter. Now, how does this affect speed? Well, if you've got a very long wavelength, that's when your ship is effectively on kind of rolling terrain, if you will. So there's a picture out there that illustrates this quite well, which I think it's definitely a US pre-dreadnought. I think it's actually part of the Great White Fleet, where you can see that the picture is actually taken from fairly close. The ship that the cameraman is on is within a fairly close distance of the ship in question, but you can almost only see the tops of the masts because this ship has just disappeared into the trough of a colossal wave, and the crest of the wave in between is blocking it. And you sometimes read about this in various really heavy storms. One of the storms that the 2nd Pacific Squadron, for example, ran into on its way down the West African coast was similar to this. And in those circumstances, even the largest ships can appear to just vanish off the face of the planet, when in fact they're at the bottom of the trough of a massive wave. Now, when you get really, really big wavelengths like this, it actually may not overall affect the ship's speed all that much, because they're effectively tobogganing down the slope of a massive amount of water, which is going to increase their speed. Then they're going to obviously hit the bottom and then start working their way back up, but the actual degree of inclination is going to be relatively sparse, relatively shallow. So although you'll lose some speed coming back up again, overall, on average, your speed isn't that badly affected. And sometimes the wavelengths will be so long, it just appears, at least, almost just like a vertical motion dropping up and down. Whereas if you get very short wavelengths, you can get something like you can see here, which is Royal Oak, which is your more classic very heavy pitching. Now, this can have a very much more direct impact on speed, because the pitch down doesn't have the length to really allow the ship to build up an awful lot of speed, and then the ship buries its nose in the water, which obviously slows it down massively, and as it pops up, it's got loads of water on its weather deck, which you can see here spilling off. That further slows it. Then the ship's going back up at a fairly steep angle, pops up, so a lot of its momentum is being converted into vertical motion, and then it's going to slam down again, which is robbing it of even more energy. So short wavelength seas with a high amplitude, i.e. the height of the waves, can absolutely rob a ship of speed in a massive, massive way. The weird thing is that obviously in between extreme short length and extremely long length, the effects on different ships can be somewhat varied, because a destroyer, for example, might experience more of the long wavelength effect for a considerably greater spread of waves as opposed to a battleship. So a battleship, for example, say if the wavelength gets to be half the length of the ship, then it's going to be slamming a lot, whereas a destroyer faced with exactly the same wavelength is going to be pitching, but might be able to ride the waves a little bit more. The main reason destroyers and other small ships lose their speed so quickly is because they simply have a lot less inertia. So every time they get hit by water, they get slowed down, they lose energy, and it takes time to build that back up again, because if a wave hits you, it's going to hit you with a certain amount of energy. Now, obviously hitting a destroyer, that might be, in worst case, it might be enough to completely overcome the destroyer's forward momentum, and it just is stopped dead or driven back, whereas a battleship has significantly more momentum, and therefore it might be able to power through, albeit with a loss of speed. And everything in between. Wind obviously also plays a factor for sailing ships. The wind is somewhat more of a factor because they have a lot more surface area relative to their size and volume, and so the wind drag is going to affect them more. The other thing you've got to take into account is the way the ships are handling the weather. For a sailing vessel, for example, they will probably be running before the wind, i.e. they'll be travelling in roughly the same direction as the wind, and barring some really, really nasty seas, waves generally tend to follow the wind. So sailing ships can sometimes have a slightly easier job of it than a steel and steam ship, which might be going on a specific course and be heading into the wind, because then obviously the overall impact on the ship of wave coming this way, ship going other way, is going to be a lot more than with a sailing vessel that travelling with the wind, where you actually have to subtract the speed of the ship from the speed of the wave that's hitting you. Now, obviously, you might find situations where that's completely reversed, but neither of those are particularly good situations to find yourself in. And the absolute worst situation you find yourself in is if you're broadside onto the waves, because at that point, to be honest, even if you're in a modern ship in a really bad storm and you're broadside onto the waves, you're probably dead. And this is why it's very, very difficult to give any clear indication other than, as I say, mass generally correlates to your ability to retain speed. And this is why, for example, in the Age of Sail, ships of the line generally are slower than frigates, but when the weather really gets going, their greater mass and, to be honest, the greater strength of their masts and rigging will allow them to hold their speed, or most of their speed, a lot longer, so they suddenly become faster than frigates, relatively speaking. And in absolute terms, they're just not losing quite as much of their total speed. And so you can have some very weird and wonderful situations. For example, a battleship or battle cruiser, something of that scale, that's in a gale or a really bad storm with really long wavelength seas, but following seas, and the wind behind them, following seas, the waves are coming at your stern. If it's going full bore through that, it might actually be going faster in absolute terms than its rated top speed would be in calm waters. Whereas a destroyer coming the other way, i.e. in head seas, against the wind, with relatively short but high amplitude waves, which are then basically pitching it up and down and slamming it a lot, might actually find itself in absolute terms being driven backwards. And that's the best they can do, because it's just a matter of trying to stay afloat. So yeah, it's a hugely, hugely complicated situation trying to estimate how many knots of speed you'd lose in any particular given environment. Jacques asks, are you ever going to write a book? The answer to that being yes, I actually have plans for several, and now that I have obviously considerably more freedom with my time, I am planning on quite a few of them over the upcoming years. More immediately, there is one that is classified, quite potentially, and the other one, which I'm working on, is going to be my version of what are the world's worst warships, but I've decided on a slightly different approach to most, any that I've found so far, in as much as I'm actually dividing up the candidates into 4 separate sections, 3 of which will be world's worst in that particular aspect, the last of which will be kind of honourable mentions, i.e. ships that you would expect to see in a book about the world's worst warships, but I deliberately haven't included, along with explanations as to why. But I'm also going to include with each section a counterpoint. So this is an example of a ship doing something really, really badly, like, say, HMS Captain failing to stay afloat, usually quite a bad feature in a warship. And then correspondingly, with each bad example, here is a good example of how to do this. And so if I'm looking at, say, a top-heavy destroyer that constantly tries to capsize itself, and therefore is practically useless because, you have to use half of your fuel as form of ballast. I wonder if anyone can guess which particular destroyer design I'm talking about there. I would probably contrast that on the opposite page or in the next section or whatever, however format works out, with the Fletcher class, because they're pretty much a spot-on example of how not to do that. So hopefully that'll prove a little bit more educational than people just listing off a bunch of ships they consider to be awful for arbitrary reasons. The other thing I'm thinking of doing, which I may or may not end up actually doing, depending on how much I want to give myself a bunch of extra work, is I'm thinking of doing it in 2 separate editions. So in one edition, I might do the very technical, very academic style of writing, so that people might sort of take it very seriously. And yes, you know, very well scholarly researched and all of this kind of thing. You know, the academic language those types like. And the other version will be kind of the Drac version, which will be full of the sarcasm and such like that most of you seem to know and love, but apparently doesn't go down very well in the academic world because they feel I'm not taking things entirely seriously. Congratulations. Well done for working that one out. Nevertheless, but if I decide that that's actually too much like hard work and writing the same book twice in 2 different styles is too much of a fuss, then I'll just do the Drac version because, hey, it's me. If I have to confine my sarcasm for weeks, if not months, writing this thing, I will probably go madder than usual. Andre Gardner asks, a recent episode of... okay, that's in Russian. I don't even know. I know the B is a V sound, but I'm not even going to try. Anyway, a recent episode of Something in Russian on the salvage ship Kommuna mentioned it raised HMS L55. Could you elaborate on the salvage and rebuilding of vessels foreign to the salvaging power in general, and the matter of L55 specifically? So L55 was part of the Royal Navy's efforts in the relatively little-known Baltic campaign in 1919 and 1920, when Russia was still in the middle of its revolution. I did actually do a video on this a little while back, but L55 particularly, as a submarine, missed its targets and was pursued on the surface by a couple of Soviet destroyers into a British minefield. In those circumstances, she then sank due to some kind of explosion. There is disagreement amongst historians as to whether it was sunk by gunfire from the Russian destroyers, by hitting a British mine, or a combination of the two. I'll let you make your own decision on that one. But regardless, she sank. About almost a decade later, some Russian minesweepers, shockingly enough, in a minefield, found the wreck, and the Soviet Union decided they were going to salvage the ship or boat, I guess, bring it back into service, and then did so, using it mostly as a training submarine for a while in the 30s, and that's basically the story of the salvage. Now, as far as salvage and rebuilding of vessels foreign to the power doing the salvaging, this is quite rare in the modern period, i.e. the period of steam and steel and iron, I guess. Largely because when you're talking about a warship, for it to actually sink usually requires something quite catastrophic, which generally means it's going to take an awful lot of effort to rebuild it, which in turn means that it's just not worth it for most foreign navies, because you'd have to know exactly where it's gone down, because bearing in mind scanning sonar to find a wreck is a relatively new thing. You've then got to, once you've found the wreck, got to establish if your divers can even get to it, because, you know, the sea is deep in a lot of places. You've then got to come up with all the equipment and all the costs to bring it to the surface. You've then got to haul it back into your own yards, repair it, probably completely rebuild it, depending on how long it's been underwater. and then you can theoretically recommission it into your navy. And for the amount of time and effort and expense you've gone through, you might as well have just built yourself a brand new ship. So, especially these days with electronics and stuff which really don't react very well to water. You've got stuff like the Glomar Explorer trying to nab bits of a Russian ballistic missile sub, but they weren't exactly planning on bringing that ship back into service. They just wanted bits of it to analyse for intel purposes. So the early 20th century is pretty much the sweet spot for that kind of thing, where the salvage equipment exists to get ships up from, relatively speaking, deep depths, at least in terms of coastal waters and areas like the Baltic. And the technology is still simple enough that you might be able to reasonably put it back together and make it of some use to yourself. Post that, or as I said, whilst the technology to find the wrecks is advanced, the amount of damage that's likely to have occurred, etc., and then to the ship is going to make it cost prohibitive. The amount of time involved usually makes it prohibitive in war, and prior to the 20th century and maybe the late 18th, the technology to salvage anything that wasn't in free diving or diving bell range is pretty minimal. And that's one of the reasons, for example, Vasa stays on the seabed. It's not massively deep as wrecks go. You could reach it by diving bell even in the period when it sank, and it's relatively close to, Stockholm. It's in the harbour, but even that, just by being a Swedish warship, it's just not cost effective to raise it, and that's when it's so close. Where occasionally you do see some salvage and rebuild of foreign vessels into service with various navies is not so much when they are wrecked, so much as when they, as in the classic wreck of sinking, but when they're driven ashore. And in the Age of Sail, this happened on an infrequent but not completely irregular basis. If an enemy vessel was driven ashore in an area that you control, it might very well at that point be salvageable, and also the interchangeability of ships back in those days was a lot better. Whereas in the more modern era, say the steam and steel and iron era, ships being driven ashore was a lot rarer, but where it did happen on hostile shores at the time of war, which is another particularly niche period, then occasionally you would see people going out and trying to salvage it with varying degrees of success. Most of the time these things were used for intel rather than active service. Michael Thomas asks, I'm interested in learning more about all forward main armament battleships. It seems the British lost interest after the Nelsons. The French obviously continued to develop the type, but what other paper ships were planned but not constructed of this type, and which other navies were interested in exploring the development of a battleship like this? Actually, the British didn't lose interest in the type. They looked at Nelson-style arrangements using 12-inch guns, 14-inch guns. There's even some suggestion they briefly looked at a Nelson-style arrangement on 35,000 tons with 16-inch guns again, at which point you're basically looking at an updated Nelson design. All of the British battleship design studies from the Washington Treaty until the King George V all looked at all forward armament options, and in some cases those were the predominant design types that were put forward. The main reason the King George V's immediate design lineage didn't include an all-forward option was because, as you can see with Nelson, the superstructure is put quite far aft, and then the secondary battery is grouped right at the stern, and the British had arrived at the conclusion that they wanted a fairly extensive dual-purpose secondary battery, so you'd need more turrets than Nelson had on either side for its secondaries, and also they wanted aircraft, and even if you shoved the dual-purpose secondaries forward, then you'd have a very fine stern, because they were building a fast ship, which wouldn't be able to accommodate the aircraft, at least in their view. So that's why the King George V designs, by and large, look at a more conventional armament layout, but they are pretty much the first major design lineage of British battleships that actually do so from the time of the Nelsons forward. The US Navy looks at all forward main batteries quite extensively. in varying formats, some with offset turrets, some with the first two turrets on the deck level and the third superfiring. There's a couple that have all three in superfiring position, so the front turret is on the deck, then the second turret is on superfiring, and then the third turret is on a superfiring position, and all sorts of other bits and pieces in between. The Japanese look at it as well quite extensively, up to and including some of the Yamato design ideas, although again both the US and the Japanese don't adopt it. Even the Russians, to a certain degree, as far as I can tell from Russian and Soviet battleships by Steve McLaughlin, thought about it briefly, albeit not in fantastic amounts of detail. So, yeah, everyone was looking at it in extreme detail, and there were an awful lot of almost builds to that effect. It was just a little bit unfortunate, at least in my opinion, because I quite like that arrangement, that circumstances conspired such that they never were. John McCarthy asks, the Dover Barrage, what was it, how effective was it, and what problems did it have? So the Dover Barrage was an attempt by the Royal Navy to prevent U-boats using the Channel in World War I to travel out to the Atlantic or indeed to attack shipping in the Channel itself. So what they did was lay a series of light steel nets, obviously attached to buoys to keep them afloat, along with a series of minefields. And the idea of this was that hopefully a U-boat would get tangled up in a net. If it didn't get tangled up in a net, then at least its passing through the net or cutting itself free of the net would cause the buoys to bob up and down quite energetically, which would then allow the destroyers to come in and try and deal with it. And if that didn't work, then the U-boat would be heading straight into a bunch of mines, so hopefully the mines would get it. And if the U-boat came to the surface, because obviously the English wanted, or the British wanted to keep the channel open for their own shipping, so the netting and the mines didn't go all the way up to, the last 50 feet of the surface, let's say. That meant if the submarine wanted to then surface to bypass it all, then the patrolling destroyers would see it and sink it. So it all seemed to be fairly good in principle, and indeed fairly soon after it was laid, a German submarine went missing, presumed lost on the Dover Barrage, and the Germans kind of went, I guess that's actually quite effective, let's not do that. And so both sides actually ended up, when a submarine that was sent into the channel in some manner ended up just going missing and not reporting in relatively soon after leaving base, people tended to just go, oh, well, the Dover Barrage must have got it. And that led to quite the drop-off in German submarine activity, until the Germans discovered that actually the netting wasn't a complete run all the way across the channel, and to be honest, even if it had been, the channel's varying depth anyway, and also early British mines had a habit of not working particularly well in some cases, so transits at night on the surface actually began to bypass the Dover Barrage, because, well, by this point, the U-boat campaign in the Atlantic had the British needing destroyers over there, they needed destroyers for the Grand Fleet, they needed destroyers for the Harwich Force, and so destroyers to patrol the Dover Barrage were relatively few and far between, so the chance of getting caught were relatively small. However, once the British realised that, they relocated the whole thing, put up a bunch of new mines that actually worked more often than not, and that actually led to it becoming somewhat effective towards the closing stages of the First World War. So for the vast majority of its time period in existence, the Dover Barrage was actually more effective by dint of its reputation than actual dint of, killing subs, but towards the end, once it had been revamped, it was actually relatively good at catching and killing U-boats. M. Flash asks, do you consider the pre-World War II Royal Navy Arethusa-class light cruisers with their mere 6-inch guns on 5,200 tons to have been a waste of time and money? Would the Royal Navy have been better off with some more modified Leanders, or even better bringing forward the Town class? So I think there's two elements to this. One, yes, the Royal Navy would have been much better served by 4 more modified Leanders, and even better served by 4 more Town class. For an actual fact, the last two planned Arethuses ended up becoming the first two town class, albeit renamed. But in terms of, okay, they're being built, are they a waste of time and money? It's a difficult one, I think. On paper, you would think, yes, definitely they are, because compared to a town or even a Leander, they are substantially less well protected. But at the same time, their role was supposed to be trade protection against armed merchant cruisers like the Hilfkreuzer, which they could perfectly adequately do, and you could build slightly more of them than Leanders. Although, given that it was something like 6 Arethuses to every 5 Leanders, I'm not entirely convinced of the economics of it. But on the other hand, they had the speed to operate with the fleet, and indeed ended up spending most of their time operating with the fleet. And then they faced this rather weird set of circumstances, wherein, yeah, for a light cruiser, they are not particularly powerfully armed or well protected when you compare them to a town or a Brooklyn, etc. But against the Axis navies, they were seaworthy. The Kreigsmarine light cruisers weren't. They had a similar level of armament to many of the smaller Italian light cruisers, and although they didn't generally spend all that much time in the Pacific, the Japanese light cruisers were very few and far between, since obviously they turned the Megamis into heavy cruisers, and everything else that they had as light cruisers was either very rare, even less well armed than the Leanders, or exceptionally old. So, weirdly enough, they kind of weren't a waste of time and money, in that they could do their jobs to a certain degree, and obviously would be very useful still against smaller ships like destroyers, albeit that's more a case of the enemy navies they ended up against failing to produce many decent light cruisers of their own, as opposed to them being a particularly brilliant light cruiser. But yeah, the flip side to that is that, yes, of course, the Royal Navy could have been much better off with Leanders and towns, or towns, if they'd had the money to afford them. Lord of Epic Randomness asks, the USS Maine had quite an interesting history after it blew up in Havana. Can you tell us about the Maine artifact frenzy of the early 1910s, and especially the saga of Captain Sigsbee's bathtub? So yes, after the Spanish-American War in 1911, which was somewhat after the end of the war, it was decided to raise the wreck of the Maine, and to then sink it again, paradoxically, but basically to give it a proper military send-off, which they did. Now, whilst the salvage was going on, ostensibly it was to salvage the wreck, transport it to a place where it could be given a dignified send-off, and that was that. Some elements, such as guns and bits of mast, etc., were to be recovered by the US government for various museums and memorial purposes, but that was that. However, let's just say that no one seems to have been paying a particularly close eye to the salvage efforts that were going on, because over the few years after Maine's salvage, an awful lot of random bits and pieces of Maine started to show up in America from mysterious sources, shall we say. Captain Sigsbee's bathtub, of all things, for example, wound up in a city called Urbana, or Urbania, or something along those lines. Who knows how they pronounce it over there. But it was considered far too scandalous to display a bathtub as a memorial of the Maine. They wanted a secondary gun or something equally martial, not a bathtub. And so the poor old thing languished in a storeroom for quite a while. And then eventually a town called Findlay in Ohio got hold of it, and they have no compunction about displaying it. So if you ever happen to go to a small museum in Findlay, Ohio, you can indeed see the bathtub of Captain Sigsbee of USS Maine. There are still obviously a number of official artifacts from Maine as well around the country. The US Navy and Dash government has a fair number of the larger ones. BFW asks, if there was a naval unknown dash mystery that you could obtain perfect knowledge of, what would it be and why? You know, I had a long and hard think about this one, and it still came back to this that you can see on screen. I would like to know, have perfect knowledge of what exactly happened to Bismarck in its final battle. Because if I had exact perfect knowledge and proof of that, it would end so many arguments. Exactly what sank Bismarck is one of the most argued about subjects I've ever seen when it comes to naval history. You've got everything from people saying that Bismarck was completely fine after the British shelling and everything, all the damage was superficial and it would have stayed afloat forever and a day unless they scuttled it, therefore it must have been scuttled, through to Bismarck was sunk outright by the British, through to a combination of the two. Maybe it was scuttled, maybe it wasn't, but does it really matter because it was going down anyway? And wow, the arguments between the various sides, they're something to see. Or rather not, because just don't. It's not really worth it. I mean, obviously I have my own views on that, which I will be making a video of at some point in the future with all my reasoning and evidence laid out, but I'm not starting a comment war in this particular video, so that'll be for another one. So yeah, that would be the big mystery unknown that I'd want to know, just to wrap it up once and for all. Ole Bjørsvik asks, the former US ambassador to Norway wrote in their diary that after leaving Tromsø the first time at the end of October 1939, the ship went to Murmansk. But in that town, where so many German ships, including the Bremen and the St. Louis, lay waiting, and where so many British ships were loading, they were in a fresh predicament. Half a page later, it continues, back toward Germany within the 3-mile limit, off Petsamo and the Finnish course as when all the ships trying to run the British blockade now ran her course. This is interesting. War was declared on Germany after the attack on Poland, but not on the co-belligerent Russia. Murmansk Harbour, or Russian waters blockaded by the Royal Navy, but British ships were still busy trading with Murmansk. So what was going on here was interdiction of enemy trade. And so basically, the British were not blockading Murmansk, per se, because, as I said, they haven't actually declared war on the Soviet Union. What they're doing is they're sitting just outside the 3-mile limit, the territorial limit for sovereign waters, and they're waiting for belligerent ships, i.e. the German ships that are in Murmansk, to come out, because the minute they cross over into international waters, they're fair game. They'll let British ships past, they'll let Russian ships past, etc., etc. But any German ships that come out, they're gonna try and take, and that's why everyone who is trying to run the blockade, which it is, but only for the Germans, is trying to run through Soviet waters, Finnish waters, etc. Basically, try and hug the coast until they can get far enough away that they think the Royal Navy can't catch them. And you see this in effect in a lot of other situations across various war zones and across various conflicts from the 18th century, 19th century and 20th century. For example, in the First World War, there was a combined Royal Navy and Royal Canadian Navy squadron operating just off the coast of New York. Now, obviously, the British weren't blockading New York Harbour. The British weren't at war with the USA, but what they were doing was similar to this situation, waiting for German ships to cross the threshold into international waters, in that case from American waters, in this case from Russian waters, and then they'd be all over them. Todd Webb asks, if someone locked the Congressional Budget Committee responsible for coming up with naval budgets in a room with an angry grizzly bear until they decided to continue a Civil War-era naval budget into the rest of the 1860s and 70s, except with oceanic ironclads instead of coastal monitors, how likely would this be to cause a pre-World War I style arms race with Britain? Also, do you think spending that much in the ironclad era would hurt either of them in the dreadnought era? It depends on quite a number of factors, one of which is are you going by absolute dollar values or are you going by relative dollar values? Because for rather understandable reasons, in the middle of the American Civil War, the value of the dollar utterly crashed compared to the pound. Before, and to a certain extent after the recovery, it was something in the region of $4 to $5 to the pound for most of the 19th century. During the American Civil War, that went all the way down to about $10 to the pound. And the peak US Navy budget was somewhere around, depending on which figures you take from which sources, between $120 and $140 million out of just over $1 billion at the time being spent on defence as a whole. Obviously, most of that going to the army. So you're talking about the approximate equivalent for $1865 of 10 to 12, maybe 14 million pounds. The Royal Navy's budget at the time was roughly comparable. So for 1865, you're talking about an equivalent value of US spending to the Royal Navy's budget for the same time period. Now, obviously, that's going to cause a little bit of a stir in London if those kinds of spending measures are continued. But obviously, if the dollar exchange rate continues to rebound and get back to its original peacetime values, you're actually talking about spending equivalent value of about twice the Royal Navy's budget, or maybe slightly more than that, once the dollar value settles back down to its kind of $4 to $5 average for the period. So there's one thing you've got to take into account. Are you going by the relative value of the 1865 naval budget, or are you going by we are spending, let's say, about $130 million, and we're spending $130 million regardless of whether or not that buys you £4, whether your pound buys you $1, $5, or $10. Now, if that budget had been maintained, and just to emphasize the point, that would mean the Navy is getting a budget that is approximately double what the entire federal budget had been before the American Civil War, and would represent about half of all federal spending just on the Navy for the budgets of those subsequent years, going by the pre-existing budgets of those subsequent years, because the US budget in the late 1860s, early 1870s was around just over $300 million a year. Obviously, if you are pumping all that extra money, you might take it from other programs, or you might increase the budget overall, in which case the overall proportion becomes smaller. But regardless, you've got two main factors at that point. When I say regardless of exactly what kind of expenditure you're maintaining, one is you are spending a colossal amount of money, which means you're going to be getting a lot of ships. That in turn is going to make Britain set up a notice, and the UK is going to have to increase its own defence spending, because now, if they're wanting to maintain the two-power standard, which they will, it's not going to be France and Russia they're looking at, it's probably going to be France and the United States, or possibly the United States and then France, because to be honest, at this point the US will be spending more than France does annually on its budget. So yeah, the Royal Navy would have to respond by significantly increasing the number of orders it places for ships and its overall budget. They don't really have a lot of choice there, as long as they want to stay in control of the oceans. However, the other factor of this is that the US can't really afford to keep doing this. The economic power, expressed as GDP, of the UK alone by, say, 1870 or so, is a little bit greater than that of the US, but not all that much, to be fair. However, the imperial GDP, that of the whole British Empire, and thus the total economic power that the empire can bring to bear on the matter, is about 3 times that of the US. So if they start a major arms race at whatever level of spending as a percent of GDP they want to put into their navy, the British Empire can put roughly, at least on paper, 3 times that much in for a similar amount of effect on their overall economy. Now, obviously, within the British Empire, large amount of the GDP is tied up in other places that perhaps don't have massive factories, etc., like India. But there are obviously ways to extract revenue from there to pay for other things. So even if we factor in a lot of inefficiency for that and dial it down to twice as much, basically the UK can outspend the US. But overall, it is going to be a very big negative for both sides, because the UK is much more able, as just established, to absorb that kind of level of spending. So its national debt is going to go up slower on the basis of a naval arms race as compared to the US's, which means the US will have to blink first. But also, to be perfectly honest, the ships of the late 1860s and the early 1870s, which is where most of this money is probably going to be spent, before I would anticipate at some point in the latter part of the 1870s Congress is finally going to put their foot down on it, are probably the shortest-lived ships in terms of effectiveness as frontline combatants of that whole latter part of the 19th century period. You're talking about the early turret sailless ships like Devastation, turreted sailing vessels, centre battery ironclads, and some of the early tentative steps towards the latter part of some breech loading and compound armoured ships. But when you fast forward from the mid 1870s to, say, the mid to late 1880s, and certainly into the 1890s, then engines have advanced to a point where those ships are now quite happily defined as slow, the older ships. Armour has advanced from iron and maybe compound to steel, and by the 1890s, Harvey steel. Guns have advanced from short-barreled muzzle loaders and early breech loaders to breech-loading rifles that are considerably longer. Propellants have advanced, shell technology has advanced, so you'd end up with both sides spending colossal amounts of money on fleets that are going to be hilariously obsolete even a decade after the spending race ends. And that is probably actually going to be a very, very big negative for the US, because it's long-term probably going to mean that a large amount of those ships are going to end up scrapped sooner or later, probably sooner. The ones they keep around are probably going to, like the ships of the line that the US Navy had previously, probably be kept around for quite a while, because Congress of that period, once they get over this particular phase, is going to act pretty much like the Congress of the 1830s, 1840s, and just say, well, we've got these ships, we're keeping them around, we've got them in some numbers, and you're not allowed to have anything particularly more. So there'd be a little bit of development here and there, but I suspect that, say, when a Brazilian ironclad shows up, which is one of the big triggers of the late 1880s, early 1890s US rearmament, a lot of Congress people are probably going to point to a bunch of US ironclads quietly rusting away in harbour and go, well, we've got ironclads of our own. Yes, individually, though we might have slightly less powerful ones, but I'm sure with a little bit of paint and a few extra guns stuck on them, their numbers will more than make up for that, and Brazil's only got one, so funding request denied, which is going to make things a little bit interesting come the Spanish-American War. It might actually be something more of an even fight. Of course, Jackie Fisher will probably, in the 1900s as a result of this, cause the price of scrap iron to probably bottom out to the point that you have to pay the scrapyards to take iron off of you, because this absolutely colossal fleet will, knowing the British, given that they kept practically every single ironclad they ever built around until Fisher said otherwise, will probably be keeping this lot around as well. And then when he starts scrapping them all, it's going to be a good day to be a scrapper. Matthew Allen Adkins asks, USS Maury is the fastest destroyer ever put to sea by the US Navy. Why, though? She's supposedly just one of 4 Gridley-class destroyers. Yes, so Maury, or Maury, DD-401, is credited, supposedly, with hitting 42.8 knots on her acceptance trials, which was massively in excess of her design speed. and also massively in excess of the speed achieved by any of her 3 sister ships. Now, I've been able to see that it's cited in a number of different papers as a thing. Haven't been able to track down any copy of the original trials report or anything like that, or indeed actually in my searching I haven't actually been able to find it cited in a published book, but only claimed in certain papers, at least so far. The searches will continue after this recording is done, but let's take it as read for the moment, because what I did also find, which might explain it, is that the Gridleys ran on some extremely high pressure machinery for the time, almost 600 psi machinery, in a period when the US Navy was running at roughly 400 psi, which in turn was still higher than what most other people were running at. And obviously psi levels would increase, but for the time period that the Gridleys were being built, this was quite high. Additionally, in Norman Friedman's history on US destroyers, he notes that the 4 Gridleys were all quite different ships. Although they were of the same class, built to theoretically the same specifications, they came out of the production line actually apparently with some fairly significant differences between the ships. So it's possible at that point that Maury, or Maury, I don't know exactly how you pronounce it, was just an incredibly lucky combination of factors. So she had a very, very high power plant, maybe something they did to a hull, or some balance issue just meant that she was just that bit faster than everyone else. And obviously acceptance trials are generally not run at full warload either, so she would have had that advantage. You'd expect her to hit a fairly high speed on acceptance trials anyway. So yeah, it could be any combination of just a very, very good confluence of ship design elements above and beyond that of her baseline class. It could also be favourable conditions on the trial run. It could be all sorts of things, but without having found the exact trial run records to see what they said, see if they identified any external factors other than it was just a really, really fast ship, I wouldn't be able to say other than, as I said, the high pressure machinery combined with the apparently semi-unique nature of each Gridley class does lend a certain amount of credence to her massively exceeding her design speed. As to exactly what that is, let's say pending the finding of the trial report. DM Phoenix asks, out of all the ocean-going combatants of the First and Second World Wars, excluding those functioning as royal yachts, which vessel or class of ship offered the finest living accommodations for their officers and men? Well, HMS Agincourt was reputedly known as the Gin Palace, play on her name and on the supposedly luxurious accommodations that were afforded her crew as a result of her having been, well, initially started construction for the Brazilian Navy, but mainly fitted out to serve in the Ottoman Navy, who, in a slight twist on their prior history, seemed to have installed something in the way of luxury accommodations, at least as far as the Royal Navy was concerned, as compared to the historic neglect of, the ships themselves, which was a little bit odd, but never mind. Other than that, most ships that seem to have a fairly good reputation for accommodation tend to be the ships that are much larger than average for their role. So the larger battle cruisers, hood aside due to some ventilation issues, tend to have a fairly good reputation for their accommodation because the sheer amount of volume that's in there because they're so long means that there's more space for the crew. Then also some of the larger cruisers get a fairly good set of reports, especially the ones with a substantial amount of superstructure as well as a relatively high freeboard. So there's a range of those in the interwar period that are built, heavy cruisers at 10,000 tons. They get reported on quite well. And of course, as DM Phoenix goes on to mention in the rest of his question, you do have converted liners such as Carmania or Cap Trafalgar, I mean, they're big liners, they're not carrying anywhere near the number of people they're designed for, and they have an awful lot of cabin space as a result. Now, obviously, the finer luxuries are no longer present because they will have been stripped out, both to save the company that has had the ship taken over from having to replace them all, because you can guarantee they won't be in a good state after a war, and also because they're massive fire hazards. But for a lot of sailors, just having space is the luxury. Yes, of course, they would have loved a feather down bed, etc., 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 but given the rather confined spaces that most men in navies have to put up with, even today, the idea of being able to turn around and say, well, actually, I have my own cabin, that's a luxury unheard of in most ships unless you're an officer, and sometimes even then. So I would suspect they're pretty good off. Also, the common theme popping up in a lot of videos since the video on them specifically, the Hilfskreuzer. They did have a fairly large crew for any warship really of their size, but because of the extremely long duration of the voyages they were going to go on, and the fact that they were still very substantial ships, as far as hull volume was concerned, they tended to have better than average accommodations for their men, in large part to keep their morale up. So those would be my candidates for the better places to live in. Miles McCaskill asks, with regards to the salvaging process, particularly with reference to the salvaging of ships at Pearl Harbor, for some of the ships, the refloating process took a substantial amount of time and resources. Because of this, I got thinking, was any consideration given for alternative methods of refloating the ships? There were indeed a number of different ways of salvaging ships that were available at the time of Pearl Harbor, a lot of which had those lessons had been learned salvaging the German fleet at Scapa Flow over the interwar period. Now, those varied quite considerably, and a lot of it also depended on how much you actually cared about the ship itself and what state the ship was in. With the German fleet, there were some lessons that were somewhat different to the ones that needed to be applied at Pearl Harbor, because, for one thing, the German ships were, apart from, the various pipes and valves, etc., that had been opened to scuttle them, mostly intact, whereas the ships at Pearl Harbor weren't. They had massive breaches in them, thanks to torpedoes mostly and the occasional bomb. But the flip side to that was that also nobody particularly cared if a German salvage ship came up perfectly upright or at 10-15 degrees or whatever. They could always correct that, stick it in a floating dry dock, as you can see here with their Flinger, and head off to the scrapyard, whereas the US wanted the ships up in a vaguely upright condition in a way that they could move them straight into a dry dock, and they obviously wanted to reuse them again, so there was that as well. Also, obviously, a lot of the German ships were physically underwater. Most of the Pearl Harbor salvaged vessels weren't entirely submerged, but that's a relatively minor detail, all things considered. So, yeah, there are a number of different ways to salvage a warship. One method is indeed to attach massive great flotation balloons to the side, pump those full of compressed air, and hope that they bring the ship up to the surface. Now, that tends to work more with smaller ships like destroyers, because, frankly, they don't weigh as much, and therefore what counts as a large balloon for a destroyer might not count as such a large balloon for a ship that displaces 10 to 20 times the amount that the destroyer does. There are other methods, very, very classic old methods, actually, methods that were around even before the classical age of sail, and indeed which were used at times in Scapa Flow in areas where there are significant tidal shifts. What you can do is get a couple of ships, maybe more, basically ships with total reserve buoyancy that's greater than the amount that you're trying to displace from the seabed. You lash a bunch of ropes, chains, cables, whatever you like, underneath the vessel, and you then wait for low tide. You lash those bindings, whatever they happen to be, to the ships that are floating either side of it above water, and then you just wait for high tide. And as the tide comes in, your ships obviously rise with the tide, and hopefully they bring the ship that you're trying to lift up as well, instead of, that ship just pulling them down and under. Now, with that accomplished, you can then move the ship, or the wreck, I guess, into shallower water during the high tide period. Tide goes out, ropes go slack, you wind in the slack as the tide goes right out, and then you wait and repeat and repeat and repeat until you get to a point where the buoyancy of the ships in question is no longer enough to lift the ship any higher, but hopefully by that point you've brought it either to or almost to the surface. There's also subtle variations on the pumping method, so you can pump water out and hope that natural air coming in will take its place. The compartment therefore is now displacing water rather than being full of water, and then as you eventually get to a point where the ship's displacement equals the amount that it needs to become buoyant, then up it comes. So there's that. The downside to that, especially when ships are not completely upright, or if they have socking great holes in them, is that water will just come back in again, which is not good and can lead to the ship briefly coming up and then going back down, which, that's a very expensive jack-in-the-box, effectively. Although, as I say, it can work if the ship is vaguely upright and vaguely watertight if it weren't for the intentional inlet of water which has caused it to sink in the first place. The modification on that is to pump compressed air into the ship continuously whilst you raise it, so you are constantly displacing water after having pumped out large amounts of it. And the theory behind that is that hopefully the extra pressure you're creating and the extra air you're artificially putting in will keep the ship buoyant and on the surface long enough for you to do something with it, whether that be tow it into even shallower water, or in the case of, like with Derfflinger, put it on a floating dry dock. Nowadays, of course, you can go with the kind of Mythbusters method of filling a ship with large amounts of small self-contained air pockets, i.e. in their case ping pong balls, but back in the day, mass manufacture of something along those lines was not really a thing. It needs basically you need mass manufacture of plastics, sealed plastics, for that kind of thing to work, because most of the stuff that was able to be mass manufactured back in the day would not have had the same kind of overall density and would have been a lot heavier, and therefore not as suited to being used as a lifting device. Now, I did mention the big inflatable balloons that they used to salvage some smaller ships like destroyers, and yes, in theory you could put those in a ship's hull and inflate those. The problem with that is that obviously being balloons, even if they are sort of heavily rubberized canvas or similar, the minute they get punctured, and they almost certainly will on the interior of a ship, then they deflate and you lose the ship and the balloon and everything. Appalachian Tiger asks, what importance, logistically or strategically, did Ireland hold for the Royal Navy during the early Classic age of sail? It was actually surprisingly important to the Royal Navy. You might not necessarily think so immediately, but there were a large number of factors that meant Ireland was quite critical. Apart from anything else, on a very strategic level, someone who was able to invade and occupy Ireland, as the French tried several times, would be in a position to both threaten the rest of the UK directly, from a much, much shorter distance than perhaps anything other than the Dover Straits, and also would be a completely different alignment of threat. So the UK south coast was somewhat used to the idea of being in the firing line of the French, and there were naval bases like Portsmouth and Plymouth, etc., all the way along there to deal with that, not so much Ireland. So there was the strategic level issue, but also a lot of trade passed through Ireland or stopped at Ireland, because obviously if you're coming across the Atlantic, it's most likely going to be the first place that you could make landfall if you're heading for the UK area. And so ships would either stop in Ireland and trade there, so that was important for the British imperial economy, or they might stop there to rest, reprovision, repair before heading on to the UK. So that's even more directly connected to the rest of the UK's economy, because bearing in mind at this point Ireland is fully part of the UK, even if they weren't necessarily that happy about it. Additionally, you've got to account for the fact that Ireland is climate-wise in a lot of ways similar to the rest of the UK, England, Wales, Scotland, but in some ways a little bit more green. So there's a lot of very similar materials for shipbuilding and ship repair available. And in some part because of the, should we say, rather poor conditions that a lot of Irish people found themselves in, the Irish were a relatively fruitful recruiting ground for the Royal Navy, because whilst there would be hardships and privations in a Navy life, you did at least get fed regularly, and you did also, at least most of the time, get paid. So that was quite attractive at various periods during the Age of Sail for an awful lot of young Irish men. And of course, you could take on provisions from Ireland. Ireland could provide you with all sorts of food supplies direct to your ships. And given that an awful lot of the time the Royal Navy was spending significant portions of its operational periods in wartime sailing up and down the coasts of France and or Spain, depending on the exact time period, but those were the two primary opponents for most of that classic Age of Sail period, it meant that for ships to put in for repairs, resupplies, etc., quite often it could be easier to run, say, from the Bay of Biscay, roughly speaking, straight north to the southern coast of Ireland than it would be to try and navigate around France and down past Cornwall to maybe somewhere like Plymouth. The winds would be more favourable, you'd have more manoeuvring room, and you wouldn't be sailing quite so close to the French coast where there may be marauding French warships. So the role of Ireland as a supply base for the Royal Navy was also quite important. So yeah, overall, whilst you would never see massive battle fleets based out of Irish ports, except in absolutely rare and exceptional circumstances, it was quite important to the overall Royal Naval effort during the Age of Sail, and often does go quite underappreciated, unfortunately. Thomas Farley asks, I've heard a lot of references to ships called East Indiamen, but they don't seem to be a coherent class. Could you talk a bit about what they were, how they were used, and what made them special? Yeah, unfortunately, if you're looking for coherency when it comes to ships, East Indiamen are not the place you want to be looking. The East Indiaman, by the broadest but still technically correct definition, is a ship engaged in trade or owned by any one of any number of East India trading companies. And that is, you did hear that right, any one of a number of East India trading companies. The Honourable East India Company is, of course, one of the best known, but the Dutch had their own East India Company. I think it was the VEIC or VIEC, one of those two acronyms. But almost every major seafaring nation had their own East India Trading Company, which was usually granted a monopoly on trading with India and that whole area. And so any of those ships were East Indiamen. Then, so yeah, you're going to have ships of any kind of size that can really vaguely head in the direction of India, and they're going to be from multiple different nations across a fairly large swathe of time. So yeah, they're not coherent at all. Once you start delving down into more and more specifics, you do tend to notice some patterns emerging. Generally, they are some of the larger merchant ships present because they have to do this transoceanic journeying. So they tend to be a little bit larger than the average merchant ship of the time, which was usually running either just coastal trade or might be pinging back and forth across relatively short distances of sea or ocean, as opposed to, northern Europe to the Indian subcontinent, the Spice Islands, or China, or something along those lines. What made them special was basically what we just described, although because of both the risk of multiple areas infested with pirates on the way, the sheer value of their cargo, and the fact that at any given time, probably at least one of the countries that had an East India trading company was at war with one of the others. East Indiamen did tend to be also considerably more heavily armed than the average merchant ship of the period, and most merchant ships would carry some form of armament anyway. Now, they weren't necessarily the same level of armament as a warship. Indeed, some of the absolute largest East Indiamen ever produced, when they were seized and put into service as warships in cases of emergency, didn't quite even make the cut of ship of the line in the large part. But the larger ones, the more capable ones, were close enough to warships that at a distance, with a little bit of deception, you could make people think that they were warships. And indeed, there was at least one incident over in the Indian Ocean during one of the perpetual wars between England and France, where an English frigate squadron commander found himself in the sights of a much larger French squadron, but he was escorting a few East Indiamen, and so with a quick dash of paint, a few fake gun ports painted on, and the rest of the guns manned, and a quick lesson in handling your ship's information to the crews, he managed to deceive the French commander at range by making the French commander think that it wasn't just a squadron of frigates escorting some merchant ships that he was seeing. He thought it was a squadron of frigates in company with a small squadron of smaller ships of the line. And so he decided not to engage, even though if he had, it would have been a fairly one-sided French victory. Colby asks, how did the galley or kitchen change when Navy started building iron or steel ships compared to the age of sail ships? Well, fire is still a major risk on a ship, but it's a significantly less risk once the ship starts to be built primarily out of iron and or steel. Now, there is a bit of a crossover point because you still have wooden decking in large part on some of the early iron ships and ironclads, and there's still wood backing, but if it spreads there, you've probably had it anyway. But once you start to get properly into the ironclad era, that's when you also see iron decking and such like, and this makes it much, much safer and much, much easier to have a galley, because the galley on an age of sail ship is a permanent fire hazard, which is why they have to be so carefully monitored and so heavily built and placed in specific areas of the ship. On an ironclad vessel or an iron vessel, once you've got this mostly iron structure going, it's a lot safer. Obviously, you still have to pay attention because, as I said, fire is a hazard on any ship, whether it's built of iron, steel, wood, or whatever. But it meant the galley could be run more often, it could be run more safely, and also because iron ships very rapidly got much larger than wooden ones, it could also be much bigger. And this quite changed how ships' galleys were used. Back in the age of sail, you might have a cook or maybe a handful of cooks on a large ship, whereas by the time you get to iron ships, not only are they larger and therefore potentially also having larger crews, especially in the ages when you're looking at iron ships but still having full sail rig, but you also start to see independent galleys rather than just one or maybe if you're lucky too, you see sort of like an officer's galley, a regular crewman's galley, maybe even the captain has his own miniature galleys stashed somewhere in the ship, just because the ship's volume allows it to present that option, at least on the larger ones. So yeah, it's quite a sea change when the iron and steel ships come in for cooking aboard. Bill Luster asks, is there any known connection between Nelson and Edward Pellew? I'm curious to know what each might have thought of the other, given their successful careers in ships of the line and frigates in the same era, but never seemingly in the same time and place. Well, they certainly wouldn't have known each other in their childhoods, considering they grew up pretty much as far apart, at least as far as east and west is concerned, as it's possible to be and still remain on the mainland of the UK. But they would have definitely been aware of each other in their various careers, their various feats and successes. However, when you look at Edward Pellew's career, most of that is concentrated in and around the Channel. He does go into other places as well, but most of his more significant accomplishments are around the Channel and the coast, the Atlantic and Channel coasts of France, at least for the period when him and Nelson are both alive. He does range out a little bit more afterwards. But Nelson wins most of his fame and glory in the Mediterranean. So whilst they would have heard of each other and their various successes, as far as I'm aware, I don't think there was any specific major direct connection between the two, with the exception of one thing, which is quite interesting, which is Pellew actually had two brothers. John was killed in the American War of Independence, but Israel Pellew, also a naval officer, rose to the rank of captain around the time of the Battle of Trafalgar, and the Battle of Trafalgar found Israel Pellew commanding HMS Conqueror, which was in line a few ships behind HMS Victory during the Battle of Trafalgar. And that led to some confusion when one of the French ships was surrendering and was told that they were surrendering to Captain Pellew, and they thought, oh right, Edward Pellew, of course he'd be here. And then it's like, no, this is his brother. The French were apparently most perturbed to find out there were two of them. But yeah, so that is a connection between the two. So Edward Pellew's brother served under Nelson. Obviously, both Pellews, Edward and Israel, both surviving Nelson, albeit John not so much. Daniel Ziegler asks, how much downtime is there between a ship launching and the keel laying of a new ship in the same slipway or dry dock? What kind of prep work needs to be done before keel laying? Basically, it depends on how urgent the need for new ships is. And to be fair, to a certain extent, on the size of the ship that's being built. It is, believe it or not, entirely possible to lay down the keel of a new ship the day after you've launched the previous one. Because, well, launching the ship tends to clear the slipway if everything's gone well. And all you really need to move at that point is any weights and blocks that might still be left over. And some of those aren't necessarily going to be moved too far. The weights will be, but the blocks may just be rearranged if you're building a ship of a slightly different design or layout. And at that point, well, you've got an open slipway, you've got all the machinery and infrastructure around, and if you are planning for it, because I say if it's an urgent wartime requirement, you might have all the materials for the keel of the new ship there, sort of off to one side. You send the ship down the slipway, and as I say, after a bit of rearranging, a bit of cleaning up, you can start laying down a keel almost immediately. Now, obviously, that is wartime conditions, wartime expediency. In a more peacetime environment, that kind of job would probably be done at a much more relaxed level. And to be honest, you may not, in a wartime environment, apart from maybe a rearmament run, you might not even have another order right there and then to go down on that particular slipway anyway. This is, of course, assuming a fairly comprehensive and up-to-date industrialised slipway where you have all the cranes and everything that's going to assist with the building of the ship. If you've got one of the older style of slipways where maybe you don't have so much in terms of cranes and other transport infrastructure, and you've mostly built the ship using scaffold, it might take a bit longer. Gottjäger asks, why did Britain, or anyone else for that matter, not build bigger cruisers in World War I? They had the design, such as the Atlantic cruisers and the Design E armoured cruisers, but none of them were built. So why? A mixture of need and the existence of battle cruisers. Basically, any big cruiser that you built was going to take longer than a small one, for obvious reasons, and would therefore also be more expensive, and so you wouldn't have too many of them. And if you didn't have that many of them and you tried to use them independently, they would still be significantly inferior to battle cruisers, which were, of course, originally designed specifically for the purpose of hunting down and killing cruisers that were smaller than them, or at least had smaller guns than them. And the lesson of, say, the loss of the two Scharnhorst against Invincible and Inflexible, at least for the Germans, really pointed that out, because whilst, yes, something like a larger armoured cruiser like Design E, and which effectively is Blucher, would be more capable, well, the fate of Blucher kind of also illustrated the point that anything big and expensive cruiser size, that cruiser-like, that wasn't a battle cruiser, would just end up as food for the battle cruisers, so not much point there. And on the British side, they had their own battle cruisers, obviously, and they were interested more in securing the trade lanes with their cruisers. They had some cruisers for fleet screening, obviously, and also they had the battle cruisers for that as well. But when it came to other cruisers for other purposes, like the theoretical Atlantic cruisers, as far as the British were concerned, as long as the cruisers that they had could keep convoys safe, so that meant they had to be more powerful than merchant raiders, armed merchant raiders, and more powerful than enemy raiding cruisers, then that was all you needed. And as long as you could build that, then you could build those in numbers, whereas if you built larger, more powerful ships, well, you're still more powerful, so you haven't changed all that much there, but you can't build as many of them, and you need as many of them as you can. And this is why you see things like the World War I variant Town class and then the Sea class coming in. There is a gradual iteration in size of cruiser as it increases, but it, simply put, if your enemy is, say, Germany, and they're running around mostly at the beginning of the war with guns, with ships, cruisers armed with 4.1-inch guns outside of their big armoured cruisers, then light cruisers that are armed with 4-inch guns and a few 6-inch guns, or wholly 6-inch guns, are perfectly adequate for the job, and arming them with 7.5-inch guns, as was proposed for the Atlantic cruisers and would eventually happen with the Hawkins class, simply wasn't needed until the Germans started building light cruisers of their own, like the Kolns, which could begin to look like they were going to match a C class, and then you stepped one up again. Eric J. Van Dooting asks, can you discuss how much the number of aircraft which could fit in a carrier's hangar might vary based on the composition of the air group, say a mix of fighters with non-folding wings, dive bombers with non-folding wings, and torpedo bombers with folding wings? Even if you could cram more aircraft in the hangar, were there other constraints on how many could actually be operated, such as aviation fuel storage, munition storage, etc., assuming the use of no deck park? Well, funnily enough, it was usually the other way around. The fighters and the dive bombers would usually be found with folding wings, and if anything, it was the torpedo bombers that more often than not would come with non-folding wings. But regardless, effectively, the torpedo bomber of the time period is usually the single largest aircraft on a carrier in World War II. And so the dive bomber is then a step down from that, normally, unless you are doing something like the British with the Barracuda, where it does both roles. And the fighter is, again, generally speaking, the smallest aircraft. So if you have a mixed flight group, you will tend to find that you have fewer torpedo bombers aboard than any other type of aircraft. And when you look at the, let's say, the deployment of the air groups on US carriers, both Yorktowns and Essexes, you will tend to see this. You'll see Wildcats or Hellcats or Corsairs as appropriate, and then a fair number of either Dauntlesses or Helldivers, again, as appropriate. But it's very rare that you'll find a US air group that has an equal number of Avengers, for the most part, early on Devastators, as compared to the number of dive bombers or fighters it might have. And that's not just a doctrinal thing where the US really like to have lots of fighters, it's also simply the fact that an Avenger, which to be honest is the torpedo bomber for most of the war, takes up a vastly greater amount of space than, say, a Wildcat or a Hellcat. Occasionally you will see carriers that will deploy with a precisely equal balance, but what you'll tend to find is if they're deploying with exactly the same number of dive bombers, torpedo bombers and fighters, whilst that gives them a very, very balanced air group, it also means they have a smaller air group because you can't fit as many aircraft in the hangar. As far as other constraints, yes, storage of aviation fuel and munitions could be a thing. However, generally speaking, especially if you're not using deck parks, that wouldn't be a massive constraint on how many aircraft you could operate if you're just using the hangar and configuring it how you like. You could quite easily operate a very large number of fighters, say on a pure fighter carrier, and if they're only being stored in the hangar, you'll probably still have more than enough fuel and munitions for them for a fair amount of time, especially considering that fighters obviously don't tend to use quite as much large ammunition, like say torpedoes and heavyweight bombs, as strike aircraft will. Now, there is a limit. Obviously, if you have a lot of aircraft doing a lot of sorties, you will burn through your fuel faster, and this was one of the issues that the British Pacific Fleet faced in their operations against Japan towards the end of the war, in that they could expand their air groups quite significantly once they started doing deck parking, even if the low hangar heights limited the total number of aircraft they could have aboard. But they did find they burned through their fuel and or munition stocks at a relatively rapid rate with that large number of aircraft aboard. Now, that wouldn't have made a tremendous amount of difference in an actual carrier fight, because, to be perfectly honest, in an actual carrier fight, you tend to get one or two full loads of strike off, and at that point you've either won or you haven't, and then if you haven't, you have bigger things to worry about. If you have, then you're already celebrating. It's when you start using carriers as long-term strike platforms against shore targets and anchorages and stuff that this long-term endurance, if of a what is technically at that point then an overstocked aircraft compared to their aircraft carrier compared to their peacetime configuration, starts to become an issue. And this is one of several reasons why you start to see multi-purpose aircraft coming in. So towards the end of the war, the Avenger is doing about as many bombing missions as it is doing torpedo strikes, in part, to be fair, because the Japanese are running out of ships for it to torpedo. The British obviously are bringing in the Barracuda, which, as I said, can do dive bombing and torpedo bombing. And then after the war, you see things like the Sky Raider come in. And the purpose of these is, by combining an aircraft that can do both bombing and torpedo strikes, you don't have to have this artificial distinction between your dive bombers and your torpedo bombers, because that obviously limits the number of torpedo bombers you can have. You're basically increasing the number of torpedo bombers you can carry, so increasing your direct anti-shipping strike capacity, and your number of dive-capable bombers, or just bomb-using bombers generally, probably hasn't decreased, because you are going to have to be using a slightly larger aircraft because it's got to carry the torpedoes, so that would overall decrease the number of aircraft you have for the bombing role. But because it's just a single monopurpose block of aircraft, apart from obviously the fighter element, you can actually bring your numbers back up, so you're using a similar number of larger aircraft for bombing missions, and therefore probably actually have more payload into the bargain, plus you have a much larger anti-shipping strike contingent for torpedoing. So there are ways and means of getting around it all. Corvus asks, how different are shells for guns with the same diameter but different calibers? For example, is a US Navy 5-inch 54 armour-piercing shell different than one for a 5-inch 38? It depends quite a bit on the nation in question, and even on the separate models of gun in question. Obviously, cross nationality is going to be a completely different thing, but even within nationalities, there's going to be significant differences in some cases. Looking at the 5-inch gun for the US is actually a very good example, because if you look at the 5-inch 25, it shares some shells with the 5-inch 38, but not necessarily all of them. But there is a fair degree of commonality in ammunition supply. Whereas with the 5-inch 54, there's almost no commonality whatsoever. The shells used in the 54 are considerably heavier than those used in the 38. And this basically comes down to what are you using the gun for and what is the particular performance features of the gun. So the 5-inch 25 was a very obviously short barrel weapon used almost exclusively for anti-aircraft defence. The 5-inch 38 was a dual purpose weapon, still used for anti-air defence but also with a secondary anti-surface role, but in the grand scheme of things, compared to other similar weapons, they were relatively speaking, and I say the word relatively here, low velocity weapons. That doesn't mean they were extremely low velocity shotgun style, but they were lower velocity than a 40, 45 or 50 caliber weapon of roughly similar caliber. The 54, however, is a very long weapon and obviously has a much more powerful cartridge, and to exploit that to the full, as well as obviously new advances in technology, new shells are used, much heavier shells, because they can make use of the extra propellant, because it's not just how fast the shell leaves the barrel, it's also how much inertia does that shell have to keep going once it's gone past its ballistic, the top of its ballistic arc, because bearing in mind the 54 is just as much an anti-surface weapon as it is an anti-aircraft weapon, like the 38 was. So, yeah, sometimes you can have guns of the same diameter but different calibers in length, which share quite a number of shells, and you can also equally have guns that are in the same basket, but if they've been designed for radically different things, like one's a high velocity weapon, one's not particularly, then you will quite often find completely different shell types. Cypher asks, why could Iowa's main guns depress to -5 degrees? Was this a common feature on other warships, and was it a useful feature in combat ranges? The exact degree of gun depression could vary between various navies, but the ability of the guns to depress, period, was a common factor across pretty much every battleship. And yes, it was very useful for certain circumstances of combat. And those are twofold. So one is you might end up at a very close range fight, at least in battleship terms. Now, if that happens, you obviously would think, okay, we'll put the guns down to flat. However, obviously the gun turrets are on top of the ship, and a super-firing turret is higher still. So if your guns are just only able to go down to 0 degrees, i.e. completely horizontal, and the enemy is relatively close, then there's a good chance that all you're going to do, or quote-unquote all, is blow up their superstructure, disable their turrets, maybe chew up some of the upper portions of their ship, which is okay for mission kill, but it's not actually going to sink the ship particularly. Whereas if you can depress your guns, you can then aim for the waterline and get those good old waterline or below waterline shots, which are actually going to put the enemy target down. And you'd be surprised just how far these shells can actually travel with minimal to no drop. I mean, obviously at longer ranges, you can fire at 0 elevation and the shells will obviously fall into the water at some point, but they are going to go near enough as makes no difference flat horizontal for quite a while before they do that. Now, that's one element to it. The other element is that at slightly longer ranges, where you might be wanting to fire at horizontal or maybe a few degrees elevation, the ship rolls, as you can see in the picture that's accompanying this particular question. And if that happens, if say you are firing a target that's at close range but not completely close range, so it's maybe at I don't know, you're elevating the guns to +5 degrees, well, that's great. Now you're in a sea state where the ship is rolling 10 degrees. At that point, either your guns, when the ship rolls away from the target, are going to hit their stops when they hit 0 degrees elevation, and then you're going to have to wait till the ship rolls back and then start them moving again from scratch. And also, obviously, they'll have run straight into the stops, which is not necessarily a good idea for long-term maintenance purposes, or indeed possibly even short-term functionality purposes. Whereas if your gun can go all the way down to -5 degrees, then that means that even if you're firing at a target that's where you technically are aiming horizontal or slightly above the horizontal, the roll won't affect the fact that you're keeping your guns on point aimed on the target, because your guns will just shift through a few negative degrees of elevation before shifting back up to positive elevation as the ship rolls once more. Ally Arthur asks, how does the shockwave from a depth charge propagate through a submarine? I recently listened to an audiobook, The War Below by James Scott, which tracks the progress of various World War II American submarines, including the medical situations they had to deal with. One thing that is notable in this account is that despite suffering depth charges, which did the movie trope thing of exploding light bulbs and bursting pipes, no one suffered the injuries you would expect from land-based artillery, such as burst eardrums and internal squishy bits going squish. So it has to do with the propagation of energy in water due to depth charging. In a lot of ways, a submarine facing a depth charge attack has, as far as the crew are concerned inside the hull, effectively acted in a manner similar to the first two stages of a torpedo defense system, only, well, usually, if they survive, without the direct contact that you'd have from a torpedo. So the reason for this is that, especially with World War II subs, but also to a certain degree from what I understand these days, the hull you see outside is not actually necessarily what they call the pressure hull. Sometimes bits of the pressure hull are exposed depending on the subclass, but usually, especially as I say in World War II, the hull you see on the exterior is what they call the external hull. And between the external hull and the pressure hull, which is the watertight bit that everybody lives in, you have things like ballast tanks and other such parts that are mounted to the exterior of the pressure hull. So what will happen is the depth charge, again assuming we're talking about a submarine that survives, will detonate at some distance from the sub. Now that immediately means, assuming the sub is at some kind of reasonable depth, the explosive force of the depth charge is going to dissipate in all directions. That immediately is actually slightly different from an artillery airburst shell, because an artillery airburst shell will radiate out initially from its point of detonation in all directions, but of course the ground beneath will reflect a certain amount of that, which may or may not be good depending on how close you are to the artillery detonation. But anyway, so energy from depth charge being dissipated completely 360 in all dimensions. Only a small part of that energy, therefore, is going to hit the submarine. And when it hits the submarine, as you can see from this photo of a submarine that was depth charged and damaged, the first thing that energy is going to do is start to buckle or potentially breach the outer hull plating. So energy is going to be lost doing that. Then you've got, as that pressure wave moves through the external hull plating and or the external hull plating itself moves, that exerts pressure on the water between the external hull and the pressure hull, which may or may not, depending on where the blast wave is hitting the sub, include the ballast tanks. That is going to dissipate the energy somewhat and or spread it out, depending again on exactly what's happening with the external hull. Then the pressure wave arrives at the pressure hull. Now, again, assuming the sub is surviving this, that assumes that the pressure hull is not breached, or if it is, it's breached in very minor places. So now the shock wave is moving into and through the pressure hull and into the air inside, which is where the crewmen are. The pressure hull may or may not flex. Well, it will flex. It may or may not permanently distort, undergo plastic deformation as opposed to elastic deformation. But there'll be some energy lost again to the pressure wave moving through the pressure hull. And now this is inside the submarine itself. Now, the reason why pipes burst and light bulbs burst, etc., is because of that flex. And because of the shockwave moving through the solid structure, it's much easier for shockwaves to move through something that is solid and, relatively speaking, incompressible. Water, of course, as far as engineering purposes is concerned, is incompressible. Solids like steel are mostly incompressible, and then air is very compressible. So, as a result, shockwaves travel really, really well through water, pretty well through solids, and actually rather terribly through air, as far as retaining energy is concerned. So the pipes and the bulbs, etc., they're all connected to the physical structure of the sub, which means that the shockwave will go through the structure of the sub, and possibly also there'll be a lot of flexing involved, especially in something that is supposed to be flexible anyway, like a pipe or a bulb fitting, and the bulb itself, the glass, is not very flexible, and that results in these bursts. But then once the pressure wave moves into the air, of course, air is compressible, albeit that, unlike in an open-air environment like an artillery strike, in a sub, the air only has a certain limited amount of places to go. And of course, whilst the shockwave has been moving through the two hulls, the external and the pressure hull, whilst obviously they do have 3 dimensions, for a very crude analysis, you can effectively consider them as 2D areas. So the shockwave has been spread out over a given area, whereas now, in the internal part of the pressure hull where the crew are, it's definitely moving through a very 3-dimensional volume. And, as we said, it's a volume full of compressible substance, i.e. air. So the shockwave is going to dissipate even further as it moves through the air. Some of the energy is going to be lost in compressing the air. Some of the energy is going to be lost in spreading out into this much more volumetric environment. And it's at this point that it reaches the crew. And so the crew are actually going to be subjected to massively less pressure than was exerted on the external part of the hull, because, as you might expect, something that can do this to, plate steel could quite easily squash someone. And they're going to be actually also in receipt of far less change in pressure than even the fixtures and fittings that are attached to the internal pressure hull. And this is why, at least for distant depth charge detonations where the crew survives and the sub survives, you don't get the kind of injuries you'd expect from being at a very, very close range to an artillery strike. Of course, as depth charges get more powerful and get closer to the sub, the amount of energy dissipation can only go so far. However, you also increase the risks of, breaching the internal pressure hull, and then the sub sinks anyway. So there will have been cases where a depth charge detonating very close to a sub does cause these kind of injuries, because the amount of energy dissipated is nowhere near enough. But you're incredibly unlikely to actually see those, because the next thing that's going to happen is the sub's hull is going to be breached and it's going to sink. Kazeshi asks, golf balls have dimples to make them fly further, and some airplane wings have little protrusions near the back of the wing to create turbulence as well. Mythbusters even tested this on a car. Is there anything like that for ships? If not, has any testing been done? In recent times, some people have tried it, but it doesn't really work when you're talking about warships for several reasons. I mean, a lot of reasons, actually, but to go into the biggest ones, part of it is that, actually, as we're talking about in the previous question, air is compressible, water is effectively incompressible, and therefore they behave somewhat differently. They are both fluids from an engineering perspective, but an incompressible fluid behaves somewhat differently to a compressible one, so it's not an exact one-for-one. Secondly, the shape of a ship is very different to the shape of a golf ball. As you can see here, obviously golf balls are spherical. When they move through the air, they create a pressure wave in front of them, and they create a very large wake behind them, whereas a ship is already, generally speaking, very streamlined, and therefore its wake is considerably less than golf ball as a proportion of the ship's overall length or surface area. So if you look at the pictures of a cruiser or a battleship or a battlecruiser moving at speed, you'll see that the actual wake lines start to appear much, much further back on the ship and affect a much smaller surface area as compared to the overall surface area of the vessel than you'd get from a golf ball. The other thing is that there are multiple kinds of drag, so what the dimples on a golf ball do, amongst other things, is they reduce the drag caused by pressure, but they actually increase the drag caused by surface area, because of course with the dimples there is more surface area. Now, on a streamlined ship, with obviously a very sharp fine bow, the drag caused by pressure is, relatively speaking, considerably less, and the drag caused by area, i.e. the drag caused by the water running over the ship itself, the hull, is considerably greater. There are ways to try and limit that as well, but it is the greater part of the drag caused to the ship. And so if you were to dimple a ship's hull, regardless of anything else, you would be increasing the drag factor that actually affects the ship the most and reducing the one that probably affects it the least, which is almost the inverse of a golf ball, and therefore it actually probably wouldn't be very useful in that respect either. Also, water is a lot denser than air, so the kind of effects that you get from a golf ball or an aircraft or a car, which are all moving generally a lot faster than a ship is, in a much less dense medium, are completely different to a ship which is moving slower in a much more dense medium. To get the similar kind of effects to occur precisely, you'd have to get the ship moving almost as fast as a jet aircraft, which is another separate matter. So the effect just isn't quite as great anyway. And finally, yes, wake separation, which is the thing that the dimples on a golf ball reduce, is a major issue for drag on ships. And there are a number of ways that hull form design tries to mitigate that. One of the biggest ways is the transom stern, which I've discussed in other Drydock questions. And the transom stern tries to mitigate this by effectively creating a false extension of the ship's hull, if you want to use a very crude analogy, which means that the wake separation actually just occurs in water significantly behind the ship, and therefore you don't get the drag vortex that you would get if there was, physically a hull there that was tapering to a point. Colin Ware asks, I've been reading a great deal about Winston Churchill lately. Like many great men, he says, such as Douglas MacArthur, he had almost as many spectacular failures as he did successes. I'm curious about your assessment of his tenure as First Lord of the Admiralty. He had a lot of good: the Queen Elizabeth, the 15-inch gun, mobilisation in summer 1914, appointing Jellicoe as Commander-in-Chief of the Grand Fleet, distant blockade, political victories on construction, etc., and yet so many epic failures: micromanaging admirals, Gallipoli's execution, even if the strategy was good, Beatty becoming Commander-in-Chief of battle cruisers, and later on sending Repulse and Prince of Wales, as foresaid, over-reliance on the sonar in the early phase of the Battle of the Atlantic, etc. What is your take? To be completely fair to Churchill, some of those things aren't necessarily his direct responsibility, in as much as he wasn't the one who was pushing for them. So the over-reliance on sonar in the early part of the Battle of the Atlantic, that was an institutional thing. Almost everybody in the Royal Navy believed that sonar would be a lot more effective than it turned out it actually was initially. But equally, when you go to the other end of things, some of the successes were as much, if not more, pushed by the Admiralty as they were by Churchill. The Queen Elizabeths, for example. He did like them, but there were an awful lot of other people who were pushing for them. Fisher, amongst other people. He wanted them to go even faster, but there you go, that's Fisher. So my overall take on Winston Churchill when it comes purely to naval matters, as opposed to anything else, because that's a whole other field of discussion, at least in as much as you can summarise it in a Drydock answer, is that in some ways Churchill is almost like Beatty to me. Not in quite the same level of vitriol, but navally, Churchill is very, very good for the Navy as a political and administrative individual. So pushing for newer, bigger, better ships, more funding, etc., etc. These are the things that Churchill is very good at. He likes the Navy, he wants to see the Navy well equipped, and so in that respect, the Admiralty have a kind of natural ally, because if they say, we want this, so with the Queen Elizabeth, we want a big, fast battleship armed with 15-inch guns, as opposed to another iteration on the Iron Dukes, Churchill will back them, and Churchill will give them the support that they need to get those ships. So this aspect of Churchill is very, very good for the Navy. Where Churchill falls down is, at least in naval terms, is where he goes from, I support the Navy, I'm going to back the Navy, I'm going to fight for the Navy in the political arena, which is my area of expertise, over to that somehow means I am an expert on actual naval strategy and planning, which he very definitely is not. And that is where you start to get the disconnect and the things going horribly wrong, because for all his good points, Churchill is not an admiral. He does not understand the detailed aspects of combat at sea, even though he likes to think he does, and he also doesn't understand the idea that you cannot just keep an admiral effectively on a very, very short leash via telegrams from London and expect any degree of success out of them. And yes, Churchill is ex-military, but he is ex-army, which is a rather different operational environment, especially in the late 19th century, as compared to the Navy. So whilst he does have military experience, it doesn't actually relate to the Navy at all. And this really, if you look at the various naval areas where Churchill had a negative effect, it pretty much all traces back to this. It's when he starts trying to take some kind of operational command, decision-making, etc. responsibility. That's where the stuff that he tries to do goes wrong, where he tries to decide where the Navy should deploy, where he tries to decide how the Navy should deploy, or what it should do once it has deployed. That is the bit where he's very bad for the Royal Navy. So, yeah, overall, my take is that from a naval perspective, at least, I think Churchill overall is actually positive for the Navy. Not to mitigate some of the negatives, or a lot of the negatives, because there certainly are, they are there, but the Royal Navy is large enough that because he doesn't get a finger in every single pot, he cannot effectively ruin every single operation the Navy does. And so, because the political victories that he fights do affect the Navy as a whole, they mean they get more ships and bigger ships and better ships. On balance, the Royal Navy can afford to lose a few ships here and there as a result of Churchill getting a bit too involved. Almost because he has previously got involved, they actually have those ships to lose. Now, obviously, ideally, they wouldn't lose those ships. Ideally, someone would just step in and go, Mr. Churchill, I'm very sorry, but you are not actually an admiral. We need to make these decisions, not you. And so Churchill could have been a lot better for the Navy. But if you look at it on a grand strategic level, I think his overall impact was probably slightly more positive than it was negative. Robin Thomas asks, a question regarding Mers El Kabir. Well, this is going to be fun, isn't it? Don't you think that Admiral Somerville does share a bit of responsibility in not going to meet Admiral Jean Soult to discuss the terms of the ultimatum? France was just defeated, but its fleet was not, and whilst it may seem trivial, don't you think that the French fleet's honour was to be taken into account more than maybe it was? Or I suppose that should have been taken into account. As a former ally, don't you think that Jean Soult's frustration was a bit warranted? Now, I have an eerie sense of déjà vu. I think I may have very well answered a question like this or very similar to this recently, but who knows, it might have been in a Drydock Live, I don't know. I couldn't find it in my record of questions answered. So, anyway, let's go with it. But I'm going to summarise what I think I said before, which is that, one, Somerville was under orders to stay with his fleet. If you look through the fleet instructions, he was told he had to lead his fleet any given time. 2, if he'd gone ashore, then given that potentially negotiations could have gone badly, there was a chance that he may have been taken hostage. Obviously, that's not putting any particular implication saying the French would have. I'm saying, but from a British perspective at the time going into this whole scenario, that would have been a possible concern on their minds. And, well, having your admiral taken hostage is bad enough, especially when your orders are otherwise to blow everything up. So that is also a risk. Also, the principle of using intermediaries to discuss things between admirals who aren't strictly on the same side, whether that be a neutral power or a hostile power, was pretty well established. It goes all the way back to the Age of Sail, so there's not a particular reason for 2 officers of roughly equal flag rank to specifically meet. And indeed, if you look at most of the negotiations with other elements of the French fleet that the British went after in the same operation, such as Alexandria, most, if not all of those negotiations were also done using intermediaries. And of course, there's the fact that Somerville doesn't actually speak any decent French, which is exactly why he sent the particular officer he did, because that officer did speak decent French. And frankly, if you're going to negotiate, it's better that both parties are actually speaking fluently and understandably to each other, rather than everything foundering on the fact that neither side can actually understand what the other is really saying. So I can't see any reasonable circumstance where Somerville could have gone ashore to meet with Jean Soult and not be in serious breach of his other obligations to his fleet and his ships, and also potentially putting himself at fairly considerable risk, which is something you have to take into account when you're at that level of authority. Now, with that said, there's potentially Jean Soult and Somerville could have met, but the only way I can realistically see that happening, with all the other factors factored in and neither side being in complete dereliction of at least one of their duties, would have been potentially for Jean Soult to come out to the harbour entrance on board one of the French destroyers, and Somerville to then meet him aboard Foxhound, and potentially negotiations could have been conducted in that manner. But that would be a rather unique circumstance. And to be fair, as I've said in my Mers El Kabir video itself, and I think I've restated a few times since, that Admiral Jean Soult was not necessarily willing to interpret his orders or in a way that could allow him to accept one of the British conditions, which the one I think was workable was either sailing to America or sailing to French possessions in the West Indies. Those 2 options, I think, could quite easily have been read as following the spirit of the orders that he'd last received from Darlan, considering he wasn't getting any further orders from Darlan, because Darlan had decided to go on effectively on annual leave. But that does require an officer who follows the spirit of orders rather than the letter of orders, and as we've established, Jean Soult was not that kind of admiral, and that's fine. Okay, the admirals who follow the spirit of orders tend to be the ones who get the most glory, but there is a place for admirals who follow the letter of their orders as well. That's not a particular positive or negative judgment on him. The reason I come down so heavily and negatively on Jean Soult is because, having then decided he was not that kind of officer, it leaves him with the other option being, I am following my orders to the letter, and at that point none of his pre-existing orders covered the possibility of the British giving him this set of ultimatums. Granted, obviously, because the British were allies until relatively recently. But as a naval officer, if he's not going to interpret existing orders, his next duty is to get new orders to clarify the new situation, i.e. go to his superiors and say, what should I do? Here are all the options. This is the situation. And if Jean Soult had transmitted the entire British ultimatum list with all the various options, and the French Vichy government had come back and said, no, fight, or don't accept them, we don't think they're actually going to shoot, and then the British did shoot, then, at least from my perspective, Gensoul would be mostly relieved of particular responsibility, because at that point he had his orders, he followed his orders, Somerville followed his orders, it was a tragedy, but neither one of them is sort of especially to blame, because ultimately it was the British government that sent Somerville there, and it would have been the French government that told Gensoul not to cooperate. The reason I pick up on Gensoul is because he didn't do that. He sent a very, very brief, what he presumably assumed was a brief, précis summary of everything, but was hilariously inaccurate. It was literally just a join us or scuttle, which, well, the scuttling option wasn't even directly stated in the British ultimatum. You could think it was implied, but the British had actually said you need to disable your ships in a manner that they can't easily be used for war. You could do that by wrecking the breech blocks of the guns and totaling the engines. You don't actually need to scuttle the ships. There was the option, obviously, of join us. That was accurate. But all the other options, including the one which, as I said, Darlan's previous orders could have been interpreted as I go to French holdings overseas or go to America, none of that was included, and therefore the people he was asking for order clarification from did not have the complete picture, and that is entirely on him. And that is why I hold him particularly responsible. It's not... yes, his pride got in the way, and that shouldn't have happened. Yes, there were ways that it could have been better handled on either side. That is a granted factor. But ultimately, it is that abrogation of responsibility by Gensoul that makes me put most of the blame on him, because if he wasn't going to be a creative admiral on the spot, he needed to give the person who he was then offloading that responsibility to the full picture, and he failed to do so. And that, therefore, is effectively the reason why everything went as badly as it did, in my view. Classe Cornate asks, what did Versailles cut the German Navy to, and could they have made a decent coastal defence force with it? I've heard that with investing in heavy armoured cars, the Germans could have gotten around the tank stipulation, Rougeau style, but are there any gaps in the Navy that could have been filled like this? So the relevant parts of the Versailles Treaty are the naval clauses. Article 181 gives them a must-not-exceed value of 6 battleships of the Deutschland or Lothringen type, the pre-dreadnoughts, 6 light cruisers, 12 destroyers, and 12 torpedo boats, and then it says, or an equal number of ships constructed to replace them as provided for in Article 190, no submarines. All other warships, except where there is provision to the contrary in the present treaty, must be placed in reserve or devoted to commercial purposes. And Article 190, just for reference, says that Germany is forbidden to construct or acquire any warships other than those intended to replace the units in commission, provided, in Article 181, for the present treaty, the warships intended for replacement purposes as above shall not exceed the following displacements: armoured ships 10,000 tons, light cruisers 6,000 tons, destroyers 800 tons, and torpedo boats 200 tons. And except where a ship has been lost, units of different classes shall only be replaced at the end of a period of 20 years in the case of battleships and cruisers, and 15 years in the case of destroyers and torpedo boats, counting from the launching of the ship. Now, Articles 181 to 197 all deal with various elements of the naval section, so there's that. Have a look if you like. But in terms of your question, those are the two that are most relevant. Could they have made a decent coastal defence force? Yeah, sure. Are there any gaps in the treaty they could have exploited? The only real gap in there is that the only limitations placed on German warship design at this point are displacement ones, not, at this point, at least as by these articles, weaponry based. So technically speaking, there's nothing to stop you putting a 16 or 18 inch gun on your 10,000 ton armoured ship, other than, the realities of trying to actually do that. But yeah, you could have made a perfectly credible coastal defence force with that. The Swedish Navy obviously got a fairly credible coastal defence force basing purely on the Sverige class, which are just over 2,000 tons lighter than the 10,000 ton displacement limit for armoured ships, and Germany gets to have 6 rather than the 2 that the Swedish had. So yeah, I would say it's entirely possible for 6 fairly powerful coastal defence ships to be built on that. The light cruisers, to be honest, at 6,000 tons, you probably want to make them more anti-torpedo boat, anti-destroyer ships. So some numerous 6-inch guns, make them quite fast, give them a bunch of torpedo launchers. I'd almost be tempted to take an idea off of the Abdiel class, which obviously are a bit smaller than that, but basically upsize the Abdiel type of vessel, so effectively numerous destroyer-grade armament to basically help take out destroyers, and then stick an absolute ton of torpedoes. So you've made a kind of absolute super destroyer, because there's nothing that says you can't in the treaty. And then your dinky destroyers, 800 tons, and torpedo boats, 200 tons. They're effectively, by the 30s, they get torpedo boats either way. So that would be my way of going about it anyway. And yes, you could get a fairly credible coastal defence force out of that. Tweezendflute asks, if we did an old-style Le Mans drag race, starting with a destroyer, cruiser and battleship with the same 30-knot max speed, in line abreast in a dead calm sea with no wind, and the ship's completely inert, no one aboard at the start, what would be the distance covered - time graph for the first 6 days? Secondly, if they're steaming at 18 knots in a flat sea condition and the bridge asks to go to maximum speed of 30 knots, how long will this take? And what's the overall form of the speed time curve? And then similarly, but if the engineers have 30 minutes of warning. Okay, so generating a distance time graph is going to be virtually impossible without specifying exactly what kind of cruiser, destroyer and battleship you're using, because they're all going to have very different ones. However, assuming that we're using US ones, so US heavy cruiser, an Iowa, because it's one of the few battleships that actually can exceed 30 knots, and we have detailed fuel economy for, and a US destroyer for completeness. The distance time graph is going to look quite hilarious, because only the Iowa is actually still going to be going after the 6th day. So Iowa, running at 30 knots, according to the USN's own fuel consumption figures, can go for just over 6 days at full pelt. Cruiser is going to be out of fuel between 2 and 4 days in, depending on the size of the cruiser in question. Some of the early ones, like the Pensacola's, are going to be dry in 2, but Baltimore can last up, I think, about 3.5 days at full pelt before it's drained its fuel tanks completely. And a destroyer is, again, depending on the size of the destroyer, either going to be flat out empty within a day or maybe up to 2 days for some of the larger ones. So the battleship's going to win the distance covered over time graph, because they're all going to reach roughly the same kind of speed within, on the scale of a week, almost at the same time, and then the battleship's going to keep going for days and days and days afterwards. As far as acceleration, how long that's going to take, and what the overall form of the speed time curve is, and if they've got more warning, this all depends. If you've got more warning, that largely depends on whether or not you've got all the boilers lit. If you're just cruising steadily at 18 knots, depending on the conditions, in peacetime you might only be cruising on a battleship or a cruiser with some of your boilers lit, and so the extra warning would allow time to start getting those boilers lit and up to pressure. Whereas in wartime you'd probably have all the boilers ticking over anyway, just in case. Now, in terms of the speed time curve, basically the speed time curve is going to look almost like a diagonally mirrored log graph, in that, well, depending on how you're plotting the logarithm, but anyway, the speed will increase very, very rapidly from 18 knots to about 26, 27 knots, and then that last gasp of the last 2 to 3 knots is going to take longer than it's going to take you to get from 18 to 27 knots, or 28 knots. And that's just because of the fact that those last few knots demand so much extra power, and pretty much any ship can get up to about, rule of thumb, about 90% of its top speed very quickly, and that last bit just takes forever and a day. So you're talking about working up to speed from cruising to high-ish speed in a matter of fives or tens of minutes, but working from there to the absolute top speed, assuming that you are running at a roughly 18 knots of pressure anyway, is going to take probably a couple of hours, if not more. It depends drastically on the ship in question. Even when you have ships that are actually running at pretty much full power already, i.e. ships that may be running around, I'm thinking of a particular incident in the Mediterranean where cruisers were already running at 25 knots, and this was during one of the fights with the Italians, and they were called for maximum speed, and it very quickly jumped to 27, 28 knots, but then as it began to crawl from there, so 28, 28 and a half, 29, and over the course of half an hour to an hour, they were still just edging up a little bit faster and faster. Obviously, a destroyer has a lot less mass and generally a slightly higher power to weight ratio, so the smaller the ship, the faster it's going to hit that plateau period. So therefore, over the course of, say, a day, most of the time a destroyer will travel further than a cruiser, and a cruiser will travel further than a battleship in general, although again, very specific ships have different capabilities. But that's going to be a relatively marginal difference compared to the fact, obviously, as I said, that the battleship can go for days longer than the cruiser, and the cruiser can go for sort of tens of hours or days more than the destroyer, depending on the ship in question. Wesley Johnson asks, is it possible to stabilise and preserve a steel wreck in place? Given the great practical difficulty of refloating even a small ship, and the moral problems associated with disturbing such sites, preservation such as that carried out on the CSS Hunley doesn't seem like a good solution for 19th and 20th century wrecks. But it seems that it would be a terrible loss to have many of the famous shipwrecks, such as Titanic, Bismarck, Johnston, etc., deteriorate into oblivion. It's possible, but it's very difficult for two main reasons. One of which is that a lot of wrecks are very deep, so anything you tried to do, especially to the wrecks that you mentioned, Titanic, Bismarck, and worst of all Johnston, which appears to be going for the record of deepest wreck ever, involves an awful lot of expense and an awful lot of specialised equipment going down there, and let's face it, the mini-subs, etc., that they can send down to those depths are not exactly very large compared to the sheer size of a lot of those wrecks. I mean, even compared to the Johnston, the mini-subs and underwater unmanned vehicles they send down are pretty tiny, let alone something like Bismarck or Titanic. So any kind of active intervention that you are going to take would be incredibly expensive and take an incredibly long amount of time to do. The second problem is that obviously ships start to rust, and once that rust gets deeply embedded in, you're going to have one heck of a time trying to preserve it, regardless of whatever depth it's at, because the rust will eventually eat through a good portion of the ship in most cases. I mean, there are sort of anaerobic environments where rust and the microbes and bacteria that eat into the ship don't develop or develop very slowly, so you might have better luck in those circumstances. But to be perfectly honest, in those circumstances, you don't need to do a tremendous amount to preserve the ship, because if it's not rusting and decaying away, it's probably going to stay in the condition it's in unless it gets hit by a really strong current or an underwater landslide or something. Once the rust is deeply embedded in, as it is with something like Titanic, for example, by this stage there's not really a lot you could do to save it, because the vast majority of the ship's metal has been converted into rust or other non-original materials. And any kind of interference to try and stabilize it is probably just going to cause everything to collapse even further and faster. So Titanic, I think, is well beyond hope. Bismarck, due to where it sank, what's left of it is probably going to be around for quite a while. But again, it's very, very deep. So I struggle to think what you could actually do at that depth, practically speaking. Shallower wrecks, you can do more to preserve. There's attempts being made, for example, to preserve HMAS or HMVS, depending on what time period you're looking at, Cerberus over in Australia, and her wreck is partly out of the water. It is that shallow, since she was used as a breakwater in the first place. But obviously that means that the ship is, or the wreck is also subject to a lot more wave action, and is obviously it's going to rust away very, very quickly, relatively speaking. It's mainly just through the fact that Cerberus was built to such a ridiculous level of strength that it's there at all now. So yeah, I would say in very shallow waters, if the wreck isn't too far gone, there are some methods that you can take to stabilize and preserve a wreck. I mean, you can also look at some of the stuff they've done for Arizona. A lot of it is going to involve just taking off some of the weights. So that's what they did on Cerberus, for example, eventually moving some of the guns, because if the ship structure is designed to support heavy turrets and heavy guns, as most warships are, then if you remove those weights, the ship structure has to support a lot less mass, and therefore, even if it does decay somewhat, the margin of safety is still going to be there. As far as indefinitely preserving a steel item in salt water, that's not going to happen. You either have to salvage it or in some way hermetically seal it. Kyla Stern asks, what is the biggest caliber which you could make a practical gun for shore defence in for 1945? I think you said 18 to 20 inches is probably as big as you can get on ships, but surely on land that limit must be higher. Actually, I think that the most practical gun for shore defence in terms of overall gun size is probably actually going to be lower on land. And let me explain that. When you look at a battleship, you see the gun turret. Okay, great, fine. But what you usually don't see until you start looking at cutaways is the shell hoist handling systems, the magazines, the shell handling rooms, etc. The obviously all the power requirements, all the hydraulic lines and electric cables and everything that's allowing the turret to turn and rotate. The fire control systems, you do see them, but you don't usually associate them directly with the turrets unless you're looking at the turret-mounted rangefinders, and so on and so on and so on. When you're building a battleship, all of that comes almost intrinsically with the battleship or cruiser or whatever. When you're building it on land, you're not going to be building your magazine on land. You're going to be building it in land. You're going to have to dig out a bunker for it for exactly the same reason as the magazines on the ship are below the waterline. And obviously you're going to need armour. That's usually massive amounts of concrete on land and things like that. Now, if you're going to go to all of that effort and expense, it's actually probably going to cost you more than the installation of a given number of guns on a battleship, because for one, you're going to get greater efficiencies, because a battleship usually carries 8, 9 or 12 guns or something in that region, whereas on land your defences are usually made up, unless you're reusing an ex-battleship turret, of single guns, maybe the occasional twin, but triples are incredibly rare, say, unless you are using a reused naval weapon. And you're going to have to excavate and then build. So with a battleship, at least, you merely have to actually build all of this stuff, whereas on land, you've got to cart away a massive amount of rock and soil in an area that you probably don't have the infrastructure to easily do that, and then you've got to build everything that you would build for a battleship, plus all the concrete work, etc., etc. And so your overall cost per gun is actually going to be markedly higher than your cost for a battleship, because for a battleship you build a power plant, and that power plant provides the power to all your gun turrets, etc. Whereas on a land-based installation, okay, you're building a slightly smaller power plant, but you're still building a fairly expensive power plant, but it's only supplying a single gun. And if you want to do that 10, 15 miles down the coast, you're going to have to replicate the whole exercise again. Plus, you're obviously going to have to do all the range finding, fire control equipment again. And if you're installing 3 different guns in 3 different places, that means 3 different sets of magazines, etc. So from a practical perspective of what is the biggest gun we can actually in place, I actually think that you're probably going to be limited to maybe a 14, 15 or 16 inch weapon. And even then, if you're doing, and this is if you're talking about doing full-on coastal defense bunkers, gun turret, etc., not kind of just open-mounted stuff. And even then, I think you're going to most likely be making use of ex-naval equipment. You're very unlikely to be building these guns as dedicated coast defense weapons. Now, you might build a dedicated coast defense gun variant, but you're probably only going to be building that because the Navy has built its own coastal defense weapons, or its own weapons for battleships that are then also translatable into coastal defense weapons. So what I'm saying is, if, let's say, you build a set of battleships with 14-inch guns, like the US Navy did, you might extend the production run and modify the production run slightly to build 14-inch guns for coastal defense, but you're unlikely to build a 16-inch gun for coastal defense if you don't have battleships that are already asking for 16-inch guns, and so on and so forth. So I don't think, practically speaking, you're ever going to see anyone building a gun that's bigger than the guns they're using for their battleships at the time, because the sheer cost of building those kind of coastal installations is already so high. It's just not worth doing with anything larger than having a bespoke gun run at that point. K9445 asks, twin or 2-gun turrets on US destroyers. There were older classes such as the Somers class that had twin 5-inch 38 turrets, but more modern destroyers such as the Gleaves and Fletcher class destroyers had single turrets. The Sumner and Gearing classes brought back the twins. Why this skip? Would the Fletchers have been a better ship with 2 or 3 twin turrets instead of 5 singles? The reason for the skip was that the Porter and Somers classes were built to the maximum displacement allowed by the treaty, and were effectively flotilla leaders. So they were theoretically 850 tons, whereas the follow-on ships with single turrets or single mounts, depending on the ship, were considerably smaller, lighter vessels, in accordance with the London naval treaties, which had limited the number of, if you like, full-size destroyers that you could build relative to the numbers of slightly lighter destroyers that you could build. And so the smaller ships just didn't have the size or the displacement to support the twin mounts. Now, when it comes to the Fletchers did actually displace more than the Porters and the Somers, because they were 2,000-ton base, not 1,850. However, I don't think they would have been better with 2 or 3 twin turrets instead of 5 singles. Because, well, if you go with on the very basic, if you go with 2 twins, you only have 4 guns and you only have 2 positions. So if one position is taken out, you're down to 2 guns. If 2 positions are taken out, you're completely disarmed. Whereas with 5 singles, you have an additional gun to start with, and you have to knock out every single one of those 5 positions to disarm the ship. That's one issue. If you've got 3 twins, then yes, okay, you have the extra gun, but again, you've now got 3 positions to knock out instead of 5, which in destroyer battles, actually, believe it or not, is a potentially serious issue. The other problem is that the Somers and the Porters used a variant of the 5-inch 38 mounting in their twin or 2-gun mounts that was restricted to anti-surface warfare only. It didn't have the elevation that the singles on the Fletchers had. And in order to try and limit the weight increase as a result of having these twin turrets, this is why they cut it down to single use. So if you had even a kind of Sumner or Gearing style 3 twin turret layout on the Fletchers, they would be using, at that point, if you use the Mark 22 mount, which is what the Summers and the Porters used, you now no longer have any heavy anti-aircraft capability on the Fletchers, which is going to be a very, very bad thing given the Pacific War. And with that said, the Mark 22 was not exactly the world's most successful. The Porters and the Summers were both quite badly overloaded and tended to shed both guns and turrets and torpedo launchers very quickly in favour of some kind of, legitimate anti-aircraft defence. And the Mark 22 mount was still just over 34 tons, whereas the open mounts that were found on a lot of US destroyers, the open single mounts, were less than half of that. So for the same weight, you could get more open-backed single mountings. And even if you used the fully enclosed mountings, it wasn't that much more of a weight addition using the singles. And with the singles, you got the anti-aircraft capability. Now, you could, of course, say, well, maybe you bring forward the twin dual-purpose mounting, which obviously there was already battleship versions that weighed considerably more on the North Carolina class, for example. But when you look at the Mark 38 mount, which is the one that went on the gearings, for example, that weighs 43.5, near enough, tons. At which point, 3 of those, so on a Fletcher, would add up to about 130 tons of weight for your armament. Whereas if you went with the single enclosed ones, you, for 130 tons, could get the same 6 guns and probably still have 10-15 tons spare left over. Possibly more, depending on the kind of mounting that you're using. Now, obviously, you might need a little bit more space lengthways to fit 6 single guns as opposed to 3 twins. But given that a lot of US destroyers in the 1930s had already had problems with stability because of trying to add too many weapons on top, the Sims class being a leading example of this, the Fletchers having the 5 singles whilst having a fairly large hull was a, in my mind, very inspired choice, because it meant not only did they have a fairly large heavy anti-aircraft battery, they also had plenty of reserve stability to use for further upgrades. So I think overall, a Fletcher that was using twin mounts would suffer from one of 2 problems. One of 3 problems. Either it would be underarmed compared to the historical Fletcher if you used 2 twin mounts, or it would have no heavy anti-aircraft defence if you used the Summer and Porter's mounts, or if you went with the 6-gun version using the gearing Sumnus type mounts, it will be very overweight, very top-heavy, very unstable, and that in turn is going to make things a lot more problematic when it comes time to try and add lots of 20 and 40mm to it, which is going to compromise the design, hopefully not quite as badly as it did with the Sims, but it would render them far less successful, in my opinion. Next we have, were stabilizers ever used on big guns? And the answer is yes. Almost every major battleship developed in the Dreadnought era had some form of stabilization on its guns, using mostly gyroscopes. The only real difference between that and the stabilized guns that were used for, say, anti-aircraft use was that you can't put a 3D gimbal on a battleship turret. So you could stabilize the guns to keep them aimed on point as far as elevation is concerned. You could stabilize the guns to a certain degree to cope with horizontal motion of the turret. Remote power training, for example, was quite good at that. But what you couldn't do was do full 3D axis stabilization, and that's why guns, whilst they were still trained on the target, you couldn't compensate for the fact if the ship was pitching and rolling really heavily past certain limits. So guns would have to be fired automatically once you press the firing button as the ship rolled through the 0 point, or at the peak or base, depending on the fire doctrine of the navy in question. Hens asks, how was ammunition handling for guns managed on submarines? Getting it up via the conning tower seems somewhat problematic. Unfortunately, that was how you got most of the ammunition supply. There would be a ready-use locker with a certain amount of ammunition exterior to the conning tower, so that, or perhaps mounted at the top of the conning tower, so you could get the deck gun in action relatively quickly. But once you'd shot off that ammunition, which wouldn't be a tremendous amount, you would be down to feeding ammunition up from inside the sub itself. And that, to be honest, is where most of the crew that were assigned to the gun would actually be working. On a relatively small gun like you'd find on a submarine, you can actually fire the gun with maybe 3 people at a fairly regular rate, but the gun crews on submarines were generally considerably larger, and, to say, most of that was concerned with feeding ammunition up from the conning tower. And of course, once the engagement was done, assuming that you'd won, and it was relatively safe to do so, you would feed further ammunition up to replenish your ready-use locker in case you needed the gun again later on. Pyran asks, how did Age of Sail tactics differ between European naval superpowers? For example, the Royal Navy very much has a reputation for getting close in and hammering away, with admirals like Hawke giving orders to hold fire until within pistol shot and Rodney breaking the line, whereas the French Navy preferred to fight from a distance and disable masts and rigging, from the limited research I've been able to do. It varies quite considerably, as with many of these rather wider questions, depending on the time period and not just the nation. So yeah, the Royal Navy in general tended to have tactics of trying to get in as close as possible and deliver multiple punishing broadsides as a prelude to boarding and taking the enemy for most of its existence in the Age of Sail, because they were relatively confident that they could beat the enemy, and that was the best way to sort of crush an enemy's firepower and take them over. The French, for the Napoleonic Wars, certainly did tend to go more for the disable the enemy's ability to manoeuvre and then potentially either escape or then manoeuvre for raking broadsides in order to cripple them further. So it wasn't just an element of cripple their ability to chase us then run away. There was also a method to that for winning battles. But as I say, this varied. When it's the French Royal Navy, i.e. pre-revolutionary France, they do tend to be a little bit more aggressive and a little bit more trending towards shooting at the hulls. And you therefore tend to see that a lot of the French Royal Navy forces, as opposed to French Revolutionary era forces, when they get involved in big fights with the Royal Navy, the battles tend to be a lot closer, a lot bloodier, and a lot more drawn out than they are in most of the Napoleonic revolutionary period. So there's no one set doctrine for French Age of Sail ships for the entire Age of Sail, much the same as with English ships you might find, or British ships depending on the time in the Age of Sail, you might find that in some cases they're the ones doing the shooting at the rigging to either bring the rigging down to slow down an enemy who's getting away, or to cripple an enemy so that they can get away in periods when perhaps they don't feel quite as secure, but generally they'd go for the hull. The Dutch, for example, in the Anglo-Dutch Wars, whilst this does see the kind of the development of the line of battle as a massive fleet tactic, also have a unusual propensity for boarding, and you might think, well, that's a bit odd considering that the Royal Navy had the preponderance of larger ships. Actually, that's exactly why the Dutch had a preponderance for boarding, because they knew full well that their smaller, shallower draft and lesser gunned vessels could not stand up in a long-term gunfight battering away back and forth with the Royal Navy. And so they decided that whilst, yes, a gunfight was something they would have to engage in, they were considerably more enthusiastic about boarding actions than many other navies would be. And so some of their gun tactics in some of the Anglo-Dutch wars not only concentrated on trying to knock out as many of the enemy's guns as possible, as quickly as possible, but also quite a bit of emphasis on clearing the decks with canister or grape shot and similar to enable a quicker boarding action. Because let's face it, if you're facing up against something like Sovereign of the Seas and you're in a 60 gunner and you've got Sovereign or Naseby or some other horrific monster over there rocking 90 to 100 guns, well, you're not going to be long for this world if you sit there and try and engage in a stand-up duel. But if you slaughter everybody on the upper decks and quickly rush over there whilst suppressing their guns for a little bit and then try and board them, you might stand half a chance. and so on and so forth. So the Spanish, their tactics vary quite wildly depending on the time period. Right back in the age of the Armada, their tactic is sort of one salvo and board. And then they veer between British and French tactics through the age of sail, depending on where they think they are in the overall ranking of navies. The Russians are a little bit of a harder one to get an eyeball on because they don't tend to participate in the big naval wars that we commonly think of, that the Western European nations do. But they do have quite their own little knockdown drag-out fights with Sweden and the Ottoman Empire for a fair bit of time, and from what I can glean at least, the Russians do seem to be more towards the British side of enthusiastically getting stuck in at close range. Davanev66 asks, one source I read indicated that HMS Defence was briefly ordered from the Mediterranean fleet to join Craddock's squadron and would have reached him in time to have been there for Coronel, but the order was reversed fairly quickly. Craddock was not informed at first and spent some time at the Falklands waiting before learning she would not be arriving. How do you feel Coronel would have played out with Defence present? This could be a very interesting one. Defence is, after all, still only one ship, but she is bigger than the Scharnhorsts individually, and she actually has a heavier broadside than the Scharnhorsts. The Scharnhorsts obviously have their twin 8.3-inch turrets fore and aft, plus casement-mounted 8.3s, and then a backup battery of 6 inches, whereas Defence has twin 9.2-inch guns fore and aft, so those are heavier than the twin 8.3s, and then amidships, instead of a mix of 5.9-inch and a couple of 8.3s, she has 5 7.5-inch per side. Armour-wise, maximum belt thickness is pretty much the same between the Minotaur and Scharnhorst classes, and Defence being the last of the Minotaur class. And in terms of speed, there's also not a tremendous amount to choose from. They're both capable of about 23 knots. The main problem that Craddock's going to have is that although I think Defence probably stands a fairly decent chance of taking on either Scharnhorst or Gneisenau in a one-on-one fight, there is of course only one of Defence and 2 of the German ships. And you could argue, yes, in theory you could position Defence between them so that the 10 total 7.5-inch guns can engage on both sides, but then Defence is probably going to be targeted on both sides, which is not going to end well. The maximum thickness of belt armour is broadly similar to what's on the Invincibles anyway, so in a long-range engagement, it's a bit of an interesting one. The main thing is with Craddock is the rest of his squadron is much slower. So Defence would allow him to close the range and engage in an action during the daylight hours when he wanted to engage, but only Defence would be able to do that, and von Spee could keep falling back and draw Defence out and then surround it and pummel it with his entire squadron. Alternatively, if Craddock is able to take Defence along with him, he may very well at that point then leave Otranto, which brings the overall speed of his squadron up, because then he has Monmouth, Good Hope and Glasgow plus Defence. So at that point he may then try and go after von Spee's 2 big ships, the 2 Scharnhorsts, using Defence to go after one, using Good Hope and Monmouth to go after the other together, and then presumably Glasgow gets to try and hold off the various German light cruisers long enough for a decision to be made on the other battle, or potentially Defence using its unengaged 7.5-inch battery to support Glasgow. Now, in that respect, it's theoretically a winnable fight, but it's going to come down to a couple of things, one of which is, even with his overall increased squadron speed, can Craddock force an engagement before sunset, which is when he suddenly loses the advantage of the sunlight. This was basically what Craddock was trying to do. If he could engage before sunset, a couple of hours before, he would have the Germans highlighted by the sun, and the Germans would have the sun in their eyes looking at him. Von Spee used his superior speed to hold off until the sun was actually setting, at which point the British were silhouetted and the Germans hidden in darkness, which vastly favoured the Germans. If Craddock is able to force engagement during the day, then I'd say there's a better than even chance of that particular scenario working. The main variables are going to be whichever one of the Scharnhorst's defence engages, whilst defence does have theoretically the upper hand, it's going to come down to, I think, which one wins that fight. It's defence's fight to lose, but it could still lose it. The odds are not that much in its favour. The other fight it's a 2v1 fight. Granted, most of the guns involved on the British side are 6 inches, so you'll probably lose Good Hope or Monmouth, but the other one and whatever's left of the first might be able to get in close enough to do sufficient overwhelming damage to at least technically win that fight. And then you've got to decide what the German light cruisers are going to do faced with the unengaged side of defence plus Glasgow. So it's possible, but it's still going to be very close. If it goes down to a night action or very late evening sunset action, which is what historically happens, so assuming Craddock isn't able to force the engagement at the time he wants to, well, the issues that Good Hope and Monmouth face are still going to be there. The issues that Glasgow face are still going to be there. Defence will have a better chance on the run in than Good Hope and Monmouth did. And obviously the Germans are having to split their fire between 3 ships rather than 2. But at that point, the odds switch over to it's still von Spee's having the advantage. Not quite as much of an advantage as he did previously, but still it would be his fight to lose at that point. So I'd say with the addition of defence, assuming Craddock ditches Otranto in response, you're probably looking daytime engagement 60-40 in favour of the Royal Navy and night action 60-40 in favour of the Imperial German Navy. Colonel Cheng asks, as part of my effort to get a semi-decent 1-350 HTMS Thonburi on my shelf, I recently took a trip to the Ko Chang Naval Battle Memorial in Thailand to scan their 1-144 scale model, as Kawasaki and the Royal Thai Navy have apparently lost their copies of the ship's blueprints using a 3D scanner. It occurs to me that there are probably many more builders' models of historical warships in existence in overseas museums, particularly in the major historical shipbuilding nations. Is this so? And if so, how hard is it to get access to these models, and what will be the protocol for doing so? Yeah, you'd be right. There's a lot of builders' models out there. I've seen some US museums that have large numbers of them. The National Maritime Museum in Greenwich is absolutely up to its eyeballs in them, which actually makes me very sad because they used to have some wonderful halls full of builders' models going all the way back into the early age of sail. And they put all the models in storage because they decided to go for a more quote-unquote interactive style of museum, which I suppose is fine if you're 6. Well, not if you're 6-year-old me. Even 6-year-old me thinks these modern interactive museums are useless, but for the normal 6-year-old, I guess they're fine. But for 6-year-old me or adult me, I much prefer just rows and rows and rows of really nicely detailed ship models. But nonetheless, they do have them, just not so much on display anymore. And the Fleet Aero Museum has a bunch. There's quite a lot around. In terms of getting access to the models for something like 3D scanning, I guess the protocol would probably be you'd have to email the museum and explain why you wanted access to the models and what you were planning on doing with it afterwards, how that would benefit the museum, and identifying when it could be done. Because obviously if something as delicate as or as precious as a builder's model, they're not just going to want to take up what is really a very heavy and secure display case for nothing, and it also means probably they're going to have to close off a part of the museum for security. So you would probably have to either aim to do it in off hours, maybe early morning while they're setting up, or late evening when they're shutting down, probably early morning to be honest. The current opportunities afforded by COVID would in theory make a good move, because you're going to have museums that are going to be in the process of getting ready to reopen but not able to receive visitors yet, at which point they've got like whole days where they're going to have staff there but no regular visitors around. So that would be a good opportunity if you happen to be in the country in question and the various restrictions allow it, which is the downside. And I suspect some museums will probably, again, depending on the museum and depending on the purpose of the visit, they might want you to pay them for access to their models, which is fair enough. I say it depends entirely on what's going on. A large museum with a visitor who's asking for specific access because they want to do research or something like that, they're probably not going to worry too much about. Whereas a small to mid-sized museum that has to watch every penny, and if someone's saying, oh, well, I want to scan these models for use commercially in some way, shape or form, they're probably going to want money for that, and understandably slow. So yeah, it's going to vary, but it never hurts to ask. The worst they can do is say no, or come back with some offer that requires negotiation. Ed Schaller asks, was there any combined submarine surface or air doctrine or action? There were some attempts at this kind of doctrine. Usually they didn't work out too well because submarines rely on stealth. Aircraft and surface warships in World War I and World War II are inherently not particularly stealthy, especially when they're firing massive guns or dropping huge bombs and torpedoes at you. So, yeah, notifying the enemy that they're under attack tends to just put them on alert. The reason the K-class subs are gracing your screen at the moment is because the K-class were one attempt at combined sub and surface doctrine, the idea obviously being that they would keep up with the fleet at 21 knots, and then when time came for engagement they would dive and launch a surprise torpedo attack on the enemy. This, as I said before, had as a doctrine, had probably a workable lifespan of about 3 or 4 years at the time when, theoretically their top speed was similar to the fleet's top speed, and all the other technological issues hadn't really cropped up. Speeds hasn't increased, so on and so forth. Once technology had advanced to the point that now battle lines were a little bit faster, destroyers are a bit better at anti-submarine warfare, and the K-class exhibited more and more problems, they rapidly became non-viable. And it was somewhat questionable if it would have worked initially, but the K-class, as they originally performed without, all the disastrous diving incidents, theoretically had a working doctrine going in maybe the latter part of World War I up to about 1920 or 21, but that's really about it. The Germans, the Kriegsmarine and Luftwaffe in World War II did try and do a bit of coordination between things like the FW-200 Condor squadrons and U-boats, but part of the problem was obviously aircraft move a lot faster than U-boats, so if you give the U-boats enough advanced warning that you're going to be moving in, that gives the Allies enough time to detect your signals and work out that something's happening and be ready for you. Alternatively, you signal the U-boats as and when the Gondors are about to attack, at which point it takes the U-boats a while to get into position, so the Gondors finish their attack by the time the U-boats get into position, and you no longer have a combined attack. So it was tried at various points, but effectively it comes down to the fact that you're either relying on absolutely 6 natural 20s in a row timing, or you're relying on some form of communications between the sub and your surface or aerial assets, and that usually means the sub has to be at or near the surface, which makes it very vulnerable to detection, and there's still timing issues involved, so it doesn't really work out that well. Goose Rezibos asks, did US sailors on British warships get rum rations, or did they have to make do with torpedo juice? I think it depends on how closely integrated the crews are, because the grog ration is, at the time that it's in force in the Royal Navy at least, part of the general rations for the ship's crew. So if you have a visiting sailor or delegation of sailors from the US Navy, if they are being fed and watered from the same pool of rations as the rest of the crew, i.e. they're receiving exactly the same food as the rest of the crew, then I don't see any reason why they wouldn't be issued with a rum ration. But if they're there on a temporary visit or they've got some other kind of arrangement, then that may not be the case. From what I recall from reading about various intercrew transfers of the period, such as on HMS Victoria / USS Robin, the answer does vary depending on that level of integration. If they're effectively just part of the British crew for all intents and purposes, other than the fact that ultimately they are US sailors, then yes. The more and more it becomes a formal, we are guests aboard this ship, and to be honest, the more and more officers there are from the US Navy, the more likely it is that they're going to have to stay dry. SMS Schleswig-Holstein asks, how would you rate the Italian Navy during its active part in World War II? Were they an effective force? And if so, why did they get ignored? I think, as I've mentioned before, the Italian Navy I rate generally fairly highly during its active part in World War II. I don't rate some of its senior leadership very highly at all during World War II, but I think between that and a few quality control issues, those are the main faults with the Italian Navy. Certainly, for the most part, the captains and most of the crews of the Italian Navy were very good, very professional, and most of their equipment, I say outside of the odd quality control issues, was pretty handy. One of the things that gets overlooked is that in general, not always, but in general, Kreigsmarine versus Royal Navy confrontations tended to go the Royal Navy's way the minute it got to any kind of significant size. Most of the Kriegsmarine's victories against the Royal Navy were relatively small-scale actions, with a couple of notable exceptions like Glorious being sunk and Hood being sunk. Whereas with the Italian Navy, whilst the Italian Navy didn't get any sort of HMS Hood-style moments over the Royal Navy, the Italian Navy, unlike the Kriegsmarine, did engage the Royal Navy, or significant chunks of the Royal Navy, in a number of straight-up battles. There were actions involving squadrons of cruisers and battleships on both sides, at a scale that the Kriegsmarine could only dream of confronting the Royal Navy at. And whilst something like, say, Matapan, yes, the Royal Navy came out on top there, there were other incidents, other battles, which were effectively score draws. And the Royal Navy was not pulling its punches in the Mediterranean. Granted, yes, they didn't send any of the King George V's there, but they did send Warspite. And they sent pretty much all of the modern carriers, all the armoured carriers at some point or other spent time in the Mediterranean near enough, as long as that conflict was ongoing. Ark Royal, of course, was sitting at the other end of the Mediterranean as part of Force H until it got sunk. A lot of Royal Navy assets were thrown at containing the Italian Navy, and you don't throw that many assets and that many powerful assets into the fight unless you're facing a fairly serious opponent. The one thing the Italian Navy couldn't really do was threaten the supply lines to Britain. So they were... keeping the Mediterranean was a vital part of overall British strategy, but the Kriegsmarine was more of a direct, immediate strategic threat, mostly thanks to the U-boats, but also surface raiders, to Britain itself. So whilst that happens, the Italian Navy, whilst it's a global strategic threat to Britain's overall war aims, it's not an immediate strategic threat to Britain itself. It's more of a tactical threat than anything else at that point. And I think that goes part way to explaining why the Italian Navy gets somewhat overlooked. It's basically because the German Navy was right here. If you're talking from a British perspective, they were right here on our doorstep. The Italians were kind of over there, so the immediacy wasn't quite there. You also have the fact that Allied propaganda did make a huge deal out of Bismarck and Tirpitz, whereas I think actually they probably should have been making a bigger deal about the Littorios, in my own estimation. But on top of that, you've got the fact that Italy enters the war a little bit later than Germany, and of course they back out of the war much earlier than Germany as well, at least as far as a coherent nation is concerned. You do then have the Italian co-belligerent navy, and you have the German-backed Italian government in opposition, which goes on for part of the rest of the war, but Italy as an opponent of the Royal Navy as a whole is gone by 43, so they're quote-unquote only involved in the war for sort of the midsection. They're not there right at the beginning, and they're not there for the knockdown, drag-out bit right at the end either. I also think it is something of a military osmosis, I guess, between the various Italian armed forces branches, which tends to affect judgment, because obviously the overall performance of the Italian army in the desert early on was pretty awful, and that then leads to this kind of popular narrative of, well, the Italians started a war in the desert, they immediately lost a war in the desert, and then Rommel had to show up to save them. And the Italian Air Force, its aircraft were a lot of them, the ones they had in main frontline service, were not particularly brilliant. The few Italian aircraft that showed up for the Blitz or the Battle of Britain, for example, tended to get horribly massacred. And again, the Luftwaffe is right there. The Luftwaffe is the thing that fights the Battle of Britain against the Royal Air Force. The Luftwaffe is the thing that's mostly involved in the Blitz. And I think you get this kind of osmosis going on where it's, right, well, we quote-unquote know the Italian army was useless, and from what we experienced, the Italian Air Force isn't particularly up to much either. Therefore, since we beat them, the Italian Navy must not have been particularly good, and we didn't hear anything as much about the Littorios as we heard about Bismarck and Tirpitz, so clearly the Germans must have been the bigger threat, and you kind of get this snowball effect where everything in World War II is now German, regardless of the fact the Italians actually had the bigger navy. But there you go. So I think that's why they tend to get forgotten for the most part. And it's not really fair on them because, as I said, they had a lot of good ships. Arguably, they had a lot of better ships. I mean, the Italian destroyers as a whole, superior to German destroyers. Italian light cruisers, well, almost anything superior to German light cruisers, so that's not exactly saying much, but they are. Italian heavy cruisers, I would quite happily argue the merits of the Zaras versus the Hippers on the side of the Zaras till the cows come home. Neither side completed an aircraft carrier, so that's kind of by the by. The Italians did have some nice submarines. The German Kriegsmarine, to be fair, did get the submarine warfare a little bit more effective, so I guess the Germans have the advantage there. And then when it comes to battleships, as I've said before, if you have if you get a good batch of 15-inch shells for the Littorios, I would be much more worried about facing off against a Littorio than I would be facing off against a Bismarck if I was in a King George V or similar. So yeah, the Italians really do need a little bit more love, I think, in Western literature. I mean, it's not helped to a certain extent by the fact that very little Italian history, Italian naval works have actually been translated into English. When you compare the number of books that have been written both by English authors or by German authors and translated about the German Navy, the Kriegsmarine, comparatively, there's virtually nothing on the Italians. I mean, think how many books have been published on the Bismarcks, and the Scharnhorst for that matter. And then you think, well, how many books in English have been published on the Littorios that are any good? Well, in more recent times, one. Bascano's recent work. And he does have another one, I believe, coming out on the Caio Duilios and the Andreadorias, which I have on pre-order. But that kind of shows you the difference in just the presence of literature. I think that there's more stuff out there about the Japanese, about Yamato and Nagato, etc., than there is about the Italian capital ships, at least in the more generally available market. There are plenty of articles and papers and sub sections of books about the Italians here and there, but it's much harder to find that information. I mean, heck, even John Jordan's series on French warships, battleships, cruisers, destroyers, etc., that alone represents, as a series, a considerably larger body of work for the enthusiast reader than is generally available for the Italians in English, at least as far as I can find. I mean, I'm happy to be proved wrong. If anyone knows a whole swathe of really good books on the Italian Navy, please point me to them, because I'd love to order them. But the Italians, I think they suffer from the same kind of syndrome as the Spanish do in the Age of Sail. You can find plenty of books on French warships in the Age of Sail, a reasonable number of books on Dutch warships in the Age of Sail, as many books as you need to bury yourself under on British warships from the Age of Sail, but finding information about Spanish warships on the Age of Sail, it can be done, but the numbers of available works in English are far fewer than most of the others. Graham R. asks, I noticed when reading an article that the USS New York was partially made from steel from the World Trade Center towers. Given this, have there been any other symbolic uses of building materials in ships, i.e. steel from previous noteworthy ships or buildings, etc.? So it has been done in places. For example, HMS Sheffield, the Type 42 destroyer, inherited some various stainless steel fittings, etc. from HMS Sheffield, the Town-class cruiser. HMS Royal Sovereign inherited most of the underwater part of her hull from what had been HMS Sovereign of the Seas, which had then been renamed Sovereign, then Sovereign of the Seas, then Royal Sovereign, and so on. It was a not uncommon practice in the Age of Sail, if a ship had been broken up and a replacement was going to be built, that the good timber from that ship would be salvaged and put into the new ship. That's as much a matter of practicality, because good timber is good timber, than anything else. Whereas in the more modern era, use of iron and steel in new ships from old ships of the same name, that tends to be more of a ceremonial kind of acknowledging the heritage thing rather than a purely practical thing. Gabriel A. Hawkins asks, I've seen very little regarding the protection of secondary turrets, particularly their barbettes, compared to the armour afforded to primary turrets and barbettes. What I have seen shows considerably less protection. I understand that losing a secondary turret is less concerning than losing a primary turret, but wouldn't a shell entering the lower depths of a 6-inch barbette, either via the turret or the barbette itself, be just as likely to doom a ship as a shell entering the lower portion of the primary battery's barbette? Thus are secondary turrets an Achilles heel. It varies, I would say. Yes, obviously the secondary barbettes are less well protected than the primary ones, but there are some good reasons for that. One of which is the magazines are generally at the same level as the main magazines, so they're going to be deep down protected by the main armour belts, at which point hitting and setting off the secondary magazines is going to be roughly as hard as hitting and setting off the primary magazines. Not that it can't happen, but as long as the magazines are down that deep, it is less likely. The next thing you've got to consider is that in a main gun duel, a lot of the time, not all the time, but a lot of the time, the secondary battery is not actually being used. So there won't be any shells or charges travelling up the barbettes. So even if the barbette is penetrated, there's nothing further in there to explode. You only tend to get the secondary batteries engaging in certain specific circumstances, sometimes in battleship to battleship duels, but quite often when you're facing off against smaller forces. But even then, even if the secondary battery is engaging and there are shells being sent up to the secondary guns, one of the other things you've got to remember is that for the vast majority of secondary guns, their charges are either going to be in cases, or they might even be one-piece ammunition in the case of some of the smaller secondary guns, which is massively more difficult to set off than the silk bags that make up the vast majority of battleship charges. And even if they go off, well, they're considerably smaller, so the amount of damage they're going to do is going to be considerably less. So whilst a hit to a secondary gun's barbette, whilst it is in the process of bringing ammunition up, may set off an explosion, to be perfectly honest, the biggest amount of explosion that's going to be caused is probably going to be caused by the massive battleship shell that's just come in and blown up, rather than any specific bit of ammunition. It's again one of these applications of the square cube law. A 6-inch shell might be half the size of a 12-inch shell linearly, but volumetrically there's massively less propellant and obviously a lot less explosive in the shell generally, unless you're flinging high explosive, in which case there might be a fraction more. But it's not usually the shells that do in a ship when it comes to magazine explosions. It's usually the propellants. So on balance of risk, given the significant additional weight that you'd have to put in, which would require sacrifices elsewhere to protect the barbettes of the secondary guns until they run below the level of the main belt armour, it's a risk that's not that great, and the weight of armour that you're using there you could put into other places and mitigate against perhaps significantly greater risks, such as to do with the main armament. Now, obviously, if you have a shell handling room or shell handling gallery that's easily reachable either above or fractionally just below the top of the main armour belt, i.e. a shell coming in over the top because, not necessarily full plunging fire, but the angle of descent is a thing, that can be a significant problem. But that's somewhat separate to barbettes. E.M. Hurst asks, what classes of ships were the biggest improvement over their previous ones, excluding ships that revolutionised their particular type, like HMS Dreadnought? Well, one example that's mentioned is the Brooklyns versus the Omahas. That's a very good example. A Brooklyn is almost always going to win a fight against an Omaha, hands down. Another example would be the Queen Elizabeths. Compare the Queen Elizabeths to the Iron Dukes. It's faster, it's better armoured, and it's significantly more heavily armed. It's an all-round significant and quite dramatic improvement. You've also got, well, the Littorios compared to the pre-existing Italian 12-inch ships. Even when modernised, the Littorios are vastly more powerful than their predecessors. Yamato, likewise, is massively more powerful than Nagato. A lot of the examples you're going to see are usually to do with the treaty era, because unless you get a revolutionary design like Dreadnought, most other things tend to be incremental. I mean, actually, outside of that, USS Olympia, compared to the previous US, what you could loosely define as cruisers, massive improvement. But yeah, most of the big jumps that aren't completely revolutionary, you're going to find in that gap caused by the treaty system, because battleships before and battleships after have 15 odd years of technological development behind them, which means obviously huge improvements, but perhaps slightly closer in as well. The Pensacola's, for all their flaws, are they're the first large cruisers the US has gotten since the era of the armoured cruiser, so naturally there's a huge capability gap there. The County class versus the Hawkins class is perhaps a little bit of a closer gap, but still quite a significant degree of superiority involved there. The Miyokos as another one versus something like the Albers. And for that matter, the Hispanias, as bad as they were, are still a significant improvement over poor old Pelayo. Salty Viking 10,022 asks about Admiral Lee. I said, I've read The Last Stand of the Tin Can Sailors, and in the book, Willis Lee is referred to as Ching Lee. What is the origin of this nickname, and what made Lee such a potent gunnery expert? Was he inherently smart, a hard student of gunnery, or a mixture of these and or other factors? Well, as for his nickname, he got that in his time at the Naval Academy because he had quite the fascination with, well, the Western Pacific region, the Far East, as you might otherwise call it, combined with the fact that he had a surname Lee, which apparently sounded like it was Oriental to some of his classmates, so they put the two together and decided to give him that nickname. Well, had a little bit of a fuller nickname to it as well, but hey, we don't need YouTube suddenly deciding I'm trying to be racist or anything, so you can look it up yourself. Anyway, you've also got to take into account the part of the question that asked about where did he get his skills from. Well, he was an Olympic grade sharpshooter. He understood gunnery very well, and more to the point, because obviously you might think, well, hang on a minute, isn't sharpshooting something of a different skill to, battleship gunnery? Well, actually, no. If someone was, say, an expert pistolier, or even potentially an expert marksman with a standard rifle, you might say there isn't too much of a connection. But someone like Lee, who was an expert shooting long distances with a rifle, to the point that he also became an impromptu sniper in a 3v1 duel, which he won in the 1930s as the one person, he would have had an inherent and very extensive understanding of ballistics, including things like elevation, drift, difficult targets, etc. And if any of that sounds familiar, well, yes, because that's exactly the kind of stuff that forms the basis of long-range naval gunnery as well. So it would appear that when he took command of USS Washington and some other ships beforehand, he basically just looked at his guns and went, they're effectively gigantic sniper rifles, because pretty much all of the allowances I have to make when I'm shooting my long rifle, I have to make if I'm firing these guns. And he's basically right. There's a few additional complicating factors with extremely long-range fire with naval gunnery, but he had a much firmer baseline understanding of how to shoot than the vast majority of flag officers, I would guess, did. And that, combined with the fact he does appear to have just been frighteningly smart, means that he appreciated the guns, he appreciated the other technology like radar, and he was prepared to work with it rather than sticking to old habits. And I think that's the thing. A smart mind combined with a good existing knowledge base and a willingness to adapt, and you get an admiral like Ching Lee, who was perfectly capable of taking apart practically anything else in a gunfight if he so chose. Specialist 290 asks, in sports, particularly baseball, there are often two ways to quantify and compare players' overall performance. Peak value, which evaluates a player based on their performance during their best season or seasons, and career value, which evaluates their performance on average across their entire career. The main takeaway is that some players may peak early and have a few spectacular seasons before fading away into declining relevance, whilst others may not peak as dramatically during their best years but have a long, steady career of consistent performance. In that vein, are there any particular warships or ship classes that you consider to have a particularly high career value compared to their peers? Well, obviously the Queen Elizabeth class are going to rank up there fairly highly because of all the World War I era battleships that were produced. They were pretty much the only ones that remained frontline combatants for a good chunk of World War II as well. But there are others. There's a vast majority of the longer serving age of sail warships HMS Victories are just one of many examples there that just kept on going because, well, the technology that surrounded them hadn't advanced tremendously. So despite the fact that Victory might be pushing half a century, she was still just as capable and lethal a frontline combatant as long as she was kept in good condition then as she had been on the day that she first entered service. I suppose you can probably look at a lot of ships that went into kind of a training role and then lasted a very long time as having a fairly high career value, even if they're not as useful as warships in that latter role. The amount of service they did for their navies, turning out new recruits, turning them into half-decent sailors, is quite considerable. But you've also got to look at a few others. With the German Navy, it's harder to find examples because so many of them obviously ended up being scrapped. There wasn't a lot of continuity between World War I and World War II, and they don't have a particularly long history going all that far back either. But on the other hand, you could look at some of the particularly long-lived examples in the US Navy, such as the Gearing class. That gave some very good service. Admittedly, they were slightly late to World War II, but you look at how long they lasted in US Navy service, and to be honest, in some other Navy service lasted even longer than that. The Essex class would be another good example in that regard, lasting much, much, much longer than I'm sure their designers thought, and entering a variety of different roles. And the Midways probably occupy a similar amount of space. They last even longer than the Essexes as useful frontline combatants, albeit they don't have quite the same war record that the earlier run of Essex carriers do. And the Georgios Averof, the Greek armoured cruiser, probably counts there as well. I mean, look at the career that she's had, even before she was turned into a museum ship. bearing in mind she's a 19th century warship, pretty much, not quite, but almost single-handedly took on the vast majority of her country's enemies at sea for a good long period of time, was still a powerful combatant come World War One, and was even still a useful combatant come World War Two, which is not a bad record. I mean, okay, she was a second-line combatant by then, but there were ships 2 decades older than her that were second-line combatants by then. Spartan asks, were there many battles between float planes and flying boats recorded during the war? Did the opposing sides' recon aircraft just mutually try to leave each other alone, or did they try and line up turrets and try to take them down? There were a few fairly large seaplane and flying boat actions in World War I against each other. German seaplanes mainly fighting British Felixstowe flying boats. In those cases, generally the Felixstows, although being larger, were considerably more heavily armed and generally came off the better. In World War II, there were a relatively large number of what you might call large air combats, although large aircraft combats, although a lot of those seem to have been with a flying boat on one side and a non-flying boat on the other side. So there's examples of B-17s and B-24s taking on H-6Ks and H-8Ks, the Japanese flying boats. There's some examples of a Sunderland taking on a Condor. The Sunderland actually won that one. There are a few examples of flying boat versus flying boat actions, though. For example, there's one where a PB-4Y apparently took on a H-6K. The H-6K lost that particular engagement, but on the other hand, there's another example of a PB-4Y taking on another flying boat. Unfortunately, this particular one was a BV-222, and the German aircraft won that particular fight. Adam asks, could you cover some of the accounts of what it was like for the men inside of a turret when it took a hit? Well, this kind of thing seems to have fallen into one of 3 categories. The most obvious category is turret takes hit, everybody inside, or most people inside die. So not a lot of accounts come out of that one. On the other end of the scale, when the armour successfully resists the impact pretty much entirely, most people who report those impacts, where they even notice them, because if like a 4-inch or 5 or 6-inch shell just bangs off of a battleship turret, you're probably not going to notice much beyond a thud. But when you take a really heavy hit, but the turret survives, people report kind of a massive clang and sort of feeling a bit of a shock wave, feeling a little bit like they're inside a gigantic bell, but otherwise kind of continuing with their duties, perhaps a little bit disorientated for a short while. Then you have the intermediate, which is when the turret is hit, it's hit badly enough to have quite serious effects inside. Perhaps it's hit on a gun or near the gun port, or it's just strong enough that it partly overwhelms the armour, but not enough to kill everyone. And the thing is, because it's completely unexpected, because obviously they can't see outside, they don't know it's coming, and the shell's usually travelling supersonic, you end up with people reporting things like aboard HMS Queen Mary from the survivors of Q turret. Usually they hear some kind of rushing or tearing sound, which is usually the metal giving way. And then there's usually a flash, a lot of smoke, most of them end up unconscious, and then they wake up and they discover everything's turned into fire and smoke, and hopefully they've got all their limbs and they can make their way out. To be perfectly honest, it's not really a huge amount of detail that's available for most of these survivors' accounts. I say that some of the people who survived Q turret on Lion gave some fairly detailed accounts. Some of the survivors of Queen Mary gave some accounts, but most of the accounts were about what was happening in the turret after the shell impact. The actual description for the shell impact itself is usually maybe summarised in 30 seconds because there's not an awful lot to it. It's all over and done with very, very quickly. Obviously, you have a few unique ones like the guy on Invincible, where it takes the hit and he pops his head out the hatch and is like, okay, that looks bad. Oh, look, lots of fire, and I'm in the water. That's a somewhat more entertaining, if slightly horrifying, incident, but it does serve the illustration of the point that if it's anything beyond a kind of clang, oh, I wonder what that was, it's usually something you're either not going to survive or something that you're only going to remember a few precious seconds of. Maximilian Hubert asks, after you spoke about Craddock's decision-making at Coronel in the latest Drydock, what is your opinion regarding Vice Admiral von Spey's choices regarding the attack on the Falklands and his decision to try and buy his light cruisers time afterwards? As with Craddock, it is somewhat easy to judge von Spey with hindsight, and that is not necessarily kind or fair. When it comes to his attack on the Falklands, there is a certain logic to it. I mean, von Spey, to be honest, was fairly convinced he was never going to get back to Germany, so from a perspective of doing as much damage as he could before he was inevitably destroyed, it seemed to make sense, considering obviously he didn't know that the battle cruisers were in the area. From what he did know of the ships that were around, he was probably fairly confident that any of the ships that were reported to be around, if they were at the Falklands, and he didn't think there were any, but if there were, he could deal with them. It might use up all of his remaining ammunition, but he wasn't expecting to fight much, if any, battles after that anyway. So that much of the approach makes sense. Also, there were British coaling stocks and a wireless station there, so if he could destroy that, he would blank out part of the British communications net in the South Atlantic, as well as destroy their ability to refuel their ships in the southernmost parts of the Atlantic, which might then give him something of a head start if he did try and make a dash for home, because there wouldn't be any reports of exactly where he was going, which would force the British to spread their ships out a little bit more. Obviously, as it turns out, when he shows up, there's battle cruisers in harbour, and then 12-inch shells start landing out of nowhere because Canopus is hiding behind a hill, being a good coast defence ship, so he decides to leave. And then, as he gets chased down, he tries to save his light cruisers. Now, trying to save his light cruisers at the expense of his armoured cruisers at that point was a pretty decent tactic on his part, because he knew his armoured cruisers were not going to escape the battle cruisers, but there was a chance that his light cruisers would. And it was obviously a fairly big decision to turn around and fight, knowing not just that his own life was pretty much forfeit at this point, the crews of both of his ships were pretty much forfeit, because if they wanted to buy enough time for the light cruisers, they were going to have to fight. They couldn't just turn and surrender, because the British would probably then just accept the surrender and dispatch a smaller ship to deal with them while the battle cruisers kept going. And on top of that, what a lot of people don't realise is that basically the rest of von Spey's, almost all of the rest of von Spey's family was also aboard. At least one of his sons was aboard those ships. So that's actually two of his sons. One was aboard Gneisenau, the other was aboard Nürnberg. So he was basically sacrificing himself, the crews of two of his ships, and one of his sons to try and help the other son and his light cruisers get away. So it's a fairly big decision. If you look at it from a purely utilitarian point of view, assuming that you accept that, yeah, maybe not hanging around the Falkland Islands when there's 12-inch shells raining down around you is not such a brilliant idea, the only real criticism that you can make at that point would be either not turning back and fighting sooner, thus allowing more of a lead to open up for his light cruisers, which might have stood them a slightly better chance. But, as I say, that requires him to take a decision to sacrifice an awful lot of men at a point where it wasn't 100% clear that he would have to, because obviously he didn't know exactly how quickly the battle cruisers were going to get out of port. If they had been an hour or so slower, he might well have gotten away entirely. The one thing that I probably would say, if I was in his position at that point, given that I am running away and I think there's battle cruisers coming after me, would probably have been to actually split my forces a lot sooner. So as soon as I start sailing away, quickly have a radio conversation and tell everyone basically split and run to the four winds. Let the light cruisers get ahead and fan out themselves, but also fan out Scharnhorst and Gneisenau on separate courses in separate directions. Because yes, if the British battle cruisers come after one of those ships, that ship is very dead, but that's the minimum amount of loss that you can expect. If the British split their forces, then, well, a Scharnhorst versus an Invincible is still going to lose, but it will take longer, and you never know, you might get a lucky shot in, whereas a 2v2, the odds just go up further and further in the Invincible's favour. And also, if you've completely split, then as long as the Invincibles are following your big ships, they're following on a completely separate course to your small ships, so there's even more chance that your small ships get away. I think that's probably the only thing that I could have done different in his place once the attack on the Falkland Islands has been decided on. Whether or not I would actually attack the Falkland Islands in the first place, that's neither here nor there, to be honest. There are arguments for and against it, and indeed there were arguments both for and against it aboard the German ships. In the end, von Spee wanted to attack, so they attacked. Personally, I don't necessarily think I would have, but it would be a very close thing. I'd be very tempted to, but I personally wouldn't. But then that's not really a particular criticism of von Spee, that's just different command styles. Peaceful Conquest asks, broadly speaking, in what ways, if any, did the results achieved by the various naval elements supporting the 1944 Normandy landings exceed expectations, and in what ways, if any, did they fall short of expectations? Some of the more successful elements were the fact that capital ships assigned to engage the shore defences were able to do so for prolonged periods of time without actually suffering any real damage from the shore defences, which was something they had worried about quite considerably, sort of how many ships would be badly damaged or possibly even sunk by the German heavy guns. You can see here Texas engaging one of those batteries, so that was a plus that was beyond expectation. Another thing that was beyond expectation was the accuracy and effect of battleship gunnery against enemy troop and vehicle concentrations. It doesn't necessarily come as a massive shock that a 14, 15 or 16-inch high explosive shell does seriously bad things to tanks and equipment that are designed to fight against, 50, 75, 88 millimeter weapons. But both the effect on German morale and the effect on the actual material as well was greatly appreciated and above what was expected to occur. And also the morale effect for Allied soldiers. And quite a number of Allied troops talk about being very, very nervous going in, for obvious reasons, but being quite heartened when they steamed past in their various landing craft, sort of a line of heavy battleships pouring fire into the Normandy coast, then a line of cruisers pouring even more fire into the Normandy coast, and then finally destroyers and other lighter warships with more direct fire support. And that gave them a huge morale and confidence boost, which is something that you can't really underappreciate. In terms of things that didn't quite work out as well as they thought, the more direct fire support in terms of suppressing the beach fortifications themselves in places didn't work out quite as well as was hoped, and sometimes necessitated some rather dramatic interventions from warships that got a lot closer than they were supposed to and stayed in action when they were ordered to break off in order to support the troops with more direct fire that was considerably more useful. One of the US destroyers off of Omaha Beach, for example, did that to quite a significant extent. But generally, the shore bombardments during D-Day and the operations immediately thereafter basically came out with significantly better results as a whole than people were expecting. Whiskey Delta Golf asks, given the limitations of being based at Rosyth, what could Beatty have done differently to achieve better accuracy or rate of fire for his battle cruisers without compromising their flash protection or survivability as at Jutland? Now, whilst I do appreciate the waterway is a very busy waterway, given that it was wartime, I think what he could have done would have been to sail his ships just out of their actual dock space into kind of the middle of the waterway, and obviously making sure he's the right side of the relevant bridges. For shorter range battle practice, say 10, 12,000 yards, he could have fired up the waterway, and for longer range battle practice, again making sure he's the right side of the right bridges, he could have fired down the waterway. Now, granted, the ships wouldn't have been moving particularly fast. Indeed, it may even have been something you might have to do at anchor. But it would have allowed you to practice gunnery. And indeed, you could have had some kind of gunnery target being towed. Now, yes, as I said, there is a very busy shipping lane or shipping channel. You've got Edinburgh nearby, etc. But it's wartime. I'm pretty sure he could have scheduled it once or twice a week and just said, look, for maybe an hour or so, no ships in either the whole of the shipping lane or the waterway, or in part of it if he's feeling particularly lucky, and we're just going to blow up some fish. It's not perfect. It's not the same as being able to sail around at full speed, but it certainly would have allowed his vessels to practice their gunnery accuracy and range estimation, especially if you had a target vessel or float or series of floats deployed out there. And yeah, it would have cost a little bit to the economy of the local area, with the shipping being occasionally shut down, but you can work out when shipping levels are relatively low and practice on those days, and so on and so forth. It wouldn't have been a tremendous ask. It just would have required a fair bit of paperwork and negotiation, but hey, if he's got the time to do it, you might as well, rather than, the practices that he did undertake. Ross Richards asks, why did cruiser design lag so far behind capital ships? Centerline turreted main batteries existed in capital ships for years before they made an appearance on cruisers. It seems to me that a cruiser on a modern layout would have had the same advantages over an older design that a dreadnought would have had over a pre-dreadnought, so why the delay? There's a couple of major reasons. The idea of twin turrets on small cruisers, or on cruisers generally, was not unknown. Now, you just look at the armoured cruisers towards the latter stages, like the Scharnhorst, the Minotaurs, etc. They had twin turrets fore and aft, and some of them also had turrets as instead of casemates amidships on the wings. But obviously, as you mentioned, they don't have the super firing turrets, and they didn't have amidships turrets, kind of like the Iron Dukes or something like that. Now, the reason the smaller ships didn't have those is because to make a twin turret or twin mount, because you're concentrating your armament in such a way that obviously more of your armament may be knocked out by a single shot, you're going to want to protect it, and therefore just making a twin mount and then having to protect it at least against, say, 4-inch or 6-inch gunfire is going to mean that your twin turret is heavier than two single mounts. So that's for a start. Now, obviously, you could counter that by saying, well, okay, maybe you can only have 6 or 8 guns on the centre line, but that's still better than the 4 or 5 gun broadside that you can get whilst actually still having 8 or maybe even 9 guns if you're running part the centre line and part wing mounted single mounts. And that is true. But the other thing is that machinery and its compactness is moving along quite a bit as well. And you've got to remember, a lot of these cruisers are very small. They're called cruisers in World War I, but they're starting at 3,000-4,000 tons, which is the displacement of one of the super large destroyers in World War II. And even the biggest light cruisers are only going up to sort of 5,000-6,000 tons most of the time, which is sort of Arethusa-ish size. And the Arethusa's, okay, yeah, they get 6 twin turrets, 6 guns in 3 twin turrets, I should say, but they are considered quite small. Plus, there is still this idea that you may be engaging in a very pell-mell battle, at which point having wing turrets actually makes a certain kind of sense, because if you're at a couple of 100 yards range and you're fighting in mass destroyer swarms or indeed a mass cruiser engagement, if you're firing mainly to one side, well, your disengaged guns can fire at a target on the other side, which in theory should be a good thing. And there's also some talk about the fact that if you end up in a gunfight where you lose some or all of your gun crews on one side, you can pivot around and engage on the other side. But the big thing is the machinery. The machinery is still relatively large, and for pretty much the same reasons that you see on something like the Helgolands or the Nassaus. Admittedly, that's with vertical triple expansions rather than turbines, but with Cruisers, they have to go faster, so their machinery plants have to be larger, even if they are using turbines. That takes up a lot of space on the centre line, which in turn means there isn't a lot of space to put multiple twin turrets. Now, you could obviously then, I guess, make an argument of, well, maybe you should at least put twin turrets fore and aft, which would give you at least a 4-gun salvo irrespective of any wing salvos. And yeah, you can make that kind of argument. You've seen that kind of thing happening on the Scharnhorst, for example, as well as the Minotaurs at the larger scale. But again, this weight consideration comes into play, because if you have a pair of twin turrets, then that means that you are going to have fewer wing turrets, which means your overall broadside hasn't changed all that much, except you now have a greater chance of losing more of your firepower when those turrets take a hit, and your ship, being relatively small, may not have necessarily the beam or the displacement to support those turrets in those locations, and it might therefore be considered better to have, say, aft, have a couple of single mounts, maybe one superfiring over the other. Now, once you get the size of cruisers beginning to head into the high thousands of tons, you do start to see a move towards turrets. That's kind of combined with things like small tube boilers. So the machinery plant space as a whole has shrunk, so there's more space available on the centre line. The ships are physically larger, so again, more space on the centre line, more ability to support heavier turrets, and turrets with armour that's necessary to protect them to a certain degree. And this is where you start to see the twin turrets and triple turrets coming in on cruisers in the late 1910s in terms of designs, and the mid to late 1920s in terms of actual implementation. Chazix asks, was there any difference of quality between coal used by Navy ships and civilian ships, and did civilian ships have any restriction on types of coal they could use during wartime to save the best coal for the Navy? It depends on the Navy, and it depends on the time period. So during peacetime, the best coal is basically available to the highest bidder. There may be certain restrictions that the Navy must be supplied with X amount of good quality coal in certain countries, but broadly speaking, if a civilian ship that's, say, trying to win the Blue Riband wants a full load of really good quality anthracite coal, they can get it as long as they're willing to pay for it. Once you get into wartime, things get a bit more interesting, and of course this varies by nation to nation. If a nation has to import the vast majority of its good quality anthracite coal, then it is basically going to be down to whoever wants to pay for it, because there's nothing that the government can do to mandate that a foreign country send them X amount of coal for X purposes. But assuming you have either a stockpile of good quality coal, or you have a source of good quality coal in your country in amounts large enough to be feasible for use in, shipping, then in wartime, unless you're something particularly specific like a blockade runner, then the Navy is going to call dibs on the best quality coal they can get their hands on. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean you, as a civilian ship, can't get good quality coal, but it very much depends on how much good quality coal there is in your country and the demands of your Navy. So if your Navy is demanding all the good quality coal it can get, and it's using up pretty much all the good quality coal that can be spared from other things that also demand good quality coal, such as steel smelting, then you basically won't get it. Whereas if the supply of good quality coal exceeds the amount that the Navy needs, then there might not be a tremendous amount left after the Navy's had done with it, but there will be stuff available for you to purchase if you want it. Snowstalker36 asks, when does a subclass turn into its own class? The Clemsons are no greater a modification of the Wicks than many subclasses are from their parent design, and I imagine they count as a separate class because someone thought that, well, over 150 ships, it would be odd to consider them a variant. Then again, on the opposite side of the spectrum, we have the Northamptons, Portlands and Astorias, which all count as separate classes. Generally, there are two things that seem to be the division between subclass and class, one of which is a building program finishing. So if it's envisaged that, say, you're going to build X amount, let's say 10 cruisers, and after building the first 4, you think, okay, we're going to make a few design tweaks, and then you build another 6, that's probably going to be called a subclass because you originally planned to build 10, you've just built 2 lots at slightly different variations. Whereas if you're proposing to go, right, we're stopping production of this and we're starting production of this, even if it's a variant, then that usually gets designated its own class. The other thing is, what kind of design changes are you making? Because, say, with something like the Wicks-Clemson divide, yeah, okay, fair enough. The Clemsons, in the end, didn't turn out to be massive modifications compared to the Wicks. But at their inception, when they were looking at, okay, what's our next generation of destroyer going to look like, they were actually going to have a lot more features that distinguish them from the Wicks. So that would have made them very definitely a separate kind of ship and worthy of it being its own class. And once you designated it as Clemson class, well, at that point, you're just going to roll with it, I think. So it's the what is your intention at the time you start construction, and is it a continuation of an existing program, or are you definitively starting a new program, or is it a variant within that program? Those seem to be the variants. So with the Northamptons and Portlands, for example, the successor design is a little bit longer. Okay, the Germans get away with that with almost anything they build, especially the Hippers and the Deutschlands, so that probably doesn't make it much different. But the later cruiser design carries significantly thicker armour, which at that point, that is quite a big difference, plus the change in length. That kind of does make them their own class, as well as a few other minor changes. And then with the Astorias, you go from the old lunchbox turrets to the more modern triple turret design and a whole slew of other changes, so they're very definitely their own separate classes. Whereas when you look at, say, something like the county class, you get these various subclasses, and even with the Atlantas or the Brooklyns, you get subclasses where there's maybe 1 or 2 modifications that don't broadly change the overall capabilities of the ship, but just kind of fine-tune it. Candor asks, from World War I to World War II, did secondary battery emplacements receive names or designations like the main turrets did? And what were the schemes used to denote what they were? Yes, although again, depends on the Navy. So in the US Navy, for example, they followed a similar scheme to how they would name the turrets, or designate the turrets, which was caliber of gun, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. as you go along the gun turrets. The use of A, B, X, Y, etc. is kind of a little bit of a reverse engineering it all. But on an Iowa, for example, you'd have 5-1, 5-2, 5-3, 5-4, 5-5, 5-6, 5-7, 5-8, 5-9, and 5-10. Obviously on USS South Dakota, you'd only go up to 5-8 because it's 5-inch turret, number 1, 2, etc. For the British, they would use P and S. They actually abandoned, well, on the Invincibles, they had P and Q as the wing main turrets, and then Q turret kind of got adopted to be an amidships turret on things like the Iron Dukes, Orions, Lions, etc. So they just went up back to being P and S, port and starboard, and then, like with the Americans, 1, 2, 3, 4. So for a King George V, you'd have P1, P2, P3, P4, S1, S2, S3, S4, and on something like, say, a Renown, that would go up to 5, S1 and S5 and P5, and so on and so forth. So yeah, it would vary, and that would be only for the largest of the secondary battery. They wouldn't start naming the individual 40 mils, for example, along those lines. Andronor asks, was there ever any design for a battleship where they put more rear turrets on the ship instead of the more usual turret placements? Sure, plenty. As you can see here, here's USS Florida. Many of what I term the second generation dreadnoughts, and arguably the first generation super dreadnoughts, did this. I mean, it kind of depends how you define an aft turret with the first generation super dreadnoughts, because a lot of those have an amidships turret, like Q turret on the Orions, King George V and Iron Dukes. The Conte de Cavours and Andrea Dorias obviously have a centre, amidships triple turret. Whether you count that specifically as centre or rear or forward, I guess that depends on your choice. But a lot of the second-gen dreadnoughts, like Florida, Wyoming, Arkansas, and some of the German battle cruisers as well, for that matter, would have more rear turrets than they would forward turrets. A Dreadnought, actually, as well. Dreadnought has a single twin forward turret and 2 aft twin turrets and 2 wing turrets, which, again, I said the 2 wing turrets on Dreadnought kind of amidships rather than purely forward. So, yeah, plenty of that kind of design. You didn't see that so much in the pre-Dreadnought era, but that's because ramming was still quite a lot in vogue, and so there was a definite concentration of armament forward. You likewise, because ramming really comes in with Lissa in the mid-1860s, you don't really see anything with significant heavy aft firepower for most of the ironclad era. Going back into the Age of Sail era, it's all broadside guns. So yeah, it's really only the Dreadnought era where you see this, and then once you get past, say, about 1920, the designs start to even out because you're not having so many twin turrets anymore. You're either having twin turrets with much fewer guns, so you get 2 forward, 2 aft, or in case of Renown and Repulse, 2 forward, 1 aft, or you're getting triple turrets, and everything starts to balance out a little bit more how you'd generally tend to see it. But even then, there were a few speculative designs that looked at, say, 1 triple forward and 2 triples aft in various configurations for some nations' battleship designs later on down the line. Ryan Frederick asks, on the list of epic admirals of the Dreadnought era, where does Willis Lee go? Who's in your top 10 and why? This is actually quite a difficult one because I'm interpreting your question by saying Dreadnought era. I mean, obviously the Dreadnought era is a relatively well-defined time period, but I'm also interpreting it as battleship admirals, because there are plenty of very good admirals of the World War I, World War II period, which is really the era of the Dreadnought battleship, even if it is coming to an end during World War II. But there's not that many actual full-on Dreadnought combats or battleship combats, which makes coming up with a top 10 rather difficult. And then there is obviously the rather large void, I guess, the difference between the few massed Dreadnought fights that you get, and then, because of the treaty systems and such like, the much smaller battleship actions you tend to see in World War II. So it's difficult to compare someone like Jellicoe or Hipper, who are leading entire battle fleets or battle squadrons, with someone like Lee, who, well, he starts off with 2 battleships and ends up effectively with 1. That's not to say that Lee is a bad admiral or anything like that. No, he's an exceptional admiral, but unfortunately, since Halsey didn't let him take the rest of the fast battleships down to face off against Kurita and Yamato, we never got to see how good Lee would do leading a whole squadron of battleships, although I suspect he would have done very, very well, and it probably would have gone down as one of the most legendary confrontations in US Navy history. And that means when you're looking for a top 10 of Dreadnought-era admirals, assuming you restrict it to admirals who led actual battleship fights, effectively the category is, did they engage in a battle in which there was at least 1 Dreadnought on each side, 1 battleship on each side firing at each other, and did they win? And even then it can be sometimes a little bit difficult to fill in a top 10, because even when you look at something like the Russo-Japanese War, that's pre-Dreadnought era, so you can't choose anyone like Togo because he wasn't a Dreadnought admiral. So picking from World War I, then Jellicoe's certainly got to be up there, considering his rather masterful tactics based on minimal information still brought him victory in his aspect of the Battle of Jutland. Equally, however, Hipper handled his battle cruisers very well and ended up winning his part of Jutland. Yeah, I'm definitely not including Beatty, but yeah, this is in kind of no particular order. This is more just going chronologically. So Jellicoe and Hipper are definitely on there. Scheer was a very good admiral, but I'm not necessarily certain of putting him on the epic admirals list, mainly because he doesn't have any particular victory to his name. His main achievement was not getting the High Seas Fleet annihilated, and not dying, whilst a very creditable achievement, is not exactly an epic achievement. At least in my view. If you watch the Battle of Jutland videos, you'll know what I mean by splitting it effectively into 2 engagements. And, I mean, when you look at World War I, no one else really engages in dreadnought fights. There's a brief running fight between the Goeben and a Russian dreadnought in the Black Sea. The French dreadnoughts admittedly do a kind of... they show up briefly in the Adriatic for a little bit of a beatdown on some poor innocent Austro-Hungarian ship, but that doesn't really make you a very epic admiral, to be perfectly honest. About the only other person you could possibly really put in at that stage would maybe be Sturdy, but again, that's battle cruisers, strictly speaking, not dreadnoughts, and 2, he wasn't facing other dreadnoughts, he was facing poor old von Spee and armoured cruisers, so can't really put him in on there either. And then when you go into World War II, okay, there's more people fighting, but which Japanese battleship admiral are you going to put in there? Which Japanese battleships? I suppose at this point we can kind of pretend for a moment that the Congos are battleships. They're battle cruisers, really. I do not hold or agree with anyone who says they were fast battleships. They're just not. But even if we assume for a moment that they are, well, are you going to put Abe on there? No. He manages to get Hiei sunk. Are you going to put Kondo on there? No. He gets Kirishima sunk. Are you going to put Kurita on there? No. He lost the Battle of Samar. And what else have you got? You've got Surigao Strait. Yeah, that went well. So, yeah. Admiral Lee from the US side is obviously on there. Cunningham, for his leadership in the Mediterranean, is obviously on there. Somerville is a good admiral, but I don't think I could put him on the list of epic admirals for dreadnoughts. For battleship engagements, considering the biggest battleship engagement that he led was, Mers el Kabir, which isn't really a fair fight or a fight of any real description, to be perfectly honest. Then you've got Tovey leading King George V and Rodney against Bismarck, although again that is a little bit more of an execution, and you already know my thoughts on Dalrymple Hamilton, captain of Rodney, being probably on balance slightly more responsible than Tovey for actually putting Bismarck down, although opinion does differ on that. And the Italians, well, most of the admirals, to be honest, who actually ended up leading Italian battleships into battle didn't acquit themselves spectacularly well. Bergamini probably would have if he'd gotten the chance, but he didn't. Admiral Marschall is probably one of the better German admirals for leading his ships into combat, but the main combat he led them into was Fighting Glorious, which isn't a dreadnought versus dreadnought battle, and the Germans kind of ruined his career because of it. I'm definitely not putting Lutyens on there, because there's far too many mistakes, and not just with Bismarck's voyage, that can be stacked at his door. Similarly with Bay, who I don't really think was the world's best commanding officer generally, given both what he'd managed to do at Narvik and with Scharnhorst. So yeah, it's difficult to find German admirals in World War II for battleship versus battleship engagements. It's difficult to find Italian admirals who actually got a chance to lead battleship engagements. The Japanese don't seem to have had much luck either, which means you've basically got Cunningham and Lee and Jellicoe and Hipper, so you've managed to fill 4 spaces. Again, okay, Surigao Strait on the American side was a rather one-sided victory, but then again, given the technological and numerical disparity, was it ever going to end another way? Don't think so, to be perfectly honest. A lot of the really good admirals that you see in World War II, and to a certain extent in some respects in World War One, are not related to dreadnoughts, to battleship command. You've got Keyes down at the Harwich Force in World War One. You've got someone like, say, Mitscher leading carriers in World War Two. These are all very, very good admirals, but they're not dreadnought admirals. So in actual fact, if you sort of put me in a corner, put a gun to my head and said, name your best dreadnought admirals, i.e. admirals who led battleships in battleship versus battleship engagements, yeah, I'm basically just down to Jellicoe, Hipper, Cunningham and Lee. And of those, Cunningham and Lee, due to circumstances, were only able to lead small numbers of battleships into action, whereas Hipper and Jellicoe could both lead large fleets, and that's purely a matter of circumstance, not a judgment on them personally, but it does make them somewhat difficult to compare. Ort Kaiser asks, what was the opinion of the Royal Navy on the Austrian Navy after their joint operations under Admiral Stopford against Mehmet Ali's forces in the Eastern Mediterranean in 1840? Well, there's a particularly niche question if you've never heard one before, but I can provide you an answer. Although this is a picture of Admiral Stopford, I actually had to go through Admiral Napier's books about the conflict, which was against Egyptian forces. Now, Napier seems to be fairly complimentary of the Austrian squadron. He mentions them operating alongside the Royal Navy squadron, and basically he doesn't seem to make that much distinction other than saying this was an Austrian ship or this was the Austrian squadron. The work that he credits both them and the Royal Navy squadrons they were operating with as doing, he just says together they did excellent work. He certainly doesn't draw any of them out for criticism or anything of that sort. In fact, if anything, he actually singles out one particular ship. I've noticed the frigate Guerriera under one of the Austrian archdukes shows up quite often in his account, and he seems to constantly single it out for high praise. Both himself and various captains that he has under him constantly say that the Guerriera, which is an Austrian frigate, is constantly providing excellent support, working with them very well, that its gunfire is good, and that it's conducting itself in all ways as a very excellent vessel of war. So they seem to be particularly impressed with that ship, and generally seem to have a kind of an opinion of the rest of the Austrian squadron that puts them roughly on a par with the rest of the Royal Navy squadrons they have with them. In fact, the Austrian squadron, I think, probably gets the most mention out of all the various Allied forces that are operating in that particular environment. And finally, believe it or not, Worth Wayne Packer asks, Ryan from the USS New Jersey channel recently did a video, would an Iowa class have fared better than Bismarck? I would love to hear your take on what he got right and what he got wrong, in your humble opinion. Okay, well, first off, I want to say that Battleship New Jersey channel is one of my favourite channels, and you should definitely go and support it. Apart from a lot of excellent historical content coming from it, it also helps, keep Battleship New Jersey afloat, both financially and literally, whilst we wait for visitor numbers to tick back up again in the aftermath of the pandemic. So, massively recommended, and I have absolutely no intention of trying to get into a nitpicky conversation over what Ryan says in his videos, because, to be perfectly honest, he's the curator of the battleship. I'm pretty sure he knows. He's probably forgotten more about New Jersey than I will probably ever know. So, yeah, I'm not going to question that area of expertise. I know when to step back and go, oh, I am outclassed in this respect. Apart from anything else, if anyone has any questions about an Iowa-class battleship, he can literally just go and look at it. There's arguments about, oh, how thick is this bit of armour? Let me get a tape measure. There's your answer. Anyway, with respect to that particular video, which is actually a very interesting video, again, I would recommend having a look at it. How would New Jersey do if it was put in place of Bismarck? I do actually, before I say anything else, I do want to point out two things that were mentioned that when I heard, I thought, oh, thank goodness, someone else on YouTube is saying these things, even though in pop history they're very often disregarded. One of which is he points out, yes, Bismarck was not designed as a commerce raider. Bismarck was designed for a straight-up gunfight with the Royal Navy, or the French Navy, or whoever else the Germans were intending on fighting. Bismarck was a battleship. She was designed to fight other battleships. She was not Germany's attempt at building the world's biggest commerce raider. Oh, the number of times I've seen, oh, Bismarck was designed for commerce raiding. Also, he mentions that when Hood and Prince of Wales are on their engagement course, that Hood is effectively a battleship. And as I've said before, yes, she basically is kind of the first fast battleship. Her armour scheme is not completely up to date for World War II, but as I've said many times before, Hood was designed eventually on the basis of Queen Elizabeth armament, Queen Elizabeth level of protection, but faster. And that's what she is. She's called a battle cruiser by the British basically because she's fast. And as I've mentioned before, even when they were designing the King George V and the Vanguard class, they were calling them fully armoured battle cruisers officially, even though no one argues that King George V and Vanguard, or indeed Queen Elizabeth, to go back the other way, are anything other than battleships. So that aside, the only two minor issues, and they don't actually really affect anything about his conclusions in the video, but the only two minor things I would pick up in more generally is that at one point talks about the New Jersey's anti-aircraft battery and how that would obviously have dealt a lot better with swordfish, specifically obviously with things like VT fuses, etc. Now, the only point I would make there is that obviously, as he points out earlier in the video, New Jersey was not actually complete at the time that Bismarck sailed, so you're kind of hand-waving it to be teleported back in time a couple of years. So, yeah, if you're taking New Jersey as she was when she was completed and commissioned and teleported back in time a couple of years, then yes, fair enough. 40mm Bofors, VT fuse 5-inch, makes quite a bit of a mess of the swordfish. However, if you are taking New Jersey back in time and saying she's just completed 2 years earlier by some magic, so she's commissioned with what a US battleship in 1941 would be commissioned with, then at that point she's not going to have VT fuses, and also not 40mm. She's probably going to have 1.1 inch and non-VT fused 5-inch. So that would be a minor thing. And the only other thing would be the mention of the Iowa's outer STS plating, 1.5-inch STS plating, as a decapping layer. Now, I do understand exactly where that's come from. It has been sort of currency within naval historical communities for a reasonable amount of time. However, Nathan Okun, who wrote the original article that explained why the 1.5-inch STS layer could serve as a decapping plate for the belt, subsequently has published another article which seems fewer people are aware of, called Decapping Revisited. Can also be found on the NAV website, And in that he explains that on further investigation and further evaluation of decapping tests and various other calculations, that actually the 1.5 inch STS with the gap between it and the belt probably isn't going to serve as a decapping layer for any shell of any substantial size, i.e. a shell that might actually require decapping because the 12-inch belt may not be able to resist it. And so, whilst it might have that effect in certain circumstances, it's only going to have that effect on shells that the 12-inch belt wouldn't really have much trouble with anyway, against a 14, 15 or 16-inch shell, it's not going to have that function. It might have a somewhat limited function in potentially triggering the fuse slightly earlier, so even if a shell does pile through the 1.5 inch STS and through the 12-inch plate, it may not then travel as far because it will have been going slower and potentially have had its fuse already initiated by the time it hits the main 12-inch armour belt, and therefore if it can't penetrate as far into the ship, it's not going to do the kind of critical damage that it might otherwise do, like detonating the magazines or whatever. But at least as far as decapping revisited is concerned, the Iowa's 1.5 inch belt STS plating is not designed as a decapping layer. That's basically it. And as I said, although it's published on the same site, it seems to have been that article seems to be slightly less well known. But outside of that, I can find no other real fault with the entire video, and I broadly agree with pretty much all of his conclusions. It's a very good video, very well thought out video, and obviously, shockingly enough, made by someone who understands the USS New Jersey back to front, upside down and sideways. So yeah, as I heartily recommend the channel, and well, occasionally when they do the occasional live thing, you might see me poking around in the comments if I type something. And that, believe it or not, at 6.5 hours brings us to the end of this Patreon Drydock. Wow, that's been a bit of a recording feat, I must say. Nonetheless, believe it or not, there is a little bit of channel admin news. The main bit of channel admin news that's around at the moment is that there is a whole slew of new posters coming for people who would like those things, and we've got everything from French ships to American aircraft to lots of quite interesting images, I think, that you should find quite interesting and entertaining. So those will be launched probably in the next couple of weeks. Now, the big question for those of you who have managed to reach the end, so well done, and sort of comments below, obviously. I have previously, for those of you who have bought posters before, you'll know this, I've previously gone with a silk laminated paper, which is very tough, very difficult to bend, very durable, and that's mainly because, I mean, I'm sure we've all bought posters that have come on so-called poster paper that have ripped, torn, folded, marked, creased, got splashed on and run, or otherwise degraded very, very quickly, and effectively need to be taken with gloved hands straight into a picture frame just to try and keep them, you know, in some vague sense of order. I don't like this kind of posters myself, which is why I went for the higher quality materials in the first place. Now, there is one downside to that, which is that those posters cost about 2.5 to 3 times more to produce than regular poster paper posters. Now, that in turn obviously dictates how much I charge for them, although I do try and keep the cost down as much as possible to effectively cost of production plus cost of shipping plus cost of packaging and a little bit for my time, because I obviously hand pack and ship them all so far, although I do have a few people standing by to help me with US postage, considering overseas US postage has gone up for stupidly large amounts. Now, what all of that is a lead up to is that in future, when these posters go into production, what would people like to see? Would you prefer to pay the kinds of prices, if indeed you do want to buy them, that I've sold posters at historically? And if you are interested, you can have a look in the Etsy link below and you can see some of the stuff. It's mostly out of stock now, but you can see some of the kind of prices, especially for the Thunderchild poster, that are involved. Or would you prefer for me to be able to knock maybe 10-15% off of the price of the posters of something like the Thunderchild poster, but the flip side being that you would get it on more standard poster paper? That would allow me to then obviously have more of them, and they would be slightly lighter, so potentially shipping costs might come down, although to be honest the weight of the posters is not that great at the moment anyway. So yeah, it's basically, do you want a slightly cheaper poster, or would you want to stick with the current level of quality that of paper that I've been using so far? And for the commissioned artworks that I've done, so Fleet Air on one and the upcoming US Navy one, those are on slightly different paper, but it's still, I think, on a slightly higher grade of quality paper than, well, considerably higher grade of quality paper than standard poster paper. So anyway, let me know in the comments below what you think. Thank you very much for listening, if indeed you still are, and I'll see you again in another video, or indeed on a live stream, which is coming up soon.